and welcome, Blue Otter enjoyers, to the final stream of the season here in the Emerald League. We have a truly incredible best of 5 on the horizon between the Shattered Spire and TFF Aftershock. To help us get ready for that banger of a battle, we are going to start out this stream, as we often do, with one more installment of Otter Talk. Guys, please give us your IGNs, what team you played for this season, and your prediction for the finals that we will get into in a little bit more detail later. Left to right, please, gentlemen, if you could.
Yeah, what's up? It's me, Chong. I am the support for TFF, and I think that my team will win tonight, but it wouldn't be a TFF playoff series if we didn't play the full 5 games and make everyone suffer.
Makes sense. Looks like we have you next, Slappy.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Slappy here, owner of Hydro Pump. I'm just rooting against Chong. That's all.
All right, sounds good. Last but not least.
All right, hello, I am Kiora. I am the AD carrier for TFF. I have it being a 5-game series with the Shattered Spire winning, because I'm definitely losing finals again.
Right. So it's you and Chong are kind of balancing each other out in the predictions as you do in lane, right? It's very nice. Lots of through lines there. Absolutely fantastic. But guys, I think we're going to go ahead and start off this episode with a conversation about the bracket and your journey, as well as your opponent's journey to get to the finals, to get to where we are today. Let's start with you guys, though, since we have you here in the call. Just kind of walking through your opponents. Chong, we'll come to you first for that first matchup against AK Hearts, and just kind of, give us a little bit of insight into your expectations, before playoffs started, and then like how the team was feeling as you sort of progressed through that first match before and after.
I mean, honestly, I thought we could make it this far, but I knew it was going to be like the hardest road, and we made it harder on ourselves, especially with that first series. Like, we lost to Mage Bots because we just didn't respect it. But we reverse sweeped, and then the plan the whole time against Tail, they even said it live on Otter Talk last time, was, wait until 10 p.m., get the jungler subbed out, and then reverse sweep. Exactly what we did. And then XG, it was scary because we won game 1 for once, and we actually had to figure out how to make a reverse sweep happen by losing 2 more games to then come back. So, I mean, it's not easy. It's definitely really hard on the team, and it's a mental strain, but we're able to stick it together, make the right calls, make sure we're making the right plays at key moments, and it's what got us this far and won't get us all the way.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Sort of being, making these deep runs into playoffs. It's sort of stamina becomes an important part of the conversation, right? Especially when you are going the distance in all of these matches. It's not really a concern, in the regular season when you're just playing these best of 3s, or, in the first couple of rounds of playoffs, especially if they're one-sided, you don't really have to worry about it as much. But it absolutely can come into play in a big way, I think, when you are grinding out this many games. With this level of intensity, right, with so much on the line, it definitely can put a lot of mental strain on you, especially with a game as complicated as League of Legends, right? So glad to hear that you guys are able to sort of hang in there and not let that strain get you, that you have that stamina to make it all the way here and potentially all the way to lifting the trophy at the very end. But Kaora, I want to get your thoughts as well. Chong just kind of went through the whole journey there, but anything that he said that jumped out at you, or anything on a more personal note that you wanted to add?
We just make sure to go to 5 games since we never scrim. That way we can use the first 2 games to scrim, and then we can actually play the series.
Okay. So you kind of wrap up your practice and your stage matches all into one, is kind of what I'm hearing.
Exactly, yes.
I see. An interesting strategy. It seems like it's working out well for you so far. So absolutely fantastic there. Slappy, I want to jump over to you now. What are kind of what's your reaction to these guys relaying the journey of how they got here? How does that make you feel, and how does that sort of influence how you're seeing tonight's matchup?
I mean, you look at the bracket and you see the amount of games these guys have played. Like, they've definitely battled through the mud to get here. So, I mean, my prediction may skew from others, but seeing them win would not surprise me. I mean, this team has fought tooth and nail to get to this point, so I don't think the fight's going to end here. I think it's going to be a banger of a series.
Yeah, I mean, we all are thinking that, right? We teased that a little bit already with shouting out those predictions up at the top of the show, but I think it is definitely going to be a banger match. There is very little doubt in my mind about that. But let's move on, guys, to the other side of the bracket. Take a look at Shattered Spire's journey. I do wish that we had a member of Shattered Spire in the call with us this week. I think we did have Boostus on a couple of weeks ago, if I recall correctly. Does that sound right, Chong? Or maybe he was the week before. I don't quite remember.
Yeah, he was on the last time we did it, or the week before. I actually forget now. I've done too much of this between here and Platt.
Yeah, right. I guess they would all kind of start blurring together for you at some point. But regardless, unfortunately, we do not have a member of the Shattered Spire here for us on the show this week, but that's not going to stop us from taking a look at the journey they took to get to the finals. You know, obviously in the first round there, the 3-1 over Final Boss Alpha. You know, that was something that a lot of people kind of brushed off. You know, people still weren't really giving Shattered Spire credit at that point, saying that Final Boss Alpha, oh, it's a 4th seed. You know, they barely made it into playoffs. That, you know, surely wasn't a real challenge for Shattered Spire. Then I think with the Fever Monkeys, some heads started to turn, right? But then there was still kind of that little asterisk right there where the Fever Monkeys were comp ruled. They were using an E-sub. You know, they didn't get their bans for that series. So there were still some doubters. But then, you know, in the semifinals, I do feel like Shattered Spire have sort of proven to everybody that they have earned their place here at the end. But let's go in reverse order this time. Slappy, taking a look at the bracket here, what's jumping out at you about the Shattered Spire's journey?
They definitely, looks to me that they've definitely had an easier road. I mean, their first 2 series games went pretty well in their favor. They got tested a little bit last week, but they've kind of been just dominating to a point. We'll see if that streak continues tonight or not.
Yeah. I mean, they have been quite dominant, you know, over the course of the season. We can get into that a little bit more later. Or Kiora, what are your thoughts on the Shattered Spire's journey here?
I mean, everyone put so much doubt on them because they were from the quote-unquote weakest division, but like you don't make it to the finals on accident, so they're clearly a good team. So I'm looking forward to see what they do.
Yeah. Did you guys see any of the? Did you watch any of the VOD from last week? Obviously, you were playing your own match when it was actually happening, but did any of you guys watch any of the VOD in preparation for tonight?
Nope. I just played on this team, so I'm already prepared for them.
Fair enough. Chong, is there anything about the journey of Shattered Spire that you find especially interesting or noteworthy?
I mean, it definitely is the easiest one. They were tested last week against the Crash Outs. Like I thought Crash Outs was gonna win that one, but you know, like everyone said, you don't make it to finals on accident. You have to actually prove that you belong here. And I mean, they did it against debatably the team that should have been here. Regardless, I mean, they're here. They got to show up, and you know, I think it's gonna be a good series regardless.
I think so. Let's go ahead and transition now into a little bit more detailed discussion about the rosters of these two teams. Production, I'm not sure if you have a slide for that or not. We can just kind of leave the bracket up if you don't have a slide for it. That's totally fine. But, oh, perfect. Oh, amazing. Look at that. Yes, so we are going to be starting up in the top lane, of course. We do have a Synthwave going up against Walk Warlock. And, you know, my thoughts on this matchup, it's definitely an interesting one. You know, Synthwave's most played champion, of course, being Jace. But I feel like that sort of belies what Synthwave has really been doing for this team. I feel like Synthwave's best performances have kind of been on these tankier champions. You know, if you look at the semifinals last week against Syndicate, I thought Synthwave's best performances were in Game 3 on the Ornn, and then Game 5 on the Volibear. These sort of tanky champions where he can create a lot of space for the rest of the team and just kind of go even in the laning phase. And Walk Warlock is absolutely not that. I mean, I have seen a little bit more tape on Warlock than I have on Synthwave, so that's something that we maybe should keep in mind. But Walk Warlock's obviously a very explosive carry player and can really take over games by himself. And if it doesn't go well, you know, we've seen the other end of that as well. So, Chong, we'll come to you first for this one. What do you think about the matchup between these two players tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think Danny versus Tommy, Synthwave versus Walk Warlock, it's going to be a great one. You did touch on Synthwave and his Jace. I do think by far his best characters, his champions, are these carry ones. His Jace is really good, his Camille's good, his Darius is also sleeper as playing with this guy before. But, you know, he does have that flexibility in the pool, and it's kind of necessary with their. I won't go into details about their jungle yet, but with that jungle who does like to play some more carry-oriented stuff, you do need somebody to be able to pick up that mantle on the tank role. While with our team, Walk Warlock gets the freedom to play these carry champions, these 1v1, 1v2 style champions, because we're just telling Coco to shut up and play engaged tanks for us.
It makes sense. Makes sense. So Walk Warlock, is given a little bit more freedom, I guess, in that regard.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, I think if Danny gets his freedom, like he can definitely carry on his champions. I do think the Shattered Spire has a really good grasp on draft as a whole, so it's very easy for them to just know what they're gonna put in that role, specifically like going into games. I think this is gonna be, the hardest challenge draft wise for me and Rutledge so far.
Interesting. Okay. Kiora, what are your thoughts on this matchup? Do you have a similar vibe? Are you expecting some pretty explosive play in the top lane as well?
I mean, it's going to come down to which top laner is going to outplay the other top laner.
Yeah, okay.
And whatever team sets them up better in draft and via jungler help, maybe mid roams, is just going to look better on the night.
Yeah, makes sense. What are your thoughts, Slappy? Hearing what these guys have to say about the matchup. Are you familiar with one or both of these players very much?
Oh yeah, man. This is
okay,
gonna be the premiere right here. This is gonna be two meatheads battling it out, kind of ego checking. Just both these guys are uber talented, so it's gonna be very fun to watch.
Amazing. Yeah, that's going to be really exciting then. I mean, like I briefly mentioned a moment ago, I've seen Walk Warlock play a little bit more than I've seen Synthwave play. Obviously me casting Plat last season, and then Synthwave, we just didn't stream Demacia very much in Emerald this season. So it was actually the first time, I think, that I was able to watch the Shattered Spire was last week in their semifinals match. So it'll be really interesting to see, how Synthwave matches up against the Warlock. But let's go ahead and move on to jungle. It's something that I think, Chong, you were getting ready to talk about as it relates to the top lane matchup. So we'll just let you go ahead and go first for this one.
Yeah, I mean, so it's gonna be Witch, Black Mass, aka Matt. I'll just refer to him as that. And then we got Cocoa Puffs. Matt is a Fiddlesticks man, like straight up. His Fiddlesticks is insane if they can get the right draft for it.
Brought it out game 5 last week.
Yeah, I mean that's when you get all your comfort picks is on game 5, and that's really where the brass tacks comes to it. It's who's better on their hands that night. But he also does play the other weird champions like you don't expect. He does play Ivern. Olaf is a big pick for him as well. So he does like to play like some of these more carry-oriented champions, but he can play the facilitators like an Ivern, like a Sejuani, like J4. So that gives them a little bit more flexibility in their draft, where like they'll put Synthwave onto a tank and let him go on one of these carry junglers. Not saying that's not what we can do. Like we can do that, but we choose to go with these tank-heavy style junglers just because we find that's where our success is. But in playoffs already, we have busted out the Nocturne. We have busted out a Rek'Sai even. So we do have these picks up our sleeves and stuff like that, but it's like it depends on how you want to play the cards and how you try to pinch pools in draft. I think this is probably the most important matchup just because of how much jungle influences the game.
Sure. So as of right now, you're kind of anticipating that Matt, we're going to see on some carries and Cocoa Puffs regularly scheduled tank duty. Is that kind of your expectation, before getting into the first draft?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Kiora, do you have a similar expectation? How do you feel about this matchup?
As long as Cocoa Puffs isn't tilting Rutledge, I don't think the jungle matchup matters that much.
Oh, interesting. So by not tilting Rutledge, do you mean like ganking for Rutledge a lot, or what do you mean by that exactly?
No, he'll make the worst play you'll ever see with your eyes and regret seeing it, and then go, "Oh, sorry, my bad, guys," and it's just tilting. It's so tilting.
We just do what Dad says.
Okay, interesting. Slappy, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I'm sorry, I'm still laughing off of that. Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with Kiora as well. I think depending on how these guys facilitate their other laners is going to be more of an impact than these guys solo playing for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the most important role of jungle, I think, is how it controls and interacts with the rest of the map. That is kind of the bread and butter of the role. So definitely looking forward to seeing what the focus is going to be from these two guys this evening. Definitely, personally, I am expecting, honestly, both sides to play a lot around mid lane. We saw last week in the semifinals where Shattered Spire versus Syndicate, it was really so much about the mid lane. I mean, Gitano and I awarded the respective mid laners POG after every single game. We thought they were the biggest difference makers in every single game last week. So that is kind of my expectation heading into this one again, is that mid lane is kind of be the story, and the jugglers are going to get wrapped up in that. But I do think that that's a pretty nice transition over to our mid lane discussion. There's, of course, going to be Eros versus Rutledge. Two very legendary players, I think, here in the Blue Otter League. Eros was absolutely monstrous last week against Syndicate, performing extremely well, getting very, very fed on several different picks. But Rutledge as well, cannot be slept on, has a lot of history here in Blue Otter, even played multiple roles for you guys this season, which is just sort of another feather in the cap, I think. But let's start at the other end this time. Slappy, are you familiar with these two guys as well?
A little bit. I
Not
would
as
say
much?
just from my point of view of watching the last two series for these guys, they're definitely very capable players. I think this is a lot more even matchup than maybe the top side, the top lane and the jungle aspect of it. I think these guys can go hand in hand. It's just gonna be a hands thing at the end of the day.
Wait, sorry if I missed it earlier. Which way do you feel like the top jungle side of things is leaning?
I was just pointing out that I think this is a lot more even than
Oh, okay.
maybe the top
You're
lane
basically
matchup
saying
of
that
the
like
last
top
one.
and jungle are going to be potentially really snowbally, but you
Correct.
expect Eros and Rutledge to go back and forth, blow for
Yeah.
blow.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, interesting. Well, Kiora, you're up next here, stuck in the middle again. What are you thinking about this matchup? I think you were briefly mentioning that you were a bit concerned about Rutledge's mental, if perhaps there is some tilting that is maybe going to be happening.
I mean, it's not going to be Eris tilting; it would be our team tilting him. But I mean, I
Right.
think this matchup is going to come down to Eros just trying to neutralize Rutledge, which is incredibly difficult to do. And he might be able to do it for a game, but not for a majority of them.
Yeah, I mean, my advice to you guys: watch out about giving over red side to Eros, because he was making those counter picks look really, really good. But Chong, what do you think about this matchup?
I mean, I think these are just straight up the two best players in the whole series. When I played for Shattered Spire, Eros wasn't on the team. Wanderer, the support, was our mid laner when I was support.
Oh.
But I did get to play with Eros twice in scrims. This man is very skillful at his champ pool. I got to play against him in week 1 of Titan recently, and despite us 2-0ing their team, I think he's combined KDA was like 23-5. Like, despite losing, like, he's very good at not getting caught in team fighting on these control mages. I think he is Shattered Spire's best player, but I think him and Rutledge are gonna just beat the crap out of each other, and I think Rutledge is gonna get the edge just because of how he likes to play lanes and looks for his advantages. It's definitely different than a lot of mid laners expect, but I do think this is the closest match, and if not, probably the most pivotal point on the map.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the stats here for Gold Diff and CSD at 15 are definitely in Rutledge's favor. You can only take so much from stats, right? But, maybe there is something there. If Rutledge has a stronger laning phase tonight, that could potentially snowball things in your guys' favor. We'll just have to wait and see. But, I think we can go ahead and move on now to our bot lane matchup, which is going to be a little bit fun to talk about, given we have both of you guys here with us. So, with the discussion between Boostus and Kaora, I'm gonna come to you last this time, Kaora. So, let's hear from Chong first. What do you think about this matchup between your AD carry and Boostus, who did have a reasonably strong match last week against Syndicate, but I don't think was the main carry of the team by any means?
Oh, we lose. Kiora sucks. He plays 5 champions. We've already established this many times. So, it's easy to just pick away all of Kiora's champions, and then we're just useless the rest of the series. So, GG Shattered Spire. I can DM you the 5 champions if you pay me $20, and it'll be a nice, easy night for everyone.
Wait, but Chung, you're predicting yourself to win. Is that like?
Yeah, if I get money, it might be different. Who knows?
Oh, so that would change things. Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense. That makes sense.
Nah, but in actuality, I do think Kiora is the better laner as getting to play with both of them. You know, being around the comp scene for a while, play with a lot of AD carries. I do think Kiora is a stronger laner. I think Boostus is more of a facilitator, and there's nothing wrong with that. It just is a different style of lane, and you can see it in the stats alone of just the CSD difference at 15. Boostus plays for his mid jungle top and is willing to sacrifice a lot in lane, while Kiora does like to look for a lot of advantages CS wise, and Kiora is kind of known as a CS god.
Okay, well that'll be interesting to track tonight then. That sort of difference in styles, and who's really going to be able to exert their will a little bit more on the 2v2. Slappy, what are your thoughts?
These are two dogs right here. These
Mm.
are both just phenomenal AD carry players. I would give the edge to Kiora in my mind, just because I've seen him play a lot, and I know his play style and the aggressive and the taking advantages off of CS is just the way he plays the lane. To me, is above the way Boostus plays the lane, more facilitator style, like Young said. I think that's accurate. I would give the edge to Kiora 100%.
Okay, well, Kiora, it looks like our other guests here are pretty complimentary. What do you think about your opponent tonight and the matchup that you have this evening coming up against Boostus?
I mean, I think the other people who are on the talk are just being nice because I'm in here. We all know Boost is the better AD carry than me. It's okay. I understand. I mean, really, it's going to come down to, I don't think lane is going to really determine this series between us. It's going to come down to who team fights better. That's really where I see it. It's just whichever one of us does better in the team fights when it comes to them.
Well, if you do have a stronger lane and you are stronger than Boostus for the team fights, that could potentially be a determining factor. But I do hear you. You know, it is often the way the game is played right now. It does come down to those big 5v5s around objectives. And, you know, we all know that famous quote from Gumayushi comparing the AD carry role to an egg in a bowl of ramen. It's really all about the ingredients you have around you, right? And the team being able to set you up for success in those big, explosive 5v5s around the objectives. So very interesting to see, especially, you know, hearing about these kind of different styles, which one of you guys is going to come out with the better end of things tonight. But let's move on now to our fifth and final role, the, least appreciated, perhaps, but very, very important nonetheless, the support role. Wanderer versus Trunk Solmo tonight. And Chung, of course, we're going to be coming to you last for this one. Let's hear from Kiora first. What do you think about your support going up against Wanderer this evening?
Chung is going to ditch me in lane, cause me to fall behind, and then I'm going to cry until we team fight and I come back, and it's going to be awful. Okay,
well, at least you have a plan. That sounds good. You know exactly how it's going to play out. Slappy, what are you thinking? Are you... If things do play out as Kiora is anticipating, with Chong doing a lot of roaming and leaving the lane, how do you feel like that affects your perception of the 2v2 and this matchup overall?
It'll be fine. Kiora will hold his own. I'm not stressing it.
Not worried about it at all. Amazing. Okay, and then so I guess we'll just move on to Chong. Last but not least on this conversation, the man himself. What are you thinking about? What do you think about your opponent tonight, Wanderer? You know, do you anticipate doing a lot of roaming, leaving Kiora all alone a lot? Is that the game plan for you in your mind right now?
I'm gonna abandon my whole team because my picture's Braum and I hate that champion. It's so boring. But no. Yeah,
No
I'm gonna
Braum game
abandon.
tonight, then.
I'm gonna abandon Kiora. He's gonna be on his own. He'll 1v2 and do some crazy stuff somehow. He'll sit under tower for 15 minutes, go up like 20 CS. And then I'll show up, we'll get a 2v2 kill, and then I just leave him again. But Wanderer does play. We have it's support. We all have similar champion pools, but ours even more so. As you can see, his hashtag is Chime. Mine is BDB. We are both Bard mains. I said in the content tonight that Storm asked for, I said I'm not playing Bard. I haven't played that champion with this team since like week 1. So he can have Bard. I'll just counter it and get the win that way.
I was actually about to ask you if we were going to see some Bard tonight, but you jumped ahead of me on that one. So interesting. You're not going to be contesting the Bard pick. I wonder what Wanderer thinks of that if he's watching the podcast right now. Would be great if he was here with us to chime in.
Shout out Miles.
Yeah,
That's my go right there.
Chime in.
You see what I did there?
Oh, God.
Anyway, moving on. Let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit. So we've talked a little bit about all of the individual lane matchups that we have between these two respective teams. Let's go back now to our feelings about the predictions. We have some really nice stats here, actually, first, sort of comparing the two teams overall. But this is, I'm not sure what that win-loss is. So you guys have definitely lost more than one game. Oh, that's the match score from regular season. Is the top row. Okay, that makes sense. Man, I didn't realize you guys.
We were not 5-1. Were we
yeah, I
5-1?
didn't think so.
No,
we
we
lost
you
two
weren't.
series.
We lost 2.
Yeah.
That's why we weren't second seed and we weren't playing for first seed in the last week for XG.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So never mind on the stats. Let's just go ahead and move back on over to prediction. So zooming out again. Now that we've discussed the lane matchups in a little bit more detail, I'm curious to hear from you guys, sort of a general rundown of how you expect the match to go. Just give us a little bit more insight into your respective predictions, who you expect to be the biggest difference makers, and how you really think things are going to play out. For me personally, I already mentioned a little bit earlier on, I am kind of anticipating the big battle to be mid lane once again. We do need to keep our eyes on top lane as well, because I also mentioned Walk Warlock, you guys well know, sort of has that potential to be able to take games into his own hands. But I think it's going to be a battle of mid lanes. I think the series is going to go back and forth. And ultimately, I think that you guys are just going to clutch it up in Game 5. Trung, let's come to you next. The other TFF predictor, predicting yourself to win, obviously. How do you expect it to break down?
Yeah, I mean, it is going to go to 5 games, and like the key difference maker is just going to be the TFF 20-game playoff run mental. I mean, we've already played 15. What's 5 more games at this point?
So you think that the stamina, the actual mental fortitude of being able to stay focused for the entire match is going to be the difference?
Yeah, I mean, it is very hard to stay focused for all 5 games.
Yeah.
Even all of us falter at points, and we all gotta get each other back into it. It's hard. It's a lot of pressure. You can succumb to it, and just becomes of who is more confident in their teammates and the style that they play, and who's more practiced on it. I mean, 15 games. There's a reason that we don't scrim and we lose 2 games. We got to get all the games we can in.
Yeah, makes sense. And, that's sort of wrapping in another thing that we were talking about earlier as well. The Shattered Spire have definitely not played as many games as you guys. They had the 3-1 in the first round and then the 3-0 in the second round. So they just straight up don't have as much practice, going the distance in these long 5-game series. So I definitely could see the mental being a factor tonight. That's something that I hadn't really considered up until you mentioned it, Chung, but that definitely makes sense. Kiora, let's come to you next. You are predicting against yourself, interestingly. Walk us through it.
Yeah, so I think, like always, we're going to lose the first 2 games. We're going to win the next 2 games, but they're going to stop the reverse sweep in order to secure their finals victory. And that's just how I see it happening. Hopefully I'm wrong, but I don't know. I think that's how it's going to play out.
We'll see. It kind of bounces off what Trung was saying as well. The fact that it's going to come down to that Game 5, and he's predicting that you guys are going to be stronger in terms of the focus, in terms of the mental game. But if the Shattered Spire are able to stay strong as well, I absolutely could see a world where, they have a good amount of experience also, obviously, and they're going to have their shot, no doubt about it. Slappy, having heard what these guys have to say, what are your thoughts? You are obviously predicting the 3-2 for Shattered Spire. How do you think it's all going to break down?
I think you could take your nearest coin and flip it, and whichever side it lands on could be the team that gets 3 wins, and whichever side it lands on could be the team that loses. I think it's just super even across the board. I'm rooting for Kiora and Chung because why not? But I don't know.
Wow.
If I pick the other team, then they'll probably win. So.
Oh, so you're going for the I see what you're doing. You're like, it's the reverse curse.
Correct. I also can't watch it because if I watch it, then they'll lose. But if I don't watch it, they'll win.
Okay. But you'll watch the VOD later, I assume.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, that sounds good. Excellent. Well, I do think we should cut things off a little bit earlier tonight. Obviously, you guys have kind of an important match coming up that you probably want to start getting ready for. So let's go ahead and close out the episode here. I do want to thank you guys all very, very much for joining me. And we do have, of course, some time for shout-outs. So you first, Chong, anything you'd like to shout out, any words for the stream ahead of your finals appearance tonight?
Yeah, I won't shout out too much because I'll be back later for my interview with everyone.
Right,
but
right.
I'm just gonna right now shout out my haters. Keep on hating. Let me live rent free. I like my penthouse up there.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Slappy, you're up next. Any shout outs you have, sir?
Oh, shout out to everybody that participated in the Emerald Split. This split, let's watch a banger. Well, you guys watch a banger. I'll watch it later.
You'll be eagerly anticipating the results of said banger.
I'll be refreshing the match results for the next 2 hours.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Last but not least, Kaora, any words you have for the stream?
I want to shout out both TFF and the Shattered Spire here. Both of our teams were super under predicted the entire way through, and for both of us to make it here, despite that, it shows a lot. I'm looking forward to the match.
Absolutely does, and I most certainly am as well. One actually other quick thing before you go, Kaora, is it Kiora or Kaora?
It is Kiora.
Kiora. Okay. I am glad I asked. Thank you again, guys, very, very much for being here tonight. Good luck in your match. For those of you who are playing, Slappy, extra special shout out to you for stopping by for the show tonight. And guys, we're going to go to a short break. We're going to be back in a little under 15 minutes for our Game 1 Champ Select. Don't you dare miss it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, League of Legends lovers of all ages and elos, of all colors and creeds, welcome to the Blue Otter Emerald Finals. Tonight's matchup is one that very few people were expecting. But now, as Season 12 draws to a close, there should be no doubt left in anyone's mind that these two teams are deserving of this honor. The honor of competing for the championship, the honor of being the best in BOL. Without any further ado, let's introduce your finalists. Our first team onto the Rift tonight has had, by all accounts, an incredible season. They lost only a single game in the entire round robin and just one more in their first playoff match in the round of 16. The run for this team was in fact so dominant that many spectators, myself included, just kind of assumed that their competition were pushovers, and this team just had an easy road. After finally getting to watch them play last week, we now know that is not the case. Syndicate Crashouts did push them to the brink, doling out 2 more losses to match the 2 that had been received up to that point. But with silver scrapes echoing in our ears, it was the #1 seed from Demacia that proved themselves to be the undisputed best in the West. I give you your first finalist, the Shattered Spire. In the top lane, the man who makes NA Jace look good, Synthwave. Roaming the jungle, always ready to help the team, Witch at Black Mass. The clear best and most impactful player on the Rift in last week's semi-final, he is the mid lane messiah, Eros. Holding it down in bot, the ADC boosting his team towards victory, Boostus. And at support, always ready to make his presence felt all across the map, Wanderer. Now, to introduce their opponents this evening. We streamed this team all the way back in week 1. They were a little bit all over the shop. We could tell that this team had hands, but their map movements were not that coordinated. The macro was not quite where it needed to be. Since then, they have been continuously improving over the course of the season. They made some roster adjustments about halfway through the round robin and have relentlessly been rising up the ranks. On their way to the finals, they have taken down 2 #1 seeds already, and now 1 more stands in their way. They are the King Killers, the #3 seed from Noxus, TFF Aftershock. Terrorizing the top lane, the new addition to the roster. He was one of the best top laners in Plat last season, has already made quite an impression here in Emerald, looking to put a curse on his enemies, Walk Warlock. Next up, he may be crazy, but it works out more often than not, the jungler and team captain, Cocoa Puffs. In the mid lane, he is a veteran of this league, a veteran of the game, a man who has done so much for this team this season, playing multiple roles and being such a consistent presence, Rutledge. At ADC, the hyper carry specialist, Kiora. Chiming in from support, an exciting playmaker, a regular guest on Otter Talk, and a beloved member of our very own production team, Solmo. My name is Crewman44. It is my honor and privilege to bring you the call tonight and to be joined by the glorious Gitano one more time this season. Let the finals begin.
Oh, I cannot wait for game 1. It's just going to be everything. I think once again, we're going to see those crazy picks. Let it stick to the wall. And if we win game 1 with these random ones like we saw, last week, it would be great. And of course, it's not how you start the season. It's all about how you end it. And ending it, at the finals, you really can't ask for too much more.
Yeah, it doesn't, you can't get much farther than the finals. That is most certainly true, Gitano. And I, too, am interested to see if we get any spicy picks coming out here in game #1. We actually had both Kiora and Chong on Otter Talk, ahead of the big match tonight. So we were able to get a little bit of insight from them into what they may be cooking. Obviously they didn't want to reveal too much, but some kind of general strategy notes were gained, expecting Cocoa Puffs to be on tank duty for the most part, and Chong saying specifically that he was not planning on busting out the Bard this evening. So we'll see if that does remain true. So we are through our first ban phase already, Gitano. Fiddlesticks, Olaf, and Ivor are going to get banned away by TFF, who are on the blue side for this first one, and the Shattered Spire, being the higher seed, had selection. They are choosing to start from the red side, and they are choosing to ban away Seraphine, Volibear, and Kate.
And I think last week we saw how pivotal that, R5 was for TSS. So there's no surprise that they're going to run back to it here, do a little tried and true type picks, and, kind of let it develop here. So last week they looked good. They didn't take a look at the Kassadin too much in Game 4, but we're past that. You know, gotta focus it. If it is locked in this time, you know, that's to be seen. But interesting Ash Ziggs pickup right away. Usually, you know, you pick the Ziggs, you flex it. It can be here or there, but it's kind of a show now that you know, Ziggs mid. I'm thinking here. Are you in concurrence with that?
Most likely, yeah. I would have to say, you know, it's a little bit surprising that they wouldn't give that counter pick to Eros after, you know, we saw him use it so well last week. But
Mhm.
I mean, maybe it's like a Ziggs Ash, like Ziggs carry Ash support. You know, Ash support I think is something that's still kind of floating around, and obviously not as popular as it was. But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's tough to. My gut is actually telling me it's Ash Ziggs bot. That's what my gut is telling me. I don't know though. We'll see. Sivir is the response as well as the Silas. So Rutledge going to be looking to steal away some of these crystal arrows, some of these inferno bombs.
Yeah, Silas right now in a really good spot in the meta. So, you know, I imagine he's going to play that champ to its peak here. You know, the Ziffer pick too, it really allows your support to roam, kind of free lane it. You can push if you need to, you can clear. There's not, you know, a lot of utility needed until that late game. And then once that pops, especially, you know, if you have that run it team with the Amumu and the Silas as they're showing right now. So a little bit of a wombo combo, and we'll kind of see what TSS have to ban here to maybe sniff out some counterplay. But Sejuani towards the other side here, another you know, constant jungle pick that we've seen perform time and time again very well.
Definitely the case, and it's a great pairing alongside the Ashe and the Ziggs, right? The Ashe especially. You know, when you combine the Sejuani with the Ashe, the slows are just so difficult to get away from. The Freljordian synergy there is not just a meme, to be totally honest. It's very, very real. And obviously, with all that CC, you can set up really nicely for potential Ziggs ultimates to come in over the top as well. So that does kind of, you know, it's what we were expecting for the side of TFF, honestly, is that they were going to be picking these tank junglers. And, you know, they do also have the tanky option in the Amumu. So it's going to be interesting to see these two junglers kind of trying to play out similar styles for this first game.
Yeah, I can't imagine they're, you know, going to be the ones that are, you know, making the more bruiser attack plays. Are going to be that front line, you know, kind of soaking it up, and really starting off the fights here with the ultimates as well. So, you know, that, you know, Curse of the Sad Mummy, it's crucial if you can find 2 to 3 inside, you know, that nice little pocket, especially if you got, you know, a nice tight quarter or two with that Sivir to really amplify the damage. Looking at these bands, you know, we see the Mordekaiser and Alawi band, so a lot of top side kind of picking away here. So we'll see if TSS finally show their hand of what is going support. Talia then for mids, maybe you were correct. Maybe this is Ash Ziggs bot lane, and we're, you know, getting taken here for a really nice game one.
Yeah, I mean, it just would be so surprising to not give Eros counterpick, right? After what we saw last week, I think Eros was able to demonstrate that he's consistently able to use the counterpick really, really well. So it would be weird to me to not utilize that, especially given the fact that they chose red side, right? It would be very surprising. So I think the Ashe Ziggs, while it's not a bot lane that we see too often these days, I think does make some sense here for the Shattered Spire. And the Talia coming through to match into the Silas, I think, is a good choice. It's not an ultimate that Silas really loves to steal, right? The Weaver's Wall, and the Talia's very good also at denying what Silas wants to do in terms of dashing around and sort of creating chaos in these team fights. You just put down the rocks, and then could be difficult for Rutledge to navigate. But for TFF, rounding out their team composition, they're going for the Melio to pair up alongside their Sivir to match up against the Ashe Ziggs down there. And then Wax Darius going to be coming out here for game number 1.
Interesting. Dunkmaster Darius here coming out. And, you know, with the correct Sivir ult, it really does help mitigate the weakness of these melee champs that we're seeing with the Amumu, Silas, and Darius having to catch up to the team where you can be right there in front of them. And a Pantheon pick as well here for the R5. So this could also be rotated here bot side. This could be top side. I'm not quite sure what exactly to make of this. I do see potentially for Squish. on the side of TSS. If Pantheon's going to go a little bit more of that damage heavy, Talia not having too much, and then of course Ziggs and Ash being, a little bit more of those glass cannon
Wow.
types. So potentially some problems here. If Moon does get a good bandage toss into the curse, it could spell disaster here. And Silas, he's got 3 good ults to take, but the Talia, it's going to be tough for him unless he really wants to take the journey away, or the Pantheon ult too. But that's always a hard timed alt to use and kind of in the correct spot and position. So I'm excited to see where the teams end up.
Yeah, of course, of course. That Pantheon R5 pick really just says so much. I think about the Shattered Spire's mindset and Synthwave in particular, his mentality going into this matchup. Really feels like he wants to fight fire with fire. We were hearing from Chong and from Kiora during the Auto Talk episode as well about how Synthwave is a really flexible player and can bring out a number of different picks. Even saying that they thought he was actually better on carries when the draft allowed for it. They thought that was actually his greatest strength as a player, as a top laner. So that message is being sent loud and clear. He's going to go head-to-head against Warlock's Darius up there. And I'll be honest, I'm not really super well-versed in this matchup or anything. I don't really know the ins and outs of Darius versus Pantheon, but when I see Darius against a melee champion, it's hard to bet against him, if you ask me.
Yeah, it especially, Pantheon blocking, kind of all projectile type deal, but I still think he gains the bleed stacks even if Darius does auto attack onto him. We'll see if that is true once we get in game. But yeah, you always like the melee matchups into the Darius. He gets ahead and then he starts snowballing because there's nowhere you can really go. Once he pulls, that champ into him, it's just like, all right, well, it's either fight or flight, and you can't fly too well against him as he continually just pummels you down as you leave here. So yeah, it'll be a great game one and early game, especially for that Pantheon. If you get the lead, you can really roam towards the mid side, roam to the objectives, and really have a positive influence on the map. So hopefully this game doesn't go over that 20 or 30-minute mark per se, because then you start to see that Pantheon drop pretty hard.
Definitely the case. Yeah, the Pantheon does fall off quite hard later on in the game, especially if he's not playing from ahead. So that is definitely something that the side of the Shattered Spire are going to have to be cognizant of and have to really be aware of if the game does end up going a little bit later. But moving our discussion now more towards the mid lane. Thinking back to last week, Gaetano, obviously mid lane was really the story of that semifinal, the story of that matchup between the Shattered Spire and Syndicate. It was really a battle between Eros and Zui for the most part. As I'm sure you remember, we ended up giving it over every single one of our POGs. All 5 games went to one of those 2 mid laners. So I'm kind of expecting that to be a big deal tonight as well. That mid lane matchup, obviously going up against Rutledge this week in the finals is Eros. Eros did play the Talia last week against Zui's Ahri. That was in game number 3, and Eros went 15-3-6 on the Talia. Had an absolutely amazing game on the pick, and I do think it's pretty decent here as well. I mean, you're going to be able to counteract the Silas really nicely for sure. And then, you highlighted a little bit earlier on, Gaetano, the fact that this TFF composition is really like a run-at-you comp, right? They have all of these melee champions and Sivir to speed them all up. So Talia can really excel in those kinds of situations. Champion that's very good at peeling back, at kiting back, and doing damage at the same time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting here, and I think Arrow's got pretty well battle tested throughout the 5 games as well. So even when they didn't take the game, he still performed very well. So I'm expecting the same exact thing here. And if you shut down Silas too very early, it stops that snowball champ. I feel like he's the Pantheon in mid lane. Obviously, he still scales very well and has a lot of damage and utility that he can burn out. But that's it. And my cat decides now is the time to poke in and say hey and get his 10 seconds of fame. So great job. But yeah, the mid lane I think is just going to be I'm hoping game 1 is the slugfest. It's the feel each other out, limit test, figure out what's all there. I'm expecting the high kill count game, and then maybe games 2 and 3 dial it back a little bit, and then if it goes to 4 or 5, once again just all out. Less champions that are available for you. You got to dig deep into your pockets, as well as less bans on the board too. So I can't wait.
Yeah, of course. We should be in for a long night. I imagine, Katana. Pretty much everybody on Otter Talk was predicting this to be a 5-game series. And, interesting note as well, we already discussed the fact that the Shattered Spire went 5 games against Syndicate. Same story for TFF. They played 5 games as well. They also heard Silver Scrapes in their semifinal against XG. So it's hard to say that it's not going to be a 5-gamer tonight. All signs really do seem to point towards that. So we are going to see, by the end of the night, which team has those deeper pockets, has those deeper pools, has the mental fortitude and the ability to stay focused. As we navigate, game 4, game 5, it becomes a really big part of the game, right? Your stamina, your ability to stay at the top of your game for such a long period of time, game after game consecutively. So that is going to be really exciting to see for sure. Last order of business before we go to our first break, Katano, is your prediction for game number 1. Which draft do you like better overall?
I think I'm gonna go with TFF on this one, just because I like, this game's, I might be drawn out a little too late, and the amount of bursts you can do, onto 4 champions with this team looks great. So I'm hoping, a Warlock gets ahead somewhere in the top lane, and then Silas just helps the roam being able to do that with a Mumu. I think they're going to be able to pull it off, but I will not be discounting either team at any point. I imagine it's going to be a very thin, narrow margin between them every single game.
We shall see. The R5 Pantheon definitely feels like a very bold move, but I'm sure Synthwave knows what he's doing. They did, of course, get counterpick in the mid lane as well, able to pick that Talia into the Silas. Got a really nice ranged composition here for TSS and a different story for TFF. They've got the melee run-at-you champs. We'll see if they're going to be able to catch up to their targets, or if the last remaining number 1 seed is going to get the first Nexus. We'll be right back. Here we go, everybody. Game number 1 of the Season 12 Finals. TFF Aftershock. On the blue side, the Shattered Spire. On the red, to start things off, the Shattered Spire grouped up as 4 as they make their way into the bottom lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a cheesy. They're going to hug this turret or this wall right here, kind of come up, and they're going to see exactly how good the reaction time is
Kira's
here.
going to spot him out.
It's going to get some good damage down.
Yeah, nice value from the Boomerang Blade there. But there's enough time for everybody to recall and replenish those health pools before the minions actually make their way out into the lanes. So not really going to mean anything in the end. Although Boostus looks like he's going to stick it out.
Yeah, they might even try to cheese here in case someone does come through the tri-bush, it looks like. But now possibly a different cheese where they go up to the first bush here. And while you have the range, you kind of have to utilize, especially in this early game. You know, Melio not going to do too much of the poke back, just kind of heal up and keep Coria, you know, topped up and healthy at this point. So I can't imagine too much action towards the spot lane. But we'll see where the resources do get dumped here. Sejuani starting towards, you know, bottom side with that blue buff, headed towards the top side. Maybe gonna try to get Pantheon maybe a little ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to try and do that, right? When you have a Pantheon top lane, kind of forces you to play for him, at least in the early game. As we do have a little bit of a pause here, and one of the players had some connection issues, so we are going to have to suffer through a little bit of a pause here at the start of the game, but it looks like it's not going to last too long. We're right back into it. Oh. Okay.
Little
Yeah.
failure disconnect there, you know, freezing up the internet lines a little bit. So it happens, you know. We got to provide good service everywhere. Unfortunately, when it's centralized like that, sometimes it takes a few minutes to get back.
Rutledge going in for a little bit of a trade here. Manages to get past the Unraveled Earth. Oh, but a nice rock from Eros on the way out. It's going to even up that trade nicely. And it's funny that you mention the fact that you don't expect much to happen towards the bot lane early on, because Chung was saying something very similar when he was here with us for the podcast, you know, saying that he was anticipating leaving lane quite a bit and trying to find stuff to do in other parts of the map. So we'll see when that starts happening, as Eros is going to be forced to flash away from the chains. Cocoa Puffs is going to get shoved back seismically and takes a whole bunch of damage, but the Amumu is going to be able to walk that one off. And is going to rotate now towards the bottom part of the map where he does still have all those camps available. Does mean that Wok is going to have to be a little bit careful up here towards the top lane, as his jungler is no longer on this side of the map.
Yeah, Momu should be able to heal up here after the camp, see if bot lane's, you know, in a good state. Otherwise, towards this mid, you know, Eros not having flash, that could be very vital here. All it takes is a good chain CC. You know, you're probably looking at 3 to 4 seconds of kind of getting stunned up, you know, for the Talia.
Oh, Wok stepped a little bit too far forward towards the bush. In trouble. May have to flash here. Gets a little bit of health back from the Q. And it manages to hold on to both summoners. So, no summoners expended by the side of the Shattered Spire either. But just a little bit of time invested from Witch.
Yeah, I would call that, you know, successful counter gank, or not counter gank, but defense there, you know, kind of just keeping yourself nice and posed, calm, being able to realize, okay, I can get out of here. Good heal back, you know, on the Darius Q there. And yeah, I think they're just going to keep going nice and even. Sejuani just running through the lane, saying, hey, super quick.
This is really nice from the bottom lane. Boosters and Wander able to start up the crab for Witch. And yeah, that's just going to come through thanks to the priority from Ashe and Ziggs that they are able to get early on. And Cocoa Puffs just wasn't really able to contest. I mean, you know, it was good from the Amumu as well to kind of recognize that he didn't have the priority that he needed to actually fight for that crab. That does mean that it's going to be a little bit of a golden experience advantage for the Sejuani early on.
Yeah, I wish I had a bot lane like that. You know, whenever I play jungle, you know, here, let me just start this camp up and you can come and finish it here. So Pantheon now getting pushed in a little bit. We see Amumu.
They're not looking for a dive here, are they? I mean, Simply is pretty healthy still.
kind of posed for it right now. And the thing they have to realize too, Darius can't really poke out this Pantheon too hard because of those bleed stacks. You step up in turret range and you're gonna take a shot or two, which is immense here, pre-6. So I think Mumu's doing a good job of just kind of staying back, gonna get some deep vision there with that ward and hopefully stick around. But they might be
Here
going on
comes
Pantheon.
Cocoa Puffs again.
Oh,
Synthwave sidesteps the first bandage toss and is just going to be able to walk it out underneath the turret. So both top laners playing it cool so far.
Yeah, and if you're going even with the Pantheon, I'm going to call that a win. There's no need to do something crazy early with it. You're going to be scaling up pretty hard. Sejuani, though, starting this Cloud Drake right up, and I don't think anyone's none the wiser for it.
I mean, obviously, they saw Cocoa Puffs in the top lane, so Witch knows that the Amumu is nowhere near the Dragon Pit, and is just going to be able to slowly take this Cloud Dragon. The Cloud Dragon can be a little bit annoying. It's actually one of the higher DPS dragons out of, all of the ones that could spawn. So the Sejuani is going to take a little bit of a beating here, as she does fight against the Cloud Dragon, but she will secure it eventually, and there will, of course, be no contest from the other side.
Yeah, Momo's still doing a camp here. We'll see if Cocoa Puffs opts in to get maybe Rift here, but it looks like he's headed more towards his bot side, which would allow Sejuani to take a camp, maybe freely rotate over. And we see double backs here also from mid and top lane, so TP being used. So this could be a double objective secure here if they, really play their cards right.
It absolutely could be. Yeah, that would be a fantastic start for Shattered Spire if they are able to secure the full round of grubs as well. I am a little bit surprised that Cocoa Puffs didn't want to play for those grubs. He had to be aware that him showing in the top lane post 5 minutes is going to be the go signal for which to take the dragon, but the Amumu just kind of went for the full clear down, and it looks like is going to give over this next round of grub, or the first round of grubs, rather.
Yeah,
Rutledge moving over.
Quite a bit
Can't really
damage
do
for the
anything.
Pantheon. There's gonna poke him out here. We see Warlock as well stepping over, but it's too little too late. Now Void Grub's taken down. That is a 3-stack. All you need is one more on the next round, and you are sitting very nice here for the rest of the game. Meanwhile, bot side, we haven't seen a lot of roams, but it's just a split push fest, between the two, and nice even CS as well.
Yeah. Very, very even game so far. The only difference really being those objectives that have gone over. Nobody really fully committing to any fights just yet. Rutledge can find a nice combo. Does get shoved back, though, by Eros. Talia looking to even out that trade once again. That's just kind of how this matchup goes. Cocoa Puffs coming in. Bandage toss not going to land. Flashes for the ultimate. And there is the first blood. Eros wasn't ready for it. I wasn't either, to be totally honest. Good move from Cocoa Puffs. Secure first blood for the mid laner.
Yeah, taking out the flash and the ult, but 100% worth here. You get in the Silas, more money in the pockets, being able to rotate. You were down a little bit from the objectives, and you needed to make a play. So great job there for both of them being on sync here. Talia also being very difficult to hit with these skills, just being able to speed themselves, Talia up, with the rock moving very, very nicely here with the Cloud Dragon as well. So towards the bot side, still just farm heavy. Sejuani and Mumu still towards the bot side of their camps, but I imagine they'll be making their way up top, and we'll see if Ziggs also opts into maybe backing at some point here just to get towards that top side. If you can secure 6 grubs plus the dragon on top of it, I feel like that is a giant win here. For Syndicate Crash. Or for Syndicates, yeah.
They were eliminated last week.
Everywhere.
Tano.
I got last week brain.
I see. As the Arctic Assault comes in, Kaora already utilizing the spell shield, gets satcheled backwards. A lot of damage coming out from the Zig support there. Let's get Tiora chunked down to about 400, potion ticking. But, another trade in mid. Eros does get the shove backwards. Synthwave is here. It's not really clear why Synthwave is here. I just wanted to say hello.
Yeah, maybe if the shove. The
Oh,
size of
another
the
combo
further
from
back.
Rutledge. Arrow's going down really low here. Does barely get off that shove to stay safe. No teleport for this Talia, though. That's a bit of an awkward spot now for the TSS mid. Meanwhile, Synthwave, who was over here, now in trouble, has to flash away from the Amumu Silas combo. So far, Gitano, it is the TFF mid jungle that seem to have the better synergy.
Yeah, they're being aggressive and they're really, taking their time. And with that Pantheon spending a lot of time towards the mid, kind of wandering back and forth, waiting for the play to happen, that's going to open up just a small lead here for the Darius on that, maybe XP as well. So a very, critical level up could make the difference here later on.
Getting the note there that Pantheon actually a little bit ahead on experience at the moment, despite that little roam that he made towards the mid lane. Lane priority currently in favor of the Warlock right now, although this wave is pushing towards him. Grub spawning in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, we saw Mumu towards the top side too.
Oh, Kiora so close to dead in the bot lane, by the way. One more Sigs bomb landing there. The Melio shield barely keeping the Sivir alive. They are going to be forced to reset, and that is going to be a wave crash. There's the flash forward for the Warlock. There it is. The patented WW Darius picks up another W.
That is going to be crucial for them here, getting that Darius ahead. Going to take a plate, possibly even two. Pantheon does have TP up, but Death Timers, you can do a lot of damage here in 10 seconds. Inferno Dragon being started here towards the other side. That will be double Dragon for them, and Void Grubs have yet to be started.
Oh, here comes the teleport in for Synthwave. Wants to try to get some revenge on the Darius. Knows that Warlock has no summon. Well, actually, he still had the Ghost. And he's going to be able to utilize that to get away from the Pantheon. So, good moves there from Warlock. And I'm guessing that the Pantheon is no longer ahead in experience. We can see Darius now level 9 to the Pantheon's level 8. And we do also see this second round of Grubs getting taken by TFF. So they're going to deny that 4-grub breakpoint from being reached. The side of TSS did rotate their bot lane in towards mid. It was just a little bit too late to actually fight for the objective. Synthwave, meanwhile, is going to be fine here, I imagine. Crystal Arrow connects. Cocoa Puffs does commit the curse of the Sad Mummy, but it's before the Sejuani arrives. Witch able to get in there. They take down Warlock. And that is one on the board now for the Shattered Spire.
Yeah, what a...
Meanwhile, bot lane, beautiful shove from Eros. As Kiora and Chong were trying to run down the Talia. That will be denied.
Yeah, the Ashe cross mapping there, hitting the Darius square in the beacon. He just had to, unfortunately, stay there. Good job by Cocoa Puffs trying to get out of there. Does have flash here relatively soon as well. Trying to hold the lane here for the Darius. Does not have TP, so that could also be kind of a critical factor here towards a later portion of this game, and will be Chemtech Dragon for our soul point as well.
Yeah, Chemtech Soul for the first game. So it's another situation, I think, where we're saving the cooler souls for a little bit later on in the series, which I'm pretty okay with. So we'll see how much priority these teams want to put on the Chemtech Dragon. Obviously for the Shattered Spire, having secured the first two, they have the potential to snowball towards a soul really, really quickly, which could be good for them.
Heroes taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah. Also, Witch kind of hovering towards the bot lane at the moment, but Sivir's going to be able to complete the recall. Nice shove from Eros. Be able to trade back pretty nicely onto Rutledge, who's forced to dash forward, gets a little bit of healing back there. Flashing forward is Eros, looking for the kill, not quite able to find it. Wasn't quite able to hurl those rocks far enough. Even the Pantheon ultimate committed there as well. Not in time to secure the kill onto Rutledge. Meanwhile, bot lane tier 1 secured by the 3-man, Witch, Boostus, and Wanderer, able to secure the first brick.
Yeah, that'll be big for them here. TP being used here for Eros towards the top side. So a little bit of a switcheroo here. Pantheon still towards the mid lane. Having that first bot lane, the first tower go down here with a little bit more money in your pockets. They switch bot towards, that bot side. No need to rotate over. But Synthwave here, possibly looking for a
minion wave.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
saying hey.
Gonna be able to pick up some of that. Is some interesting lane assignments now coming out from Shattered Spire. They still are keeping their bot lane in mid. They have Eros in the top lane now, and they have, as you just mentioned, moved Synthwave down towards bot, at least for now. So see if that is going to be maintained. We're about 90 seconds out on that next dragon.
Yeah, I'm not, I'm wondering about the lane changes of what exactly was going on here. But Rift is coming up here, so I see why you're putting a lot more of these.
Grand Starfall is stolen. Grand Starfall from Rutledge. The Silas trying to catch out Wanderer. The satchel charge to get the little Ziggs back towards safety. The Blast Cone will allow him to escape. Meanwhile, the shove now onto Rutledge, who doesn't have flash. He dashes away. In goes the Amumu. Finds a 3-man ultimate. Is the follow-up going to be there from TFF? It's a 1-for-1 so far as Talia traded for the Amumu, but now Rutledge went in there to try and follow up. He was already so low of health. They take down the Silas as well. Flashing forward, Synthwave finds the shield vault, takes down Chong. It's a triple kill for the Pantheon, and it's the Shattered Spire up now 4-3.
Not what you want to see here. Pantheon 4-1 here. Still has to back. Darius did take a tower up top, but with that amount of kills in your pocket, plus another tower to be taken here in the mid, that crucial mid section here, really opening up the map. Dragon coming up here in less than 30 seconds, so big buybacks here for them, and I think they're going to fight for this dragon. They're going to put themselves at 3 and really pinch the soul point as quickly as they can.
It's looking like they are ready to do so. And nobody really has much control around the dragon just yet. We can see Eros moving over, starting to clear out this control ward in the banana brush, looking to secure the scuttle crab as well. Yeah, it does feel like both teams are a little bit sluggish, making their way out onto the map, not really prioritizing the dragon so highly as to be there on spawn.
So a little less than 2K for the difference. So even though we saw that one-sided team fight, it just takes one giant ult or a critical move of an error to really, scoot this game back into either side's pockets here. TFF just slowly clearing vision, trying to step forward here, is going to find a lot of it. Zig still has 3, charges on those wards, so they're just got
one item
careful.
spikes for everybody, including the Ziggs. Does have the Ludens done for Wanderer. Dragon started up by TFF. They've got it down to about 2/3. Shattered Spire still trying to make their way into the river. Here they come now. Rutledge off on the flank, though. They have to be careful about the Silas, and Pantheon is holding on to the teleport. Synthwave is not joining. Now he finally is, but they've engaged onto Eros. The Talia's going down so low. They take down Eros. And now the Silas is going to get traded back. Walk Warlock trying to make it happen, getting those bleed stacks up on the frontliners, flashing forward, gets the Q flash down onto the back line, cuts off the head of Boostus. It is going to be 4-for-2 in the team fight. TFF punching back.
Yeah, what a counterpunch. Grabbing up the dragon, just releasing a little bit of pressure off of them for that soul point to come out, and downright Darius making great plays, as well as his bot lane, just kind of keeping themselves safe, making sure that they can clean up the fight afterwards. And Wanderer here has to be careful because one good Stiver ability could just snake him out of here.
Man, if he wasn't a Yordle, if he was just a little bit larger in stature, probably would have died there. That boomerang was very, very close, just whizzed over his head.
I feel like if it would have been a pizza, boomerang, maybe Zig would have been in and be like, okay, I could go for a quick slice, and maybe fall for it. But unfortunately, not the case this time. And maybe Yordles don't like pizza. I can't imagine that being true, but I'm not one of them, so I unfortunately cannot talk for them.
I feel like Yordles are probably, like, in general, they really like pineapple on their pizza. I feel like that would be a thing.
Oh, no.
Anchovies,
No.
says production. I don't know about that. Let us know in
I-
chat what you guys think Yordles eat on their pizza.
Please.
In the meantime, we're going to try and suss out what's going to happen with this Rift Herald. It's alive on the map right now. Nobody prioritizing it again. Nobody really prioritizing it highly. We just saw the Mega Inferno Bomb actually come out from Wanderer just to scout out in front of the Herald Pit to see if their opponents were there. Wanderer didn't find anything with it, and now it looks like Boostus and the Ziggs are going to move over. They've got their jungler in the vicinity as well, and could be another objective for Shattered Spire.
Yeah, there's, 30 seconds left. If you think if you're going to take it, you would have taken it here. you know, a little earlier, but they still might use this as maybe a little bit of a pinch point for them to see if they can secure it. It is started. It's running down a little bit, but is it
Yeah,
going to
they're
be
running out
enough
of time. Yeah, Baron is going to spawn. I think they have got 5 more seconds. They will barely get it. It's very close. Couple seconds to spare there. Which going to be able to pick up the eyeball. And now they're going to have the opportunity. I mean, they already took down this mid-tier 1. So I'm curious to see what they're going to use the Herald for. Eros is going to utilize the Weaver's Wall to escape. It is going to be stolen by Rutledge, so Silas does now have a Weaver's Wall, something to keep in mind, perhaps.
Yeah, I think, you know, breaking down one more mid tower here would really spell disaster and really, you know, for surely open up the map towards that late game portion here that we were talking about. But we still look at the goal difference. Still neck and neck, you know, we got less than, or a little over a K difference here. So, you know, Talia picking up the Observer's Embrace, making sure it's a little bit more sustainability with that build rather than going, you know, for a little bit opting into the damage. I would say here, a minute 30 on the Dragon as well, so I expect a lot of wards coming out, a lot of clearing, and another giant team fight here coming up for both sides.
Here is the stolen Weaver as well. Relic immediately going to get stunned coming off it, but has so much damage on the arrows here that Talia's going to try to flash right, but I think she already used the shove. The teleport's going to come in now from Synthwave, and that is going to mean it's time to retreat for Rutledge. Silas very close to getting a solo kill there in the side lane, but the summoner from the top laner keeping Arrow safe.
Yeah, Pantheon, good job of getting in there. 6 and 2 right now, 2 item spike for him as well.
Yeah,
Has
strong,
to just
yeah.
relieve a little bit of pressure here for Eros and wait for him to maybe farm up a little bit to really become the factor in it here. Still wearing the double buff though is Rutledge, but I think he's just going to give up this tower push here with the Pantheon, try to back, group up, get ready for this, you know, important Dragon. Either they're going to tie them up or once again put them at that soul point. But as the game progresses here, you know, the more time that passes, you're kind of on this timer here with this Pantheon. So, but, you know, picking up a triple kill really does extend that.
Oh, yeah. He's still plenty strong for right now. We should mention Kiora does also have that 2-item spike. Got Essence Reaver into Quick Blades done right now for the Sivir. So, has definitely become a bit of a wave clear machine. Crystal Arrow going to go wide to the right there. Good sidestep for Chong. Has to flash away from the Sejuani, though. Can't sidestep that one. That's going to be the summoner down for Melio. River control currently for Aftershock. Rutledge teleporting into the play. Kiora now potentially in trouble. Does it the flash the other side of the Weaver's Wall. That seismic shove is not quite going to connect. Stolen Crystal Arrow now for Rutledge. As the Dragon has been started up, would be the second Dragon for TFF. It looks like they will get it in trade. The Shattered Spire have summoned up the Rift Herald, and they're going to charge that directly into the mid-tier 2 with the Zig Satchel. They're going to one-shot the turret. Stolen Crystal Arrow connecting onto Wanderer's Ziggs. Rutledge dashing forward, looking for the angle. Synthwave valiantly standing in front, playing bodyguard for the rest of the team. Cocoa Puffs, though, does manage to get in there. Create so much disruption in the back line. The Amumu goes down low, but he did his job. Walk Warlock able to get in there. Cleans up a bunch more kills once again. It's going to be the team fight win, as Witch at Black Mass not going to be able to get away. A double kill for the Darius, and it's going to be 4 for 2 TFF once again.
Yeah, they might even be looking at this Baron play here. No Dragon, but they might have the damage and the sustain to go through with this. Ziggs is the only one alive. No vision on it, but I'm sure there's a little inkling. But I don't know if he wants to give in to really face check what is going on exactly. But a great team fight. They take the Dragon, they take the inside track. They think with Rift they should be able to get quite a bit, but they end up losing everything here at the end. And a great Enchanted Crystal to really start that off.
Yeah. Again, I feel like it was the mid-jungle as the real Crystal Arrow is actually going to connect and the teleport in for Arrows. Means this Baron cannot be finished. Kiora going down so low is going to get cleaned up. Oh, no, the Baron was a bridge too far. TF Aftershock looking like they're going to get cleaned up here. Rutledge trying to get away, trying to be the difference maker. Gets on top of Wanderer Ziggs, and the Baron is going to help him out, taking down the enemy support, but Rutledge will follow in the process. It's going to be an absolute wipe. Chung, the only survivor, as the Shattered Spire come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, really flipping the script here on that one. Unfortunately, not enough damage just yet to really melt this Baron. They had a lot of money in their pockets after that fight, and without buying and backing, it just kind of sat at that neutral zone for them as far as that power spike. But Baron in their pockets now. They could be pushing here, grabbing a few more towers, and really kind of start to bottleneck, TFF here with these next dragons coming up.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a big moment in the game. It looked, I thought they had time for the Baron too. Sivir is great at taking Baron in general, but I guess it was just too early in the game. They couldn't DPS it fast enough. And, the fact as well that the Talia had teleport and Pantheon can join from so far away is really what spelled the demise of Aftershock in that fight. Now, right after their greatest triumph, they suffer a massive defeat there. At least they did manage to get the last dragon, so they're not staring down Soul Point. But definitely a great place now for Shattered Spire in this first one.
Yeah, but with a giant back as well, as I just mentioned, so they're going to have a lot of money in their pocket. Rutledge, though, has to be careful. Synthwave really chasing down.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get away here. Stun from the Sejuani. Easy pick there for Shattered Spires. They catch Rutledge extended a little bit too far in the side lane without the turret, without anybody there to back him up. 5v4 on the map now. Baron's still on for about 90 seconds.
Dragon coming up here, and they have to be careful. Cocoa Puffs.
Crystal Arrow connecting onto the Amumu. Cocoa Puffs pretty tanky. Does manage to connect the Bandage Toss onto Boostus, but there can be no follow-up. They cut down the jungler, and now another advantage going the way of TSS.
You hate to see it. They're topside. They just pick someone off, and then another one on top of that is going to spell this tower. Possibly the next two if they don't defend here correctly, especially with that Ziggs, that Satchel being able to take down the turret very low. You got Baron, minion waves coming in as well. For your next round, they're going to opt to back in, take their advantage, and look for this dragon here.
Yeah. It's a 6,000 gold lead now for TSS. They seems like they're on cruise control. The Pantheon scaling hasn't really been a concern. Synthwave has been able to provide a ton of value even in these later stages. And the squad's just really been coordinated well. I think for the most part, Rutledge and Cocoa Puffs have found great synergy also. But just the whole team for Shattered Spire seem like they're really firing on all cylinders right now. The fact that they're able to utilize these global tools to find all of these picks, it's just been very impressive.
Yeah, really good rotations and making sure, if they see an opportunity, they will capitalize on it immediately, and they all go full force. There's no hold back, especially with the Pantheon. We saw one of those, the last fights there towards the mid. He was able to stand in front and take up quite a bit of damage, just being, that absorber here. Dragon started relatively soon. I don't know if they're going to opt into this fight. Darius not going to be there. Pantheon does have TP to come join if needed.
Feels dangerous for TFF, but maybe they're desperate. They probably feel like they're getting outscaled a bit. There is the teleport from Synthwave joining up for the objective take, and that is going to signal the retreat for TFF. They're not going to move in the face of the Pantheon. Synthwave, highest level in the game right now. Just a little bit too powerful for them to contend with.
Yeah, Baron no longer on, and no one's wearing it at the moment here. So neutral objectives all taken out. So now it's just the split push here. Rutledge.
Oh, they found Rutledge in the side lane once again. The setup from Synthwave, the shove from Arrows. Rutledge dashes away, barely surviving, but Synthwave flashes underneath the turret to finish him off. Number 8 now for the Pantheon.
Yeah, he is just doing work here. Really good job of catching out here with the Arrows again. And, once again, we talked about the synergy of Wombo comboing, these champions, and they're doing a great job. Another tower taken off the board, and now they have to really defend these tower inhibs very carefully. It's going to give them a little bit more cushion, if they want to free farm and start to scale up, but you don't have, too much time on the board. We have 4 minutes before that dragon pops up, and once you give soul, that really becomes
Warlock ghosting, flashes forward, is looking for the punish here onto Synthwave. The Aegis Assault comes out to deny a little bit of damage. Wak is taking a beating, trying to make this happen, but does finally manage to take down Synthwave. And now Arrow's trying to flash away, trying to stay alive, waiting for the rest of the team to come in to reinforce. Walk Warlock so low, but Kiora has also arrived. The Boomerang takes down the Talia. Walk Warlock still surviving for now. The Stride Breaker, the healing from the Q. Walk Warlock still standing. Massive fight for TFF. They pick up 4 for nothing in the bottom lane.
Call an ambulance, but not for me, says Warlock. He is firing on all cylinders. They are going to take this tower here with no contest. Ziggs, being able to have long distance, going to maybe try to slow them down, but I'm not sure how effective it will be, especially if you get bandage tossed. You could be, looking at possibly another power inhib here.
It's 10 seconds on Arrows, 2 seconds on Synthwave. The Pantheon does have ultimate, so this is definitely the time to go for TFF. They cannot stay any longer, and Rutledge has to be careful here in the mid lane. Doesn't want to get caught overstaying again. We'll back off as well. And we still have a little bit of time. The Baron is spawning again. We've got some time still till the next dragon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fight for the dragon. I think they're just going to dance around Baron a little bit, maybe check a little bit and see if anyone can get caught out. Warlock doing a really good job of sustaining there towards that fight while the rest of the team did join. Synthwave now going to clear a little bit of vision, but we see a lot of red here at the dragon pit, so I can't imagine they're not going to know with making sure that they have 3 controls. I'm seeing a nice little triangle point there to make sure that they have everything that they need, but there's a little bit of a death bush here starting up here by the dragon pit. Or not the dragon, the Baron pit.
Chong gonna move over, clear out that Scryer's ward. The Hawk Shot providing so much value there for TSS.
I was waiting for just one person to walk in, just to poke their head around to see what's up, but once again, that Ashe providing so much great utility. 2, 3, and 8. The stat line's not going to show it, but the crystal arrows, coming across the map and the utility that she's bringing to this team can't be understated.
Yeah, Boostus has had a lot of great arrows this game already. I can think of like 2 or 3 off the top of my head that have been really, really long range arrows that have directly resulted in picks for the Shattered Spire. So no doubt about it, Boostus definitely been having a great performance. Chong stepping up a little bit far there. Is going to have to flash away from the Sejuani. We're just kind of waiting for him in the bush. Flash down now for the Melio. Only Kiora right now on the side of TFF has Flash, and only Wanderer for the side of Shattered Spire at the moment, but it's coming up pretty soon for Synthwave.
Yeah, they have to be careful here, especially at this 30-minute mark. Death timers are going to be very long, so you're, either side, if they give up, 3 to 4 for the kills. Ooh, towards the mid lane here.
Kiora right now. Arrow's committing the Weaver as well. Does get the shove back onto Cocoa Puff, some Mumu. Banished. There's no Raptors there to toss the bandage to. It's going to be river control for Shattered Spire, and the Dragon now spawning imminently. Big that they're able to secure the crab, and a nice collapse there on mid. Well timed to get them the control, possibly to secure this Chemtech Soul. Walk gonna get shoved back now. The Darius is level 16, but they're just trying to burst him down. The Glacial Prison committed as well, and they shut down the Darius just like that. Now Chong stunned up, tries to use the Melio ultimate to get away, but you can't cleanse your own stun. If the Melio is stunned, he cannot cleanse himself until the stun wears off. Chong, nothing he could do there. Nice, simple arrow from Boostus this time around, almost point blank, connecting onto the Melio, securing the 5v3 on the Rift. Soul secured as well, and now they can move towards the Baron once again.
Yeah, Soul Point being picked up, Baron going to get picked up, and they're going to charge us down mid. We still have 20 seconds here on Warlock, a little less here for the Melio as well, but I think it's going to be too little too late. They're going to back after this, really start that final push, and this next team fight will decide the fate of Game 1.
I mean, it's looking pretty TSS favored right now. Able to secure the Baron, of course, very comfortably. The gold lead hasn't really extended that much. There have been good moments for TFF. Whenever Warlock is able to find these angles where he gets onto those priority targets, that has worked well for them. I mentioned earlier as well, the synergy between Cocoa Puffs and Rutledge has really felt pretty good so far. But they're definitely up against it now. I mean, it's going to be hard to compete against this Chemtech Soul, and Witch has just done such a great job of frontlining, not to mention Synthwave, of course, for these carries to get out all the damage that is needed.
Yeah, it's just been the pick game here that's really been the main difference. We look at
Yeah.
all the major objectives that were taken. It was off of, finding one or two people, either Cocoa Puffs, Warlock, just a little out of position, or even Rutledge is extending a little too far in lane. So, little small notes here for game 2. Just make sure you kind of tighten up that circle and make sure you're not wandering out too far.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think, one positive for the side of TFF is the fact that obviously Shattered Spire are not going to be able to play these champions again, right? Because I think you're absolutely right. The nature of the composition has really allowed Shattered Spire to find so many of these picks at critical moments. That actually is probably the biggest difference in this game. And there's potentially another one is the shove back onto Cocoa Puffs. The Amumu's in trouble, flashes away, gets back into the base. The Inferno Bomb is not quite going to connect onto the Amumu, so Cocoa Puffs will survive. They have to burn everything to get away, though.
Boost is taking quite a bit of damage on the back of that as well here, so we'll see if the Ash is targetable. Does have lifesteal here with the Blood Thirster, so just in case wants to heal up, but has to stay pretty far back.
Gone. Cocoa Puffs goes in, but the turret has already been destroyed. Walk Warlock ghosting in from the side. Walk Warlock flashing forward, desperately trying to get on top of those carries once again. The engage was beautiful. The collapse, the punish, it's there. TFF Aftershock again from a desperate position. They make the miracle happen. Trunks almost sidestep on the Comet Spear. At least Synthwave desperately trying to get one, but the Pantheon alone not going to be able to make it happen. Kiora now on a rampage. And it's 5v2 on the map for TFF Aftershock.
Amumu finding only one, but maybe that's all it takes for this team to really turn it around. Daria's burning both summer spells, but doing a great job of disrupting this backline, and it's very hard to peel him off once he gets to you. So a great team fight, a great little reversal, put some gold back in your pocket. Defense, you lost the tower, but you kept the inhib alive as well. So, small victories for him here, and that's all they need to do to keep going. 7, 1, and 8 for the Sivir. So that is going to be monstrous damage here. If she can even get, one boomerang on that Ash, I'm expecting a 3rd health loss instantly.
Man, what a crazy game. It's like every time we're ready to count TFF out, every time we think they have their backs against the wall, they find this crazy team fight with Cocoa Puffs getting in there for a big engage and Walk Warlock coming in from the flank. It's a recipe that has worked for them several times now in this game.
But it really just needs to work once more here at this Elder Dragon. Very important, getting that execute, being able to buff your team up for these late game pushes. Now we're approaching on the 40-minute mark as well here, so death timer's even longer. 40, 50 seconds we're talking about, which is critical. So, Wander trying to move up here with Synthwave, clear out the vision. They've done a great job here of, poising themselves towards this, mid entrance to Dragon, making sure that they have the inside track just in case they either need to push or they need to find someone. But now they're
and honestly, go ahead.
Nope. All you.
No, I'm going to be talking when the fight starts. You talk now.
I just have to be careful about these pushes here because we see Pantheon splitting off the side, does have TP, does have the entrance, with that ult here. But once again, just these pickoffs, that's what I'm worried about. The Dragon hasn't come up yet, and are they going to get picked out?
Grand Starfall in retreat there for Synthwave, but they found the pick once again onto Chong. This time the arrow again from Boostus, catching out the enemy support. Exactly how they drew it up for Shattered Spire. This is how they win. The 5v5's not been going their way at all, but they found another one of these picks at a critical moment too. The death timers, as you mentioned, pretty long at this point. Chong will be up about 15 seconds before the Elder spawns, but that's not enough time to get out and establish vision control. They're going to have to walk through this darkness, and the darkness is full of terrors, as we can see. Walk Warlock potentially going to get caught out now. The shove backwards. The Darius going down so low, and they take him down. Kiora now all alone off on the side. The Sivir going to get jumped on next. Cocoa Puffs desperately tries to get in there for the hero play. The Amumu was a valiant effort to try and keep the AD carry alive, but it was not enough in the end. For TFF, they do take down 2. It ended up being a pretty close fight. But still, it is the Shattered Spire who come out on top.
Yeah, closer than they probably wanted to, but once again, that all started off with a pick. Once again, you need to tighten up that circle. The dragons coming up, stay together, make sure whoever is caught out that you supported them, and then on the next fight, we saw, Sivir towards the top side. We saw Mumu and Silas towards, that bot side of the entrance. And once again, splitting the team. You don't split the team up in
Yeah.
these fights here, but Elder's going to be taken down here without any contest. I can't imagine, there's going to be any hero plays here.
Yeah, Cocoa Puff still in the death chamber for a few more seconds. So there it goes. Elder secured now for Shattered Spire. They have their first Uber buff, and it's just in time now for the Baron spawn as well. Should be Exodia here for TSS in game number 1.
Yeah, back by, get ready for that final push. If you want to take Baron to secure it, by all means. Otherwise, you are on that crucial timer with the executes with that Elder coming up here. It's, even a 5th gone already, so time is kind of your enemy at this point. Boost
Oh, important to note, the Ashe, does not have the Elder buff. It was in the death chamber when the Elder Dragon did get secured. So we'll see if that ends up coming into play, but for all intents and purposes, it doesn't really matter for the side of TFF. They can't fight this regardless. They're going to be forced to give over the Baron, and then they're going to have to face at least a couple of minutes of the Shattered Spire having both of those Uber buffs. We'll see what Shattered Spire are going to be going for in terms of the call to try and end, because that's all that's left for them, right? The enemy Nexus. That's the one thing they still have yet to secure.
Yeah, about halfway done with this dragon, so they just need to prep for the defense. You can still give it an inhib, possibly even 2, and really draw this out if needed, but you have to be able to make sure you survive the next few minutes on this onslaught here. Wander and group running up here. Eros on the side as well, looking to seismic shove someone back towards the team. Boost is taking a little bit of damage here with that silver, boomerang coming out as well.
I'm remembering Eros on this exact champion in this exact same point on the map last week, where he found the shove that ended the game. There's the crystal arrow. Warlock, though, has the tenacity to flash away. Boostus has already been taken down. Oh, my goodness. TSS, they dove a little bit too far. The Elder buffs were not enough. Warlock gets in there with the axe. He cuts down Synthwave, and now it's Eros flashing away, staying alive. They still have the Ziggs and the Talia to try to clean up this mess that they made. But the TFF Aftershock fighting back again from another desperate position. They're going to lose their top lane inhibitor. I don't think they can prevent it. Kiora, though, has the full health bar, and they actually will prevent the inhibitor from going down. It's only the turret that drops. Absolutely unbelievable, Gitano. I can't believe TFF are still in this.
That was a hell of a defense. Make sure you're poisoning yourself, kind of baiting out everything, to use on that Warlock once again. But, Darius just having that tenacity, as you mentioned, being able to tank everything and still survive, providing that front line and the counter push off of that. And
how did Boostus die? Did you see?
I'm pretty sure a ricochet or 2 just hit, and that was all it really needed to be. So
late game Sivir, yeah.
It was nuts. Even before the fight started, I looked, and there was, a 4th health bar gone just from a couple of ricochets hitting. So Boostus really has to position pretty far back, or make sure that it's not going to bounce to him at the end of the day here. Another Elder buff, 2.5 minutes away. We'll see if there's another dance.
We've had first Elder, yes.
Yeah. I don't think he knows about second Elder.
Oh, man. We're about to learn.
A hell of a game 1 here, 45 minutes in, and still I can't accurately predict what's going to be happening here every time. Like you just stated, once again, you think this is it. This has to be it. And they are just singing in their head, staying alive, and just,
I mean, this is...
I will survive.
And they have been. We are now 44 minutes into game number 1. The side of the Shattered Spire I've had sold now for like almost 20 of those minutes. It has not been enough. They had Exodia. They've had 2 Barons and an Elder for the Shattered Spire. It has not been enough to break TFF in this first game. Is it the longest game of the season? Question from production. Unsure, but it's probably pretty close.
It's got to be getting up there. Plus, it's a little demoralizing. You have Elder, you have Baron so many times on your back, but you still can't end it. It's got to wear on you a little bit here,
Yeah.
you know. So, you know, even if you
Oh,
lose
that was not a good
Oh!
blast cone for Chung Solmo. Oh, the poor Melio is just going to get exploded. How did that even happen? The Crystal Arrow connects onto Rutledge now. The Silas has the stolen Glacial Prison. Cocoa Puffs getting into the thick of things as well. Look at Walk Warlock on the side. Stolen Glacial Prison only connecting onto the Sejuani, but they take down Boostus. Once again, the Amumu is also falling, but the resets for the Darius. The Bleed Witch flashes away, stays alive for now. Rutledge trying to make it happen. Dashes forward, takes down the Ziggs. It is absolute chaos in the fight, and is Kiora at the end who is still standing. The late game Sivir, one of the only survivors, Walk able to limp away from that one as well. Only Witch alive for Shattered Spire. Again, the Shattered Spire, they were trying to press their advantage, trying to push towards enemy territory to take these inhibitors. But again, TFF Aftershock standing strong. And now 25 seconds on the Ash. Kiora's not going to push his luck. Just going to back away. Elder in 15.
That is just nuts. Absolutely insane. You're in a 4v5 situation. You think you have the final nail in the coffin, and they just kind of lean back, ready for the counterpunch, and really just a giant uppercut out of nowhere to really take the lead here. You know, Elder being up, they're going to wait for everyone to respawn here. I thought maybe they're going to even try to go for it, bait the Sejuani in, try to fight this, you know, 2v1 possibly, but they're just going to take their position, clear out the wards, and really start up for this fight. Cocoa Puffs and Rutledge moving up here, so they might even try to death bush, waiting for everyone to come in. They've cut off all blast plants as well, being able to come in. Hawkshot coming in though, scouting everyone out, getting the vision
Oh, and
for
Glacial
them.
Prison again. That's the power of that ranked ultimate for the
That's
Silas. You just get whatever ultimate you want. He is trying to target the backline. Iamumu does secure the Elder Dragon, and now Walk Warlock and the rest of the team moving forward. The axe comes down once again. The ricochets from the Sivir. Oh, but the explosion arrows finds the shove onto Kiora. A triple kill now for the Shattered Spire mid laner. It's just a 2v2. It's all that's left on the Rift. Wak and Chong versus Eros and Wanderer. Both supports still alive. And now the fast track towards the mid lane for Eros, looking to secure at least one of these inhibitors.
Yeah, they're gonna have
Warlock,
to play.
though, flashing on top of the Talia. Eros did still have the flash to get away, but the Apprehend connects. Oh, but the Satchel from Wanderer pushes Walk backwards. The bleed, though. Eros, the Seraph's shield. Gonna keep that Talia alive. Very close call. The bleed stacks with the Elder buff is so scary from the Darius.
Darius right now just a monster. 9, 4, and 13. Full items as well, so you cannot run, you cannot hide once he steps upon you. That is all she wrote. But another, you know, a little bit more of a counterpunch here as well. Eros picking up the triple kill at the end of the day there, and really kind of the saving grace at that team fight. You know, Silas taking the Room Prism and doing a great job of or the Glacial Prison and getting to that back line, but unfortunately just not enough follow-up. And these Darius resets are just so close. I imagine that health bar is just
Oh,
bleeding red,
man.
just teasing them.
Again, they connect onto Chung. The shove is there. Walk Warlock blast cone onto the Unraveled Earth there as well. The slows from the Ash, trying to chase down this Darius. Rutledge steals away the Crystal Arrow, connects it onto Wanderer. They're going for the fight. They're going for the Hail Mary. They're down their support. They do not care. Rutledge just slain Wanderer. Cocoa Puffs into the back line as well, trying to distract Boostus. Walk Warlock able to get back in there. Eros all alone off on the side. The Talia is going to get jumped on and taken down by the Elder Dragon. Walk Warlock gets the apprehend onto 2. But now the Darius in danger of getting focused down. The stun comes out. Rutledge dashing forward, trying to support his top laner, but he cannot do it. A triple kill for Boostus, and it will be the Shattered Spire. Finally, it looks like able to close out this first game.
50 minutes, and what a game. Back and forth, back and forth. No one really grabbing the reins tightly enough to really finish. But at the end of the day here, bit off just a little more than two. And Chung getting caught out. Something has to change here in order for them stepping up, because this has been multiple times where it's just been Ash arrowed and a follow-up of a wombo combo. And now it's a 4v5 you're leaving your team at. One tower getting taken down here. Two to be very soon, and this will be game.
What an absolutely insane game number one. I mean, those arrows from Boostus were definitely heat-seeking for Chung Somo. He was just getting hit by those arrows over and over again as we move towards those later stages. I mean, great marksmanship from Boostus, and great job from the rest of the team. I mean, that game definitely stalled out. There were a lot of heroic stands that ended up coming out from TFF. But Shattered Spire, you know, even when they lost out on the Elder Dragon, they managed to keep their cool. They managed to still look for those picks, right? Follow the game plan, trust in the plan, and they were rewarded with the win at long last.
Yeah, very close. TFF just sticking to their guns, making sure, you know, they were ready at every single time. And we look at the damage here, 73,000 from this silver. No one can say, you know, Korra did not pull their weight in this match here. Silas too, grabbing the great ults, getting to the backline, being disruptive. Warlock as well, showcasing on that Darius, but unfortunately just a little too untiming and unlikely picks here upon the melee on the team. Just kind of spelt their disastrous doom here, fighting 4v5 quite often.
Yeah, it was just really well executed on the pick comp for the Shattered Spire. You know, whenever they did have to group up to go for, you know, the enemy base, that's where it kind of all fell apart for them. You know, we saw that over and over as they tried to break the inhibitor line, that they were just getting jumped on and taken down. But they managed to find a nice fight in the jungle there where they were able to separate things and sort of pick apart TFF. And that was the ticket in the end to get them the win. Who's our game one POG, Gitano?
Oh, can I list about 5 different people by chance for this one? Because
that's a tough call for sure. Yeah, I mean, it did have to be a team effort for Shattered Spire in the end there.
You can make it account on everything, but I think Boostus right now has my heart with those Ash arrows, just really setting up their team, making sure that they had it every single time and making sure they were on point. You know, the stat line's not going to say MVP, but what you did in the game is going to speak volumes.
I'd have to agree. You know, I feel like the Ash, not only was she great with the utility, you know, all those hawk shots, getting important information for the team, all those arrows landing from such long range as well was really impressive, but even had good positioning, I felt like, in the fights as well for Boostus. You know, sometimes you just don't see the boomerang coming, right? That happens. So I do think Synthwave had a great game as well. I was definitely doubting the R5 Pantheon a bit, but we got very far ahead early. It was a big part in getting the Shattered Spire into that position of power initially where they were able to get all those objectives. But I'm okay aligning with the Boostus vote for this first one. I think we are going to a quick break. Are the teams like ready for draft right now, or? I think we should go to a quick break, right? Let's go to a quick break, and then we are going to come back to Champ Select for game number 2. All right, everybody, welcome back to Champion Select for game number 2 between TFF Aftershock and the Shattered Spire. Shattered Spire able to take game number 1 after like 45, 46 minutes. How long? What was the game clock exactly? It was a long game. It was a very long game that Shattered Spire did manage to win.
Now they are on the blue side as well. A couple familiar bands that we're seeing. TFF was never counted out at any time during the match. We saw so many pendulum swings back and forth in that match. And, I have to also touch once again on TSS. It's a little disheartening watching so many Barons, so many Elder Dragons going down, and you're still not finishing the game. We'll see if that impacts here into this game 2 and see what kind of adjustments they have to bring out.
Yeah. Looks like our bands, Caitlyn, Volibear, Vagar, Olaf, Ivern, and Fiddlesticks, we are switching sides here. TFF have elected to move over to red side. They want that red side counterpick for themselves. This time around, Seraphine is going to get snatched up on the B1 here for Shattered Spire. And then Jinx looks like is going to be the response. We know Kiora loves to play these late game scaling picks. Doesn't really play for the laning phase that much. So that does make sense. See if we're going to lock in Chong's champion here nice and early. Not the case. The Nocturne going to get selected for Cocoa Puffs.
A little bit more of that pick style as well, and we see the long range ult from the Jinx and that hyper scaling. So if the game does come to that point where we're hitting another 40-minute game, that Jinx is going to be shredding through everyone in front. And a little bit of that aggro pick here for the Xin Zhao. Also Orianna getting picked out, so I'm seeing a little making here of the Wombo combo, possibly a little bit more of a ball delivery system to be seen here.
Yeah, that could go really well. And the Orianna is obviously a really nice pick away from TFF here as well. The Orianna Nocturne combo is something we're all familiar with at this point, but it looks like Rutledge is going to bust out the old Vel'Koz, the Void Squid, for the mid laner. I do believe we saw Rutledge on this pick once already this season, and we know he's very, very confident on it.
I feel like he's got his protractor taped to his screen, ready to go. Trying to find the angles to calculate. Just kind of big brain playing. And I feel like you almost have to play for Void Grubs at this point. Being Vel'Koz, because if you don't, it's like you're missing out on picking up your siblings, your brothers and sisters throughout the match. So maybe to be seen at this point, but I'm intrigued about the Vel'Koz pick.
Couldn't it work the other way as well, though, right? It's like because they're kind of his brethren, he would not want to kill them. Yeah,
but you're
how does that?
freeing them to you, rather than just someone else controlling them. Otherwise, they're going to be fighting for the wrong team. TSS is going to start pounding down towers, and then all your brothers and sisters are going to, be like, "Oh,
that's true.
Well,
no, that would be worse."
The tower. So
yeah,
it's a toss-up. It's you either have to hurt them to bring them in, or you let them leave. But then, they're still going to come back to haunt you. So.
Well, we'll explore Rutledge's relationship with the Void Grubs further in this match, I'm sure. But second ban phase already completed. We've got Brahmin Alawi banned away by Shattered Spire. Senna and Ornn getting removed by TFF. So one support and one top laner for each side getting taken off the table. Nautilus going to get paired up alongside the Jinx. This is something that we did see work very well last week, if I recall correctly. The Jinx Nautilus pairing, an oldie but a goodie. And Misfortune to come through on the other side. So that does complement the Wombo combo that Shattered Spire have already been putting together. But they could use a little bit more frontline. And it's going to be the Mordekaiser that is the option for Synthwave this time.
Yeah, really heavily relying on this Wombo combo. So cooldowns are going to be a key factor here. And with the Mordekaiser too, if you do spot out the Nocturne, Spell Shield goes down, you can always ult him out of the jungle fights, making Xin Zhao having no competition for the smite, really having an advantage here for the fights. Now that's if everything goes, to par and, kind of what you're looking at. But Cassante picked up here for TFF at that R5 pick. What do you make of this?
Yeah. I mean, I do think the side of TFF needed a little bit more front line as well. And I think, picking a melee champion, especially a champion that wants to stack health into Mordekaiser is a little bit risky. But, I do think that Walk Warlock should probably be able to hold his own up there in the 1v1. And I do think that Cassante is going to provide a lot of value for TFF in the fights later on. So don't mind the pick. It's never going to feel like amazing to get Cassante with your R5 pick. But I do think it suits the composition pretty well.
And now, looking at TSS, this wombo combo that they are really trying to host and perform, I think it's going to work wonders for them. You have a great encore coming out. Sends out being the ball delivery system. Even an independent Shockwave setting up this MF so she can kind of clean sweep straight across the line. But the Nocturne as well. Where's the peel going to come from once he starts diving towards that back line? If you start gathering all your resources towards the edge, it really allows this team to step up and Vel'Koz to kind of swing at this back line. So TSS, I see what they're going for. It looks great. I just have to see it, the positioning out of them for this game.
Yeah. And it's going to be a different look from what they drafted last game, right? When they were playing so much for pick and they had all those global ultimates where they were really looking to collapse on sides and kind of split apart their opponents. This time around, they want their opponents to be as close together as possible, right? Just clump up in a nice little ball, and then a TSS is going to be really, really happy to just throw all of their abilities at you and win the fight. So we'll see if, how the Shattered Spire perform with this composition, where they are on it is a little bit of a different strategy that you have to go for, right, with this draft. So that's going to be really interesting. But for TFF, I do feel like they're going to have to be careful, obviously, to not stack up and make themselves susceptible to the Wombo combo. And, normally with the champions like Jinx and Vel'Koz, you'd be pretty happy to play for the 5v5, right? If you can get your front line set up and just allow Jinx and Vel'Koz to free fire from the back line. But in this case, I think they'd be pretty comfortable to play, more of a style similar to what the Shattered Spire were playing in the previous game, right? Where you try to find these odd man fights, where Nocturne is flying in on somebody in the side lane, or Cassante all out somebody over a wall, and you can get that first kill. You can get the Jinx excited, and then try and snowball the fight that way. I do think that, given what they're playing against over here on the side of Shattered Spire, that's kind of how TFF are likely going to be looking to approach this one.
I agree. And also, if I'm TFF, I'm thinking as long as it sends out doesn't come to the back line, we're going to be just fine. Just space ourselves out, making sure, Jinx and Vel'Koz, as you stated, a pretty good distance away, just in case something does happen to one. The other should be able to pick up the kills and kind of carry through the battle, as we've seen throughout, game one, the entirities of all those fights. It was, scrounging 2 to 3 people, and then, those smaller scrimmages did happen at the end here. So, those shockwaves are going to be really important, as well as the bullet times out of TSS. So I'm looking to see TFF get aggressive. You have the Nocturne pick, try something early, make sure at that 6 you're utilizing it, maybe getting your Cassante ahead, or looking for a good kill towards the bot side, getting that Jinx timer a little sped up.
Yeah, definitely the case. You may remember, Gaetano, in our game number 5 last week, Eros was playing the Orianna. Do you remember the scoreline for Eros in that game on the Orianna?
I do not off the top of my head, but I know every time that guy played, it was just a miracle all the way straight across. Did he go deathless on it?
He sure did. There was a big old 0 in that deaths column for Eros on the Orianna in game 5, 9-0-18, with by far the most gold on his team in that critical game number 5 last week. So looking to have another one of those performances. If Eros can go deathless again on the Clockwork Lady, would get Shattered Spire up to match point. So definitely a pretty threatening, I think. A very solid composition here for Shattered Spire from the blue side. But red side, we've seen be able to get so much value. And I do like what TFF have put together as well. What are your feelings overall about these drafts, Gaetano? Are you leaning one way or the other?
I think I'm gonna have to go with the Eros and the Orianna again. Just the last time we saw
against him.
It live, it was just nuts. It was just ridiculous the amount, and I'm hoping they can recreate this with this Wombo combo. Gets in ahead, make sure he gets maybe an early pressure gank towards the top lane, get that Mordekaiser snowballing, and really dissect this team, because Cassante alone from behind can't take on the Mordekaiser. You need to be able to send 2 people, even possibly 3, but as soon as the Mordekaiser's ahead and sees one person, coming in on the flank, he'll just death realm. And now it's a 1v1, and now you have to wait till he's out. And by then you've committed so much time and resources that you're gathering, things on the map. And we've seen TSS with the rotations, and it's great to watch them. They work as a single unit and making sure that they take advantages where they can. So I'm thinking I'm liking their odds.
Yeah, we'll see. A little bit of a different look this time as compared to game number 1 for Shattered Spire, but Eros on that Orianna is definitely very, very threatening. For the side of TFF Aftershock, they do have the Jinx for Kiora, they've got the Nocturne, they've got the Cassandra, they have these tools to try to split up the fights and find success that way. It did work out for Shattered Spire in the previous game. We'll just have to see if TFF can have a similar result here from the red side. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with game 2. All right, folks, here we go. Back onto the Rift once again for our second game of the night. It doesn't really feel like our second game, does it, Katano?
Feels like more like the third or fourth. That first game just extended so long. Oh,
Okay,
and a
we're
flash.
flashing in the mid
Oh,
lane. And yeah, so 2 people flashed. That's going to be Chong's Nautilus and Witch's Jin Zhao. That's, I respect it.
yeah,
You were saying?
going aggressive, and I like it right away. Just straight on him. Hex Tech 2 with the Nautilus, so he's gonna have a little bit advantage at that time, and maybe a little less pressure here for the jungle. So overall, I think that flash for flash was worth.
Yeah, he's unlocked now. Chong has unlocked the superior flash, as Atlas likes to say.
I mean,
Uh,
especially with these bot lanes, you can really put yourself in a really good position here.
oh, yeah.
Flashing in, hitting the hook, and you can never discount it being out for the entire lane phase.
Yeah, especially against champions like Misfortune and Seraphine, right? Neither one of those champions has any dashes or spell shields or anything like that, so can be a bit difficult to get away from dredge lines. We'll see if Trong is going to be able to find some of those nice and early.
Lucius
Start waiting in the
Wanderer
bush.
stepping up
And,
here.
yeah, that's heads up from Wanderer. Checks the bush. Nicely done.
Rutledge landing, the first Q. So, Protractor taped up, ready to go on the
Yeah.
Kadir's working so far. Started with the tier as well instead of the
Mhm.
Doran's ring. So just stacking that nice and early. If you get, some sort of lead, it really does pay off, towards that mid end of the game.
And we do also see both of our junglers starting on the top side of the map, can be pathing down, which I think, level 2 for Synthwave. Getting off a nice trade here against Warlock. Another obliterate for the Mordekaiser. Huge trade for Synthwave, who, remember, did have a great laning phase last game as well on the Pantheon. Warlock really started to have more of an impact later on in the game, where he was able to get onto the enemy backline a few times.
Yeah, I think the lane phase here is going to be a little rough, but as long as they get out of it here with minimal damage to themselves, they're going to be just fine as soon as these team fights start to happen. But you just have to be careful not to give Synthwave any room, in this laning phase.
Ooh, Q3. Cassante fighting back.
I mean, still pretty even here in the health department. Synthwave taking a little bit damage. Warlock has to be careful. It doesn't have a lot of mana.
Ooh.
On the back end of this, Synthwave.
We're not going to miss that one. Synthwave does go down low, but I think he still has the shield to flash. Follow the first blood for Synthwave. I think he got it last game too, didn't he?
Yes, I believe so. And now in this game again, but 3 minutes in. Last game, it was 0-0 for quite some time before we saw any death happen here. So Mordekaiser picking up a little bit of CS lead, grabbing the kill, does have a teleport to come back to lane, and now this becomes a little scary. We see junglers towards the bot side, so Warlock has to play safe here for a few minutes as they start to pose themselves here, maybe back towards that top.
Yeah, the South Crab going to be secured by Cocoa Puffs. Was a little bit faster on the clear. Nocturne does clear quite quickly, even early on. Moving to the enemy jungle now, sees that the Raptors are gone. Just going to seed that top crab over to Witch. So Nocturne, a little bit of a tempo advantage, but not much more.
Yeah, no camps on the field here. No need to waste time kind of venturing into the jungle in a potential, rotations or a catch out here. So smart move here by the Nocturne. Also picking up pickaxe right away. So, a good damage advantage here for that jungler. Starting headed towards top side. And we see, Black Mass as well venturing towards top. So this could be a 2v2 here in the near future as Warlock starts to push.
Jin Zhao spending a lot of time. He's going to be able to dash on top of Warlock here. And the Unstoppable actually counteracted by the Death's Grasp. Warlock, no flash, remember, from the previous play. The Spear, it strikes, it becomes lightning. And Witch is on the board. First of the game for Jin Zhao.
Starting off Sin with a great kill there, being patient, spent a lot of time, towards the top side like you just mentioned, but at the end of the day, really paying off for him here. So gonna back and buy, clear a few more camps. Dragon spawning as well. We have the Inferno Drake here for the first one, so no, tons of damage for the soul point, but we'll see what we're looking at. Hopefully a different look than the Chemtech Dragon. Void Grubs as well. 45 seconds away, so we'll see if that is the crucial kind of changing point here. If they're going to try to nap up all 6, TFF will see the defensive strategy, or if they're going to maybe counteract here with this Dragon. Looks like Nocturne is headed there, and it will be starting up this Dragon.
Yeah, Boostus and Wanderer did just go for a reset, so Kiora and Chong gonna be able to push this wave out now. Cover the Dragon take for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, Boostus and Wanderer have been overall doing a pretty good job of maintaining pressure down there. But Kiora is actually up pretty significantly in CS, so the Jinx is actually doing just fine in this lane so far. And he's gonna be able to move over now and help secure this first Dragon. Looks like it will be traded for the Grubs, so those neutrals going to go to different sides this game.
Well, cause having to say goodbye here to a few siblings, but hopefully the next round to pick up a few. You're always missing your cousins and your aunts and uncles, but at some point maybe you have to leave the nest as well. Rutledge clearing out.
I mean,
vision. Oh, sorry. Continue.
We do also all have some family that we're not such huge fans of, right? So maybe those were like the kind of the weird cousins that we don't really talk to very much for Rutledge. So maybe that was kind of the situation.
But if you don't have them, are you the weird cousin? Is that kind of the golden rule? If you don't have the cousin to avoid, you are the cousin that is voided potentially.
I suppose, yeah. I'm not entirely sure if it's like a universal truth that every family has weird cousins. But certainly, I do think that there's something to that. I mean, we're all a little bit weird, right?
Yeah. Cocoa Puffs here, invading, grabbing up Raptors, possibly looking for mid too if Eros does end up pushing up. But Rutledge and Cocoa Puffs now going towards the bot side. MF has to be careful with the Wanderer. They don't have vision. Is going to spot it out by Chong.
Wanderer's going to get hooked in. There's the paranoia from Cocoa Puffs. The Seraphine tries to flash away, but is going to burn down to the ignite from Chong. A little bit unfortunate there. Rutledge, I'm sure, would have really loved that kill. Meanwhile, Death Realm committed in the top lane. Walk Warlock trapped in there at the moment. There's the first Obliterate. One more is going to seal the Cassante's fate. He goes all out. He tries to get away and does manage to dash back underneath the turret. Flash is about to come back up off cooldown for these top laners as well. The all-out's going to wear out for the Warlock. The Death's Grasp pulls him back in. What is the duration on the Cassante ultimate anyway? I think it has worn off now. Walk Warlock has to be so careful here. Gonna lose out on a bunch of those minions. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Eros moving in. Yoriana trying to make a play. Does have the shockwave locked and loaded. In the top lane, Walk Warlock is getting ganked underneath the turret by Xin Zhao. They're going to be able to get the kill, but the last turret shot comes out and trades back onto the enemy jungler. So a 1-for-1 in the top lane. And the bottom side, Kiora and Chong were able to get away.
Really good dive there up top and make sure, Cassante didn't have anywhere to go. But also Warlock playing it out correctly, making sure you scooped up a kill at least.
Oh, the root Kiora!
Towards bot side.
The Jinx barely managing to flash away there to stay alive. Big summoner down for Kiora. Nice setup from Wanderer.
Yeah, with that flash being down, I will see if Nocturne wants to commit, towards the bot side again. Maybe try to counter, Boostus and Wanderer gaining, maybe a little advantage heavy here, knowing that the flash is down for Jinx.
Yeah. To try and get the flash off the MF in exchange, right? It's like, now we both don't have flash. Potentially. But yeah, I mean, Boostus and Wanderer have done, I feel like, a pretty good job so far of respecting where the Nocturne could be. And they are actually moving towards mid lane right now, interestingly. It looks like this could be a similar call to what TSS did in the previous game, where they moved their bot lane into mid to contest the second round of Grubs. And Eros has been having a pretty tough time against the Vel'Koz as well, so it kind of works out there.
Yeah, I think the Orianna, should be able to clear pretty easily against the Jinx here. Chong as well headed up towards this mid lane here, so they have to be careful, not quite having the ult as well, so that depth charge not available, but we'll see how close. He's just a few minions away here from hitting that spike, so Rutledge should be able to grant him that. Cocoa Puffs on the wing too does have the paranoia just in case they do need to counter this engage, but Black Mass you're gonna find Nautilus.
Yeah. charges audaciously onto Chong's Nautilus, who's pretty tanky. The wind is not going to become lightning this time around. The Encore is just barely going to connect onto 2, but they weren't ready to follow up, and now the Dredge Line connects onto the Misfortune, who's just going to get absolutely womboed into oblivion. But now the Crescent Guard coming out from the Xin Zhao puts Cocoa Puffs in a tough spot. The Nocturne flashes away. Just the Bell caught the geometry for Rutledge working out once again. Correct answer, sir. You've earned your first kill.
Yeah. He walks into this test, just a number 2 pencil and all the confidence in the world, and everyone's wanting to cheat off of this man, but he just aced the class. So what a little counteractive play there. Nocturne doing a good job of holding onto that paranoia, and of course that Dredge Line hit out to the MF and really just taking her down here. So even further back now towards Jinx, 96 CS here for that, and see here, BF sword,
6 scrubs,
slingshot as well, 6 scrubs. So
better Spire.
Trades back and forth here, top side as well. We see a little bit of the gap here. So 86 to 56 here. Mordekaiser doing a great job. Synthwave really having his way here with Cassante.
Yeah, the Mordekaiser's been having a great time. It feels especially bad because Walk Warlock did go for the Cassante with that R5 pick, right? So doesn't really feel like a TFF are getting their value from that one just yet. Our next dragon is alive right now. Mia Cloud is our second dragon this game. Nocturne is looking to start this one up. Cocoa Puffs does have that control in the mid lane. Kiora and Chong able to move over to look to secure this second dragon. So the 6 grubs traded for the 2 dragons. Oh, wind, it becomes lightning. The smite does barely come through in time. The bullet time over the top is going to take down the Nocturne in trade. So the dragon over to TFF, but the Shattered Spire do get another kill. And who got the last hit on that one? I guess it was the Xin Zhao, who is now 3-1.
Yeah, picking up a little more of that early game boost. And it was like a 500 shutdown too, so it was not a light amount as well. So we'll see what happens here on the back. Sitting at 900 right now, so probably complete the first item here relatively soon. But giving up those 2 dragons early really does not feel good. And now we're looking at the Mountain Soul, so a lot of tanky coming in here for Warlock up top, and Chong as well technically here. So, and just a little bit of a buff too to keep yourself alive here if you're Rutledge, just to make sure that you're not insta popped.
Yeah, I mean, that Mountain Soul would be amazing for the Cassante, right? You would be unbelievably tanky. You could just buy all the time in the world for Kiora to hit if Walk Warlock does manage to get the benefit of that Mountain Soul. That is something that Shattered Spire are absolutely going to be looking to avoid. I am imagining a big contest around our next dragon in a few minutes. But for now, Walk Warlock continuing to get the worst end of Synthwave's mace. Another Obliterate comes down, and the Warlock is just pushed all the way back underneath his turret. And this wave could potentially be a little bit awkward for the Cassante.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a lot of space now that the Riley's Crystal Scepter is completed. And also, I want to mention the Dark Seal pickup as well. So, trying to stack that early in lane, maybe grab a couple of, random T-fights, making yourself...
There's a Death Realm. Leonard in the top lane. Oh, Walk Warlock, he flashes for the Q3. He gets the Mordekaiser underneath the turret. The Obliterate is going to miss. And now Walk Warlock, he's looking to turn it on its head. The Q3 connects Walk Warlock with the solo kill.
Wow. What an owl play right there. Warlock really picking it up.
Paranoia. The Encore comes out at the exact same time as Seraphine tries to retreat. Flash away, stays alive for now. Now Cocoa Puffs is overextended. Boostus manages to take down the Nocturne. Misfortune's first kill of the game. And now the W connects from the Xin Zhao. Kiora's not going to be able to get away. Just as Walk Warlock manages to turn that top lane situation around, the team gets punished in the North River. 2 kills over to Shattered Spire. And now they're looking for the Herald.
Yeah, I think they're going to grab this too, possibly without contention. Nope. Chong not just done yet. Rutledge as well, looking for the geometry. Does hit one. Chong has to get out of there so low.
Barely manages to flash away and stay alive. Yeah, a little bit ill-advised, I think, to go for the contest there after losing your jungler, but at least they do manage to get everybody out.
Yeah, Zenzao 4-1 and 1 now. Does have 100 gold bounty on the head here. Gonna back, has a lot of money in the pocket, almost 2,400 as, for him. So Dragon coming up in 130. This is a powerful Xin Zhao that if he catches you out, you might want to just, kind of do the Austin Powers where it's like, look at you, you don't even have a name tag. You have no chance. Just lay down and stay there for a while.
We do have some really interesting itemization coming out here for the side of TFF Katana. We've got the Axiom Arc first for Nocturne. So full lethality build, not going for the Stride Breaker, no, experimental Hexplate, nothing like this. It just wants the ultimate cooldown haste for the Paranoia. Going for the Axiom Arc first, really, really interesting. And then for Kiora, going for the revamped Wild Arrows. What do you think about the changes they made to this item? How are you feeling about the Wild Arrows now?
The Wild Arrows, it's definitely, you have those attack speed champions that are really going to like it, but it's still, I haven't personally used it enough to really see the values in it, and I feel like it doesn't really pay off early for that first item. It's that critical strike chance where, depending on your build and what you're doing here. So if we're going with the crit, with the Jinx, you're going to have to spend for the IE, you're possibly looking at the Phantom Dancer, depending on, or if
Kiora never saw Synthwave coming there. The Jinx, some well-placed Flame Chompers gives Kiora a little bit of extra space. The barrier almost enough to keep him alive, but Synthwave is able to finish the job. Gets pulled back in, though, by the Nautilus, and this Disintegration Ray from Rutledge takes down the Mordekaiser. So a 1-for-1 in the mid lane. Shelly does get off her charge, but that mid turret was very, very healthy. It's still a little over 50% health for TFF. 4v4 on the map right now as Relish tries to get a little bit of poke out, but mid control is going to go the way of Shattered Spire once again as they move into the river.
Yeah, I think this is okay just to give up the dragon. You don't have your teammates, but they are going to opt in for that.
They're not giving up the dragon.
TPing in here.
Teleport in for the Warlock, as you say. Mega Death Rocket not going to connect as the Shattered Spire gives space. Teleport in now for Synthwave, who has just respawned. Doesn't have the ultimate. They're just going to jump straight on top of the bullet time, though. It's pretty massive. So much damage from the Misfortune. Coco almost flashes away, barely surviving now, but not Trunks almost is going to get taken down. It's a double kill for the Misfortune. Rutledge trying to survive, trying to get out some damage from the other side of the fight, but he's not able to get anything done. It's Boostas flashing forward, picks up the triple kill. It's going to be Witch denying the pentakill, but it's a quadra for the Shattered Spire AD carry, and they will get their first dragon to boot.
Do we have to report after the game for taking the penta? I feel like it's almost...
I think that's how it works, yeah.
...a necessity at this point, especially, grabbing a pentakill in game 2 would just put you over the moon. 4, anyone can get 4 kills. No, great job of MF the bullet time there by Boost is just lining up, waiting for the correct moment, and that straight line we saw Coco buffs, and you just mentioned this not too long ago about that straight build here of lethality and not really paying off because that bullet time shredded him down to just a measly 100 health, and then it was just a sneeze away from it afterwards. So a lot of kills being picked up, and this game seems to be teeter-tottering a little bit heavier, unlike last game.
Yeah, I mean, after that last fight, I'd say it's teeter-tottering towards the side of Shattered Spire.
Yes.
The teeter is in their favor. They do have all 6 of the grubs, remember, as well, and being able to prevent your opponents from going up to Soul Point, I mean, that's the main benefit. As, hold on just a moment. We've got a little bit of a play towards the top side. Paranoia committed onto the Orianna, who flashes away, stays alive for now, gets away from the Vel'Koz ultimate. Crescent Guard is going to immune the Super Mega Death Rocket as Witch takes down the Nocturne. The Xin Zhao much stronger in the 1v1 there. Rutledge, a nice E, the tectonic disruption there. Disengaging from the Xin Zhao, but now Wanderer is here, looking to land the beat drop. He is going to zone them directly into the ultimate. Well played by Wanderer, and now Witch just able to charge forward with no fear. It's Rutledge trying to do some alcove gaming, but he's just going to be doing some alcove dying as Strong Solmo does get back underneath the turret. It's 2 more kills for Shattered Spire. Oh, what was that hook? Chong, why? Chong, why?
Limit testing. Just, seeing if you can hit it. And just because you can doesn't mean you should here. Synthwave having his way with Warlock as well.
You chime around and find out, I guess, is what happened there. It's Warlock still hanging on in the 1v1. Synthwave a little bit more measured, it seems, in his approach. Not just going to be haphazardly casting Death Realm on the Cassante anymore after what happened earlier. But still
Yeah.
winning out in the trades is the Mordekaiser.
Giving, some well-deserved respect here for Warlock. Last game with that Darius having a huge amount of plays, and this Cassante too, showing still being able to 1v1 Synthwave if there is an outplay. They will find it here. So Dragon coming up 2.5 minutes. That is another Mountain Drake for them. And if they can really secure the second Mountain Drake, that really helps solidify this mid game.
Death round once again as Walk Warlock finds himself in. Eros is there on the exit as well. Flash wave for the Cassante. Does get back underneath the turret. Well played by the Warlock once again to survive.
Yeah, great outplay there. Warlock just making sure that he can survive this, upcoming pending doom here. I'm sure the team as well kind of voicing, hey, Oriana's right out of there as soon as you get out. Just whatever you can, survive. So a little bit of a Baron dance. We saw this towards the last time. 3 members trying to take it didn't end up too well, as there was a counter punch to be had there afterwards. But I think they're just going to clear out some vision here and prep for this Dragon. Less than a minute 30 on that. Yeah.
Paranoia in the mid lane. Cocoa Puffs, was that a mistake perhaps? They're underneath the turret. I don't think there was ever really much of a play there. Maybe a fat finger on the ult?
Yeah. It could be a multitude of things. Maybe they were looking Nautilus, voicing, hey, I'm looking for something here. Be ready for it, and just being a little too quick on the draw. But with those cooldowns too, with that arc, having the ult already, a fourth of the cooldown revived here for him. Possibly should be up here for the Dragon as well, or if they even find a pick beforehand.
I think it will be.
So, a use
40
of it.
seconds on the ult. Yeah, 55 on the Dragon, so he will have it up again.
Yeah, you can use the ult whenever you want, and it's one of those cooldowns where you're like, okay, we have time to breathe, but in realistic time, it's a minute, which does not seem like a lot of time for that Nocturne ult.
We've got 2 items done now for pretty much everybody. Walk Warlock notably is missing his second item, as the dash forward for Witch is going to find the Nautilus, who does manage to dredge line himself back towards safety, but Chong down to about 50% now with the Dragon spawning imminently. This is probably going to be a tough contest for TFF.
Yeah, I think they're just going to opt out of this one, take mid, hop, hopefully get that tower, open up the map a little bit for themselves here. But we do see the Vel'Koz push, and you think not a push champion, but the ability to wave clear, really does help them. So tower already half done here. Heroes have to TP for it.
You got to remember, right? With mages, their damage to turrets does scale with their ability power. The auto attacks do extra damage based on your AP. So Vel'Koz, absolutely. Those little tentacles, they're surprisingly destructive. As we do have the contest, actually, it turns out, after all. But Synthwave is going to move over, and it is going to be to secure the raw out smite there for Witch. Does secure the Dragon. Encore over the wall, clips onto 2. The bullet time does come out, but doesn't really get a whole lot. Super Mega Death Rocket, almost enough. The left disintegration rate is going to take down the Seraphine, but now the dashing forward is the Shatter Spire. They've managed to get on top of the back line, which, so strong on the Xin Zhao, is eventually going to get taken down by the Vel'Koz. The Cassante barely going to be able to limp away from this one, so it actually ends up being a 2-for-2. Very low health bars for TFF. I think they're lucky to get away with 3 members still standing. They're not going to be able to defend this tier 2 turret, though, so some additional gold going the way of TSS.
Yeah, and we look at the second Dragon also being picked up, just more tank and more time to make sure this game does scale in your favor. So, while the trade may have been even the tower after, and like I said, that second drag, that mountain drag for yourself really pushes you here for that mid game. So, and we look at the stat line for Eros, deathless. You don't need a lot of kills. You got 9 assists. You just have to keep yourself safe and your team kind of plugging away here, which the Xin Zhao was doing a great job of moving forward, 8-2 and 6, being aggressive with the Black Cleaver and really pushing the advantages as well that his team has provided with him.
Yeah, it hasn't been hasn't been flashy for the Oriana thus far in the game, but you're absolutely right. You don't need to be flashy. If you're being consistent, if you're getting, that damage out and setting up the plays for your team, that's all you really need to do on the pick. You've got plenty of damage from the rest of this composition. Dredgeline gonna connect on to boost as Paranoia comes out, as well as the Vel'Koz Ultimate. They're trying to burn down these targets. Super Mega Death Rocket is gonna connect on, not onto the Seraphine. Finally, Cocoa Puffs manages to take her down, but this Nocturne so squishy, has to get out of there. Now Boostus manages to get in there, but the Dredgeline connects. Trong with his dying breath, locks up the Misfortune, but Witch still full HP takes down the Jinx, the double kill over to Eros. Finally, the Orianna gets some last hits, and now it is only the Warlock left. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from this one. He's holding on to the All-Out and the Flash, but I don't think either one of them would save him. Just going to keep them both for the next fight, as it's going to be the 5-for-2, the ace for the Shattered Spire as they push down mid.
Yeah, they are breaking this game open a lot here. 25 minutes in, tower going to go down, possibly the inhib as well if they end up taking that afterwards. Those Void Grubs doing a lot of work. I mean, I was quickly counting at least 8 to 10 of them kind of pounding there on that inhibitor, still taking damage, but is going to get cleared out here. 2 minutes on Dragon as well, and I think they're kind of setting their eyes towards the spot side with that, individual tower just.
Oh dear. Yeah, Cocoa Puff's just gonna get punished. Tries to flash away. Wanted his blue buff. That was no longer your blue buff, sir. Great damage coming out from the Vel'Koz ultimate, but not quite enough to take down Synthwave, and the Super Mega Death Rocket blocked there by the Seraphine, who is still full HP. So another pick for Shattered Spire.
Yeah, Cocoa Puff's just not respecting, especially with this squishy build. You are going to, once again, I see another Serrated Turk picked up. So a full all-out commit.
I mean, you just have to commit to it at this point. Is Kiora doesn't have the flash, and it's just going to get... It's time for some bullets, Kiora. Absolutely mowed down by Boostus, number 6 for the MF. And yeah, things just going from bad to worse for TFF right now in this game. They are quickly losing control.
Yeah, it's kind of snowballing out right now. Baron being looked at here. MF not there to join the group, but can always posture and kind of give, time for the team to kind of regroup here. MF with that strut being able to run back into lane so quickly and being able to join up with the team. And bullet time as well, already halfway done. So, a lot of these crucial ults that we see that I pointed out earlier, are going to be up every single time for every fight, at least the direction that it is going here. This team's kind of taking breaks and pauses in between these giant fights. Redledge still doing a great job of being bot lane, being annoying, and trying to work at something, but Boostus?
Trying to annoy him now.
Yeah.
How fast can those tentacles carry you? Fast enough to get back underneath the tier 1. And both carries showing right now for Shattered Spire in the bottom lane. B-Trop is going to get the stun for Wanderer, but Seraphine does have to be a little bit careful moving up on her own like that. Rutledge going to be okay for now, and the side of TFF just not strong enough, as there is the Vel'Koz ultimate counteracted by the Seraphine ultimate into the Orianna shockwave, and that's going to be Eros on a rampage for 0-11 now for the Orianna. 5v4 on the map for TSS.
Now that's slow creeping up. It's like Novocaine. You just give him time, and he makes the plays again and again here. Shockwave being down, but, not really contest. Rocket goes wide, trying to hit a mark, but not going to happen here. Third Mountain Dragon taken as well, so a lot of free armor and matrices, allowing this team to really survive, through these Vel'Koz ults. Nocturne also coming in on primary target. If I'm MF, I feel a lot better now with those in my back pocket, making sure I can survive this Nocturne dive.
Definitely. Yeah, we always talk about how Mountain Shield provides... Mountain Soul Shield provides so much value to tankier targets because you get percentage resistances, right? So for anybody who already has built resistances, that gets multiplied and just makes you unbelievably tanky. But even for squishier targets, the just little shield that you get from the Mountain Soul, as well as just the resistances from the individual dragons, really is quite meaningful and does make you a lot safer, exactly like you said, against assassins like the Nocturne.
Yeah, just a little value goes a long way. We see these fights, people are limping away with, less than 200 health, and that can be definitely attuned here for the Dragon to give yourself a little bit of room or possibly survivability when these do happen here. Mordekaiser still towards the bot wave, Synthwave just trying to 1v1 Warlock, trying to grab some resources back to him, but Heroes just pushing up here with Black Mass, just hoping and praying that they find someone out. Rutledge, though, and Cocoa Puffs in the wings, waiting for Wanderer. Gonna get spotted out
Yeah.
here. But is Chong gonna go in? Ooh.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit desperate at this point for TFF. You know, relegated to that bush. Even they can't even walk up safely to their own red buff. You know, they're forced to kind of try and play these tactical mini games where they're trying to catch people out. You know, their composition is suited for it, right? But still not a position you necessarily want to be in, where that's the only way that you can play out the fights.
Yeah, and you're kind of on the timer towards the top side as well. Warlock
There's
doing
Baron
a great
start.
job holding
Teleport
up
in for the
Matt
Vel'Koz. Both top laners still holding it down over in the side lane. Just the teleport from Rutledge can be enough to deter Shattered Spire from committing to the objective. They don't need to play for the Baron, right? They're on Soul Point now. They can just wait 2.5 minutes, and they'll have a much safer objective to play for. But maybe they do feel like they are strong enough to force a Baron play here. I mean, they're really actually quite far ahead. We haven't talked about the gold lead very much, but they're like 8.5, 9K ahead right now for TSS.
That's quite a bit. Plus, the TP is being used, gives yourselves that advantage. This top wave as well. You know, you're on a timer. Synthwave is slowly chunking down Warlock. It's not a lot, but it is enough that you have to be cautious about it. Nocturne towards the top side as well. So if Synthwave does push up too far, but then again, the Death Realm instantly onto Cocoa Puffs would spell disaster here. If he opted to go in. So you have to be able to send even Vel'Koz maybe. You know, to come help to come clear waves or give a little bit of reprieve here from Synthwave, but that's also a crucial key component with that Baron being up too. You have to be able to defend, so, you know, a little bit of a damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Yeah, both teams just kind of playing it patiently for the time being, waiting for the objectives. We are 3.5 items now for Eros. Has the stasis active available with the arm guard there. 3.5 items for Boostus as well. Well, they are looking really, really good. You know, some big item completions over for the side of TFF also. You know, we have the 3 items done for the Jinx, who's scaling into this game really, really nicely, is Kiora. You know, hasn't had a very easy game so far, but definitely is going to be doing a lot of damage if the Jinx is given any time to hit. And obviously the Vel'Koz is extremely powerful as well.
Yeah, Jinx picking up the IE and the Hurricane here, grabbing that last Whisper, so that all-important armor pen item as well for the build. So one bad team fight, like you just stated.
There's the Encore. Is going to connect onto the support jungle, and they just get womboed into oblivion. Nice setup there from Wanderer, and then the immediate follow-up from everybody on Shattered Spire. They just obliterate those 2 members that were trying to move in for some vision control. And now jungler down. That is the call for Baron. And we don't even need to play for Soul. We just get this Baron and close things out from there is probably the idea.
Yeah, that timer's here. You know, we got 10 seconds and 20 on the Cocoa Puffs here at the end. So they could definitely be looking to do some more damage. Maybe take an inhib. Quickly rotate towards the dragon, pick up Soul as well along the way.
With the rocket. Good try. Very good try.
Yeah, it's one of those nail biters that you see it coming in, and you could, you know, kind of last minute panic and find yourself in a bad place. But Eros stepping up
the
here.
slow. Rutledge is going to have to flash away. The dissonance from the Orianna put him in danger of the Mordekaiser. Nocturne is moving over. Cocoa Puffs does have the paranoia to try to get into this back line. Synthwave doing a good job of frontlining for now. It's going to be Witch dashing on top of Trung. The Nautilus is just going to get burst down. And now in goes Cocoa Puffs. He's trying to burst down the Seraphine, but they just explode the Nocturne once again. 5v3 now for Shattered Spire. Synthwave still holding on to the Death Realm. Mordekaiser pressing forward, pushing the opponents away. Jungler dead again. Means this should be another free objective for Shattered Spire. Warlock knows that he can't just allow that to happen. He's desperately trying to move in, but they've caught the Vel'Koz. Rutledge is down. The Encore connects. It's only Kiora left now. There's nothing that the Jinx can do. Has her rocket for another last-ditch steal attempt, but Boost is going to cut off the retreat path there. No steal attempt for you, Kiora. The ace is completed. The soul is secured, and it's looking like match point for Shattered Spire.
Yeah, they're going to march this down here. Grab inhibitor turrets, and if anyone else gets caught out in the meantime, that is a push for the end. That timer's here, you know, rivaling that 40-second mark, and that is just too long to not have your team here. Wander just gonna peel, make sure everyone is nice and topped off here for the fight. Nocturne going in too for the Seraphine and not even finding the kill onto that. So it speaks volume of how tanky this team is, and the priorities of what they're trying to target. This all
I mean,
lethality build falling on its face very hard.
yeah, that's what happens when you're an assassin playing from behind, right? Cocoa Puffs is literally like a level below the Seraphine. Like Cocoa Puffs is 14, Wanderer's Seraphine is 15. Like the base stats and the shielding and the healing is just too much for the Nocturne to cut through. He just didn't have the damage, and he got popped like a balloon. Synthwave all alone right now in the mid lane, but Mordekaiser doesn't mind that so much. Puts Cocoa Puffs in the Death Realm, trying to get on top of this Nocturne. The Obliterate gets spell shielded. Cocoa Puffs pulled back and still going to go down. Synthwave is traded back as Kiora picks up the shutdown, but that is the third inhibitor is going to fall in the meantime. So doubled up supers in every lane. It's a Wanderer looking for the play. Flash Encore gets the CC onto Kiora. The Shockwave just obliterates the Jinx's health bar. Rutledge trying to get a little bit of damage back off on the side with the Disintegration Ray, but it's just not going to matter. The Vel'Koz is forced to retreat. He's going to get executed by the minions, and that is going to do it, folks. Game number 2. Gonna go the way of Shattered Spire. Demasia's #1 seed up to match point in the finals.
At this point, you have to be able to come back with a giant swing to get the momentum. Last game we talked about this back and forth, back and forth. This game, it was a stranglehold. It was like a boa constrictor. Every time they got a little advantage, they squeezed in just a little more and a little more until you could feel the lungs start to give out and desperation hit quite early here, giving up that soul point as well for the dragon. 4 mountains on top of it, and it just spelled disaster for him. And once again, we have a deathless mid laner. Orianna, that Eros, just a god
is just
above the rest.
Man, yeah, you combine that with the performance from last week as well. That's a 16, 0, and like 38 or something across 2 games on Orianna. That is actually legitimately insane. Like you do not see that often. That level of performance, that level of dominance is really, really impressive, no doubt about it. And yeah, it felt like overall Shattered Spire were just a little bit more coordinated in this one once again. Like you mentioned in the previous game, in game number 1, TFF had those moments where they were able to fight back and find these angles, but this time around, it felt like they didn't really have the tools they needed. Wak Warlock is on more of just this like pure tank champion, and it was really just so much more difficult. And Cocoa Puffs as well. We've already talked at some length about the Nocturne build. We don't need to harp on that anymore, but it just didn't really work out. They weren't able to buy time for their carries, and it was a Shattered Spire just kind of able to run over them in all of those fights.
Yeah, they did a good job of just kind of strangling them down. They picked off their advantage, and a good hats off to Wander and Boosters with the wombo combos that we've seen throughout the entirety. The encore onto the bullet time.
Wander had a great game.
Time and time again, and just making sure the team was topped off, everyone was healthy, they could continue to fight throughout those extended trades and really come out ahead. So Wander really put it in the work here.
Yeah, I mean, it was everybody for the Shattered Spire in this one. They all played extremely well, and they were coordinated as well, like we already mentioned. We saw those ultimates getting layered really nicely. They were able to utilize that wombo combo so effectively, and Synthwave holding it down in the 1v1 off in the side. This one felt pretty effortless for him. It did go pretty late again. We were 37 minutes into game number 2 here before the Nexus finally fell, but it did definitely feel like it was a Shattered Spire's game the whole way through. But who's our game 2 POG, Katana? What are you thinking?
I'm gonna have to go with the Arrows, but once again, we could give this out to a multitude. Black Mass is doing a great job, 14, 2, and 12. That is a monstrous stat line, getting that lead ahead and making sure the objectives were secure every single time. Synthwave's causing havoc towards the top side, using the Death Realms correctly, and like we already touched on this bot lane, that wombo combo is just ridiculous. But Eros having 2 compelling games on Oriana, consistently being that pillar, that beacon that they can kind of really lean upon. That's speaking to me.
Absolutely, yeah. It's hard. It's very very easy to vote for Eros. I think in this one, it definitely was a team effort, but the Oriana play was on point once again, and had those shock waves at the end to put the finishing touches on this game for Shattered Spire. There's definitely a really solid composition for TSS. I'm guessing, Gaetano, that they probably did use pro comps. If we think now is a good time to shout them out.
Sure.
Our lovely sponsor, of course, here for the Blue Otter League. We'll talk about them a little bit here. So, Pro Comps is a tool that you can think of like your personal draft coach or assistant, whether you're playing solo or with your team. It's nothing like other tools everyone is used to. It can be used actually with any of them as a complement to sort of further enhance your gaming experience. They have incredible features like the ability to create your own champion pools. You can customize your own preferences. You can share that information with your friends and teammates. It gives you real-time drafting advice with automated champion pick and ban recommendations based on your pool and what else has been picked. After the phase is complete, there's a guide that outlines the overall strategy for the game based on the 2 drafts. They also allow users to, create your own compositions. You can generate them based on your own preferences. You can save those compositions for later, so you can revisit them and kind of take another look at what worked, what didn't work. It allows you to create your own tier lists as well, so you can create tier lists and create sort of customized draft outlines based on your own personal interpretations of the meta. You don't just have to follow, what's winning in Grandmaster and Challenger tier. It's already hit over 280,000 downloads, has thousands of daily active users. It's very user-friendly as well. It's easy to use. It's free. There's no paywall. You can try it out with 0 cost to you. Why not give it a shot? You can download and set up your league game. It can really reshape how you handle the champion select phase. We all know how important that is. Shattered Spire can tell you all about it. You go to procomps.gg and download, or just click the link in our bio. Special thank you to Procomps. I really appreciate them sponsoring the league. Guys, we're going to now go to another short break. Then we'll come back with Champion Select for Game 3 featuring Procomps. All right, everybody, welcome back once again. A nice short break for you this time around. Thank you again to Procomps, and now we are into our Game 3 Champion Select. The Shattered Spire still on the blue side. TFF remaining on red after that tough loss in game number 2. Look like our bans are going to be pretty similar. Expecting the Olaf ban to come through here for TFF with that 3rd ban slot. For the side of Shattered Spire, they have changed things up a little bit, interestingly. So, Caitlyn and Volibear have been mainstays so far in the bans for Shattered Spire. They've left the Volibear open this time around. They're banning away the Ilaoi as well as the Veigar in this first phase. And there's the Volibear. So they did the exact same thing last game, Gitano, with the Seraphine, where they had banned the Seraphine from red side, but then they left it open on blue. They're able to snatch it up with their B1 pick, and they're doing the exact same thing this time around with the Volibear, securing that priority pick for themselves. Now let's see what TFF is going to respond with. Gitano, you are muted, by the way.
Well, that might help if I unmute myself here.
That
So
would
yeah,
help,
that
yes.
Volibear pick up critical there in the blue. So great job of utilizing, that side. Zuri picked up here, can definitely scale up to that mid to late game as a champ, and over the wall annoying shots. And I personally, when I see a Zuri player that's good, they are just skating and dancing around me. And pair that with a Lulu, and even more so, very annoying to kind of lock them down here. So this bot lane, not super aggressive early, so we could see another, bot lane kind of skates through both back and forth here towards that, mid to late game section here. But we'll see what TSS has up their sleeve here for game number 3, putting them at this, crucial victory point if they want to pull out the stops. But you also put yourself in a position that if you maybe put too many eggs in the basket for this game and end up losing, the champs that you were maybe waiting for that, game 4, game 5, now you don't have in your pocket and have to strategize, what are we going to adjust? But Vars, a really good poke lane here coming out for TSS.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have a choice, right? You kind of have to pull everything out when you're up against the wall like this. You're up against match point, you lose one more game, then it's over. You can't really be saving any picks at all from this position. You got to pull out everything. And for Cocoa Puffs, that means pulling out the Rek'Sai. Very, very exciting. Wow. I mean, it's not the kind of pick you'd usually expect to see with the Zeri Lulu bot lane either. I mean, you want structure for your team fights. You want to have somebody that you can send in front and create space for the Zeri to start doing her Zeri things. But, I mean, maybe we're going to see like a tankier Rek'Sai build. I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised to see the Rek'Sai come out here. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I'm hoping to see a bit more of that bruiser aspect to make sure, just from that past game, once you fall behind, we saw it was very, hard to come back, and hopefully this game has a little bit of a different tune for it here, for Rek'Sai. But we'll see what the team comp also wants to round up on. That's an easy pop-up you can get around for early ganks too, with the champ. So, depending on what we see, it could be a great pick, or it could be just one of those really far out there ones that we're kind of tilting our head now, but in game possibly makes sense.
Yeah. We'll see what Cocoa Puffs is going to be able to show us with the Rek'Sai. I did want to revisit the Lulu Zeri actually for a brief moment, Gitano. This is a pairing that the side of TFF did bring out in their match last week against XG. That was not a winning game, though, for TFF. They did lose that game where they were playing Kiora Chongsomo on the Zeri Lulu. And that was, they were playing against May's Veigar. May went 13-0-5 in that game on Veigar. So at least the side of TFF are not going to have to contend with Veigar in this game because, of course, it has been banned away by the Shadowed Spire on the blue side. So maybe that's why they're feeling comfortable to go back to this duo. And we know Kiora, again, does really love those scaling hyper carries. So we'll see if it's going to work out for him this time around. Urgot comes through on the R4.
Yeah, so an aggressive pick here by TFF, switching it up from what we saw in the past game here. Still saving that crucial mid aspect for the counter pick for the R5 as of right now, unless we see something kind of really crazy come out. But here we are. We talked about NHAs, and it is made our way to this game.
Yeah, and Kiora and Chong, I want to revisit our episode of Otter Talk now, where they actually did shout out Synthwave's Jace as probably his best champion. So they know all too well the dangers of giving Jace over to this player. And we did also see Synthwave play the Jace last week. One lane, lost the game, how it usually goes with NA Jace, but let's not get too into the weeds of that just yet. I'll try to contain myself, all right, I promise. Syndra does come through there on the B5 for Eros. Did have to blind pick mid this game. Obviously, TFF are saving that R5 pick for Rutledge. See what the response into the Syndra is going to be. Whoa, okay.
be the Lux. So kind of an all-in as well here, because with that Syndra, you could scatter the weak into the Lux and really kind of stun up. But Lux is gonna have to do a great job of keeping Syndra on the outside here and kind of really hoping the poke is enough at the end of the day. But as I'm looking at TSS, their poke kind of really out pokes TFF at this point. Between Jace, Karma, and Varus, you should be able to almost take someone out in the fight if you all three were able to land a successful combo and at least possibly 3, almost 4 of the members here for TFF. So a little bit of a strange team comp I'm looking at, but we'll see what it brings.
Yeah, I mean, the Lux is going to be able to at least a little bit match the range of the Jace and the Syndra, right? It's actually so much range on the side of Shattered Spire. Varus, Jace, and Syndra, that is a crazy amount of poke. That is a crazy amount of long-range damage and engage, and you throw out scatters, chains of corruption, all this stuff. That is really, really threatening, but Shattered Spire are a little bit light on frontline, right? They only have the Volibear. It looks like it's going to be Volibear jungle in this game for Witch. So we'll see if Witch alone as the sole frontliner is really going to be able to create the space that they need and by the time that they need to get out this poke damage, or if the engage is going to come out from like the Rek'Sai or the Urgot. It's not a ton of engage though for TFF. I feel like it might be tough for them to get onto this back line.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. That Rek'Sai is either really going to have to telegraph where he's coming into or find a giant flank. But if you do that, then you kind of leave this poke to kind of really hit you. So you have to cower behind the minions, find the angles, get the happy feet, making sure, you're dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodging all over the place here. So, I'm looking at TFF's comp, and the more I kind of dissect it, the worse I'm feeling about it.
Yeah, up against it now as well, down 0-2 in the series. It is do or die. Maybe are these some comfort picks? Let me see. Let's pull up the op.ggs really quickly. See what we can find. No, Walk Warlock's not necessarily an Urgot main or anything like that. Has a few games on it from last split. Had a pretty good win rate, but only 7 games recorded here on the o.gg. And for Cocoa Puffs, the Rek'Sai, I'm not really seeing a whole lot here either. Not really sure. Rutledge Lux, we don't even have a ton of games on Lux either. Again, few games last split, not as great of a win rate. So I don't think comfort is really what's happening here. I'm unsure about really what the strategy is for TFF. Gitano, I did want to mention as well something else that Chong and Kiora were saying in the Outer Talk episode is that they actually were expecting to go down 0-2 in this series. They were anticipating losing the first 2 games, and they were saying they were going to come back in games 3 and 4, and then they were a little bit divided on what was going to happen in game number 5. So things are actually, believe it or not, going according to plan for TFF. We'll see if they can win this game and keep that track record going.
If they win with this, I can definitely put some more stock behind him here for that claim, but until then, it has yet to be seen. I'm still just struggling with the comp. Are you playing for the lane phase and making sure you get ahead, but you're hoping, the Urgot Lux really come out in a beautiful position, and hopefully that Rek'Sai can, either make some great plays, some steals, some early ganks possibly, stuff that you normally wouldn't see just because it's like the Skarner that can kind of go around these giant walls or being able to come at you with a flank normally where a ward would be able to spot you out and then it's too late, it's out of nowhere. So but TSS, the amount of poke that you have and early presence too, I mean their team is not we have to wait for 30 minutes to come online. It's a single item and the Cinder can feel really good. Jace can also duel very well. That Karma Varus, like we've touched about, a great utilization of poke and China
for sure.
Corruption. So and the Volibear initially too with the kit, just a giant mass tank. So it'll be interesting to see what TFF have to pull out here.
Yeah, it definitely will. Shattered Spire, I agree. It feels like they're strong early, they're strong mid game, and they're going to be decently powerful late game as well. It's not necessarily going to be very many windows for TFF to really make their own composition work. You know, the Rek'Sai is obviously a great early game ganker. So maybe, you know, we are going to see Cocoa Puffs make something happen in the early game to try to get one of these lanes a lead. But it does feel like they're almost banking on that, right? Is once we go later, I mean, yeah, you have Zeri as good scaling, but you don't really have that much frontline for the Zeri. You know, they did change Rek'Sai a little while ago where, like, the lethality Rek'Sai is pretty much dead now. You kind of have to build more bruisery to get value out of the pick. They, like, reduced, I think, a lot of the AD ratios and gave her some health scaling. I don't recall exactly what the changes were, but that was the idea, I think. So, you know, maybe the Rek'Sai is actually going to be a decent frontliner later on. But yeah, I think it's not really making a whole lot of sense to us on paper. You have any other thoughts, Katana, before we go to break?
I think maybe the only possible thing is, you know, hit him hard and hit him early. Syndra's immobile. Maybe burn a flash out, you know, have that wombo combo and really kind of, you know, put arrows down as far as they can to kind of open up the map. But that might be the only angle that I'm truly seeing here to kind of push this team to the brink. So.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can get that explosive early game for TFF. They're up against it now. They need to make it happen. Shattered Spire on match point need only one more Nexus to be your Season 12 Emerald League champions. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're about to get into our third game. All right, everyone. On to the Rift once again for the third time, possibly the last time of the night. 2-0 for the Shattered Spire so far. They have been the better team so far tonight. TFF Aftershock on the red side once again with a very interesting draft. See if they're going to be able to turn things around and start their comeback. Not a great start, as the first mantra Q is going to connect for Wanderer.
Yeah, Wander just gonna be annoying as they can be, grabbing some free stacks and some gold in their pocket. A little bit of an invade here as well. Just gonna spot out a little vision and take a look at that Rek'Sai. So they're gonna know Cocoa Puffs
Yeah.
is starting here towards that top side.
Really, really important against a champion like Rek'Sai, right? We already discussed you have all those possibilities of those early gank angles. But if your opponents know what side of the map you're on, it can be a lot more difficult to actually pull that off. So, nice ward for Shattered Spire. Do a little bit of early scouting.
Yeah, just gonna know, you're safe for another minute or two is definitely really nice, especially if you're aggressive in the lane, making sure you're pushing up and taking those advantages away. So we'll see if Warlock here has maybe the comeback game, just like he did in game one with that Darius or Synthwave, having enough in the tank here with that Jace NA pick. I hope it doesn't fall behind. Otherwise, I don't know if I'll be able to hear the end of it for at least till next season. But we'll see
Yeah.
what ends up happening. Quite a bit of poke damage already coming out.
That's
for
the
this
power of
top
the Karma, and that's what we're expecting from this 2v2, right? Varus Karma should definitely have the advantage against Zeri Lulu and be able to get out so much poke damage, really pressure them off the minion wave is the idea. And yeah, if NA Jace isn't enough to get the side of TFF a win here, I don't know what is. Really, that's kind of where I'm at.
I feel like they were almost maybe giving it away or testing the waters. If you
Yeah,
know
it's
there's a
like, all
cursed
right.
treasure, and if you touch it, it's like Pandora's box, or something equal to that, where it's like there could be something good comes of it, but beware of the bad as well.
We are going to see Cocoa Puffs lagging a little bit behind in terms of this first clear. Volibear just a little bit speedier. Rek'Sai is going to move into the mid lane here to go for a little bit of a drive-by gank, looking to make his way towards this bottom half of the map regardless. So just, making a quick pass at Arrow, seeing if there's anything there. There wasn't. Totally fine.
Yeah. So Arrow's already burning through the health pots here, still looking good in lane, does have the TP as well, just in case. Rutledge pushing up here, just going to try to get the advantage while he can here. Staying aggressive, scatter, not going to hit for Eros, but just giving a little bit of pressure in that, Lux binding, being able to go through two objects in front of really just hammers home. I remember the old school Lux, especially in ARAMs, you'd hit one laser and it was just done. And now they changed it where, you unfortunately have to hit multiple ones. But
Unbelievable.
In this mid lane, you can definitely snowball your head, yourself ahead quite a bit. For Euros.
Here comes Witch. Walk Warlock pretty low underneath the turret. Volibear's just going to flash in there. Walk Warlock flashes away to flash in for Synthwave. Brings down the hammer. And that is that 3 out of 3 first bloods for Synthwave?
It's NA Jinx. I mean, there's... What are you going to do?
Okay.
What are you going to do when the hammer comes down? You have nowhere to run. It's the dawn of justice. Just crashing down. Plus, you probably watched Arcane too. Got some inspiration.
He does have the arcane buffs. Yeah,
Season 2,
that's true.
Coming out and just full force. I was surprised we didn't see a Swain, Warwick, Vi. All these champs kind of coming out.
I will say, the arcane buffs were not enough to get Jinx the win earlier, so it's not foolproof.
I mean, Jinx kind of, she's still coming to end herself. She's not, full Super Saiyan.
Ooh, Chong gonna get tethered up. The Lulu's gonna have to flash away there from the tether of the Karma. Summoner spell coming out there in the raw 2v2. A little bit of damage from Kiora onto the Karma now. As it's pretty surprising, honestly, that Zeri Lulu were even able to get the wave fully pushed in there, but there you go.
Yeah, still very healthy as well on the Zuri, so a lot of time and space to play with here as long as Chong just kind of stays back and starts
Oh,
to,
here comes the Volibear
tank
once
up.
again.
Oh,
Synthwave looking to set up the play, softening up that Urgot a little bit. Walk does get the flip back, but does get slowed up by the Sky Splitter, and Synthwave just takes him out. Number 2 now for the Jace, and Cocoa Puffs just a little bit too late for the party. Not in time for the counter gank. 2-0 up now for Synthwave, and Walk Warlock with no TP.
having the tier and just a long sword, and that's all you need for this Jace. 2-0 up CS, no TP. This is gonna feel real good for this top lane. And now if he loses it, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do if I see another win lane lose game situation here out of the Jace. But I have the complete confidence here.
Do you?
For
Oh.
Euros and team, complete confidence.
Well, that's bully for you. Shout out bully. But we'll see. Yeah, I mean, there is actually something else. I think this might be. Oh, maybe not. As the flash in for Cocoa Puff's gonna get denied there by the scatter. Really nice from Eros. Just completely stuffs that attempt from the TFF jungler. Oh, but the late binding is going to connect. Final Spark over the top. Arrow still surviving with about 300 HP. Cocoa Puff still in the area. Doesn't have Flash now, of course. That's Lucent Singularity narrowly missing. Scatter going to connect for the Syndra. Eros does not have the teleport, so this is a difficult spot for the Syndra. Nice ward over the wall to spot out that potential gank path for the Rek'Sai. Meanwhile, Volibear able to secure the first round of grubs. That is the first neutral of the game. Nobody's made a move towards this Chemtech Dragon yet. Oh, the flash away arrows barely alive. Really close call there, but does manage to survive.
Yeah,
Trade of flashes there in the mid lane.
Oh no, bot side wander.
Yeah, really close there as well in the bottom lane. As Kiyora's back got stopped a couple of times, and you could tell the Zeri was getting a little irritated by that. Dashed forward aggressively to try to punish Wanderer, but the Karma's going to be okay. Didn't even need to burn the heal or anything like that. And now, because they were able to stop those bases, stopping Chong again there, and the Lulu on very little mana, Varus Karma doing their work well.
Yeah, grabbing a little bit of a lead here towards the bot side for the priorities, just so then Rek'Sai can't just automatically take the dragon without contest. Eros also going back to lane here as well, just gonna have Prio, but Warlock here towards the top side, maybe biting off a little more you can chew as Synthwave switches to the hammer.
Gotta be careful, right? It's another nice little chunk for the Jace. And Warlock also without teleport, so not ideal. Taking those bad trades. You really need to be sort of buying your time a little bit more against... Oh, dear. He's dead, isn't he? Another Shock Blast is going to stop the recall. Witch is going to come in here with the ultimate, turns off the turret, and walk. There's just nothing at all that he could do. There's no outplaying that one. One more hit from the hammer. 3-0 now for the Jace. Chain of Corruption in the bottom lane. Kiora cleanses, skates over the wall, stays alive. Dragon getting started up. Finally, first neutral of the game for TFF. Better late than never, I suppose. Wanderer's going to try to get in here for a cheeky mantra to Inner Flame. Smite good, though, from Cocoa Puffs. Dragon will go over. But things are not looking good so far for the number 3 seed from Noxus.
Yeah, not good at all here. Jace having a really good time in lane. This bot lane, you're going even, and like we talked about, that poke that you have on this team is going to be ridiculous, and your only saving grace is that Rek'Sai with a double longsword. So, I'm going to try to see what he turns that into first here exactly. But Luck still having a pretty decent lane phase here against Eros, so Rutledge just trying to take the advantage, maybe even bait out something for Cocoa Puffs just to give them a little bit of a lead. But Eros doing a good job of warding that pit, as that is a favored, gank side for Cocoa Puffs, but still finds Eros here in the mid.
Syndra gonna get knocked up. Sets up for the final spark over the top. Syndra in trouble. No flash. Does get taken down. TFF Aftershock, their first kill of the game. They are on the board. Still down about 1,000 gold, but some much needed money there. Does go on to the Rek'Sai. Probably not ideal. I think you would have liked that on the Lux, but Syndra has still no flash, so some possibilities of revisits from the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and we saw the ward in the pit there by the Raptors, but just unfortunately did not respect from the other angle, off to the side there. So Volibear 2 losing a little bit of his bot side here from the Rex side. Red buff and Raptors gone already. Dragon taken out. So, you know, still a little down in the CS department. So the Volibear still keeping himself in a good position. Void Grub's also spawning here. And I don't think, you know, we'll see if there's a contest. Rek'Sai pathing towards the bot side already.
Yeah.
But if they give it away, I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I mean, I would not be a fan of that personally.
Yep.
Giving over 6 grubs to Jace, who's already winning this matchup so hard, seems very dangerous. But maybe they feel like they just can't contest. Maybe they actually just feel like Jace is so strong already that any fight they take around the top side of the map, they would just lose. If that's the read, I guess fair enough. But, I mean, you're going to have to do something about the Jace at some point, right?
It's, something that you can't just leave unanswered, for the time being here. So they're going to give it away. There's no cross map objective to take. So Cocoa Puff's just going to farm out here, try to catch up a little bit, maybe look something towards the bot side, as maybe a little bit of a counter. We don't see a lot of deep vision here for Wanderer and Boostus. So they possibly could be making a play at some point, but it looks like, Kiora has to go back here. A little low on health, so nothing taken here as Void Grubs go down, and that is all 6.
Again, Karma just being so annoying, not allowing Chong to reset with his carry. And now the 6 grubs doing their work for Synthwave, just chipping away at that turret. It's almost got it down to its last plate. Still 2 minutes to go to try to collect that one.
Yeah, just about a 2K lead as well, and this early is pretty massive here. We know it's all in the hands of the Jace as well. As we look at the difference, it's about 1,500, basically what Jace is sitting on right now for the gold that collected between the two here. Cocoa Puff so towards up,
Warlock flashing forward, doesn't connect the apprehend, or what is it called? The disdain, I think it's called for Urgot, but not going to land for Warlock, trying to set up for the plays. Cocoa Puffs was tunneling in, but Synthwave just walking away from that one. Didn't need to flash or anything. Jace is just totally fine. That's going to force the reset for the Urgot, and he might just get this full turret here, Synthwave.
Yeah, he might. There's not a lot they can do to contest. Cocoa Puffs going back there, headed towards bot side, looking for the dragon. They're trying to put themselves up 2-0 to give them a little bit of leeway.
700 gold. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah.
He's got 2,800 gold in pocket. That's disgusting. That's a full item.
Yep, and then some here because he already has, a lot of partial items complete. So I maybe wouldn't be surprised to see if he, has possibly 2 or at least knocking on that door. Dragon coming up here in 21 seconds. Jace still having TP. If I see Jace there, you leave. You automatically leave and don't fight. We see the Ghost Blade coming out of Jace. Not something I regularly see out of that, and still has the Serrated Dirk as well. So, a little bit of callback for the lethality we saw, Nocturne go here in game 2, but Jace now kind of taking it to a new level here. As they start to slowly clear out this vision.
Oh, Chain of Corruption can connect on to Kiora, who tries to flash away, and the flash as well, as the cleanse is going to get the Zeri out to safety, and they do catch, actually, Syndra on the other side of the river. Rek'Sai able to get on top there. They secure the kill onto Arrow, so 5v4 now, actually, for TFF Aftershock. They still have to be wary of this Jace, though. Synthwave in a decent position off on the side, trying to pepper in these shock blasts. Dragon is getting burned down, though. Witch is trying to get in there for the 50-50, but he's going to get polymorphed and flipped backwards and pulled in. And now NA Jace is going to try to go in, and he's not going to get anything done. He gets shut down by the Rek'Sai. The Dragon goes over, and now it's just Boostus and Wanderer trying to get away. Wanderer wandering to the wrong side of the rift right now. Is the Karma going to be able to recall? Boostus does manage to flash back underneath the turret, will survive, but I think this Karma's about to... Oh, no, Kiora went to the wrong... Oh, he procs the wolves. The Karma's back is still not stopped. Oh, that was way too close. Wanderer almost able to get away, but is going to get punished in the end. The turret shot comes through. Kiora gets his first of the game.
That would have been the Houdini plays of all Houdini plays there. Just backing in the wolf pit, everyone's running around you, they're missing you, left and right, and you get out of there. I would have liked to see more poke. You can give up this dragon. It is not a do or die. You've given them 2 dragons before and you've come back just fine. Allow Jason Vars to start poking out. They take the dragon, but at the end of the day, you could have taken the fight, taken a turret, and just pushed. So a great catch out, onto the Syndra heroes. 0-2 now, so you've successfully put mid, in this kind of, tougher spot where he's not at the point of that powerful Syndra that's kind of one-shotting everything that they see. So a little late here for TFF.
Yeah, pretty big moves from them. We do have an Infernal Soul on the Rift this time around, so obviously would be phenomenal for either side who were able to secure that. But TFF being the ones on 2 dragons so far, they're going to be quite happy with rolling that Infernal Soul.
Yeah, a pickup on Infernal Soul just amplifies your damage an ungodly amount here. So, which Black Mass just trying to farm up here, still ahead of the Rek'Sai a little bit. No neutral objectives on the board here for 3 minutes. Baron's still 3.5 away, and that next dragon here coming up at that crucial point. Bot lanes have rotated. They're looking for Boostus. Wanderers lit up.
Wanderer, actually, the one maybe in danger. The light binding going to connect there. Final Spark as well. Gets the Karma down quite low, but nobody else can get in range to finish the job. So Wanderer wanders away.
I see what you did there twice, and I like what you're doing. I like what you're doing.
I don't know if I really deserve that much credit for that one, but thank you.
I appreciate it, and that's all that matters, Who cares? No, I won't go about the fans. The fans are amazing. That's the reason why we have what we have is because of you at home.
Shout out fans.
Yes, shout out to the fans. F in chat for production. No. So this looks 0-4, but still doing tons of damage. That laser just Final Spark doing so much damage here early, and I wait to see it in late game once you have that 3 to 4 items. Now picking up the Dark Seal as well, so a couple of kills here and there, and that Final Spark could instantly just delete Jay Syndra, Karma, or Vars straight off the map just with one combo.
Yeah, I'm just noticing Rutledge has gone for the potion rune and the inspiration tree. Has that potion of adaptive force in inventory right now for the Lux. Maybe a little bit surprised. Maybe that is common on Lux, but I feel like you don't see mages taking that rune very often.
I personally
Chain of Corruption in the mid lane. Kiora head cleanse. Never mind. Go on.
Yeah, I don't see it often, but if that's your preferred play method and it works for you and you have it nailed down pat, by all means go for it, Warlock still having a tough time in the top lane, just a one trade and half health.
It's getting jaced a little bit. That's kind of how it goes. He does his combo. Yeah. He jumps on you. He does a bunch of damage. And you're just kind of like, okay, cool. Nice damage, man. And now he's going to have to go back to the fountain. Heal up a bit. Does have the teleport right now. See if the Warlock is going to feel the need to use it to defend that tier 2 turret. Most likely, I think the answer is going to be yes. Actually, canceling the recall for now is the Warlock. Feeling like he's healthy enough to be able to catch that minion wave as it comes in. Just, you don't want to be fighting Jace anymore if you can at all avoid it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how well you can avoid it here. Void Grub's going to do a lot of work on the tower, and this consistency of this push is kind of really taking out Warlock, in these
okay. I like this from Shattered Spire. I mean, you have Jace. He's fed. You should commit everything towards trying to snowball that matchup, as Witch is going to be forced to Stormbringer away from the Rek'Sai. And the tier 2 in top still standing for now. They've got to chunk down to about a third, and Synthwave is able to walk up with the grubs, takes down the turret. Warlock now has to flash away. Doesn't have the turret anymore to stay alive. Synthwave flash follows and just crushes him with the hammer. 4 kills now for the Jace. Meanwhile, bot side, Witch and Black Mass trying to flash away with the flash follow for Cocoa Puffs. Knockup is there to secure the kill. Boostus now is getting flashed on by Kiora. The barrier comes out from the Varus, stays alive, and the Zeri not going to be so lucky. Shut down over to Wanderer. Synthwave still pushing in the top lane. It is going to be a 2-for-1 across the map in favor of Shattered Spire.
Yeah, that.
And oh my goodness, they're losing there. Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're losing a lot here. That hypercharge from Jace being able to take down towers very quickly. That 3 kind of auto attack proc. Rutledge here has to be careful, taking a shock blast gate straight to the face and has to kind of limp away at this point. This Jace has had too much time to become a nuisance here, and almost at 10k total gold, sitting on two, a little under 2,800 in the pocket. Well, never mind. He just exposed it now at 3,000 gold in the pocket for Jace. The next back is just going to
Crazy,
be nuts.
yeah. Trong forced a flash there. Shot black, yeah. No, he's pretty strong. There's no doubt about it. Jace is very, very powerful right now. It's going to allow the rest of the team to get complete control over the river. There's that one ward for TFF in the banana brush. Is going to give them the confidence to move in and try to contest this space. And you can see for the side of Shattered Spire, they're okay conceding for now because they have this poke damage to try and chip away at these health bars. So the side of Aftershock, no, they just have to commit to the objective. You can't just hang around and let yourself get poked out. So they're burning down the dragon. It might come down to a flip as Witch is right there. Volleybear moves in. Can't get the smite, though. Rock on the front line pulls in the bear. The bear is going to go into the meat grinder. That's 2 kills over to TFF. Synthwave still off on the side here. Is the Jace going to be able to make some magic happen from a very difficult position in the fight? Eros is in trouble. The shutdown does go over as Varus shuts down the Rek'Sai. 1 kill back over to Shattered Spire. It's TFF. They get the fight and the dragon. They are now on sole point for TFF Aftershock.
Yeah, a little bit of a silver lining for them. They just need one more to put themselves in this driver's seat. That Infernal Soul would be huge for them, especially on this Lux damage. Zuri also building up 2, 1, and 3 at this point. So Kioria doing a great job of keeping themselves in the game here and really posturing around. Rek'Sai as well, 4, 1, and 3. So really panning out for them at this point here.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai pick has looked very good. It's not really a pick that's all in on the early game anymore. Like I mentioned, earlier on, you can see from the build as well. It's a lot of health in the build for Cocoa Puffs, so is going to fill that role of frontliner for the team that you want with this composition. So, yeah, definitely agree. The Rek'Sai has been looking very solid, is definitely providing a lot of value here so far. You even think about the picks that they were able to find onto Arrows. That was in large part thanks to Cocoa Puffs setting that up. So, yeah, it's been a very solid game for the TFF junglers so far.
And Jace now kind of going towards that bot side, going to open up the map towards the top. And if that Baron play, if they feel like they're healthy enough, I don't think they should be trying it anytime soon. But if the Jace has another 5, minutes to kind of split push, make sure they spent enough resources. Hopefully Boosters and team can kind of, take charge at that point. Heroes pulling up a little far here, does opt to go back just a little bit. We did see Lulu and Lux there in the wings waiting just in case. But I think this tower bot side is going to be not meant for this world after this next wave.
Yeah, I mean, good lane assignments from Shattered Spire here. There are no more turrets for the Jace to take in the top lane. We need to get him into a different lane. This is something that you see all too often in solo queue, right? Is these laners will just AFK brain, just continuously walk down their assigned lane until one of the nexuses explodes. So love to see this from Synthwave, realizing that there is a lot more for me to do in the bot lane at this point. So that is where he is. But this is potentially going to be a difficult situation coming up for Shattered Spire. They're up against Soul Point now. We've already discussed how threatening this Infernal Soul could be, and they're trying to get ahead of it with a Baron start. But this is on Vision. I mean, the side of Aftershock know that this is happening. What are they going to be able to do about it?
Yeah, Lux over the top of the Baron Pit too. Going to be able to poke out anyone kind of taking on that dragon right away. So Rek'Sai as well is going to shoot over, grab Vision, and
yeah, it's too risky.
Show that they're going to be backing off here. So a good play strategy here to just kind of gently push them away.
Yeah, not over-committing before they needed to, as that's some good damage over the wall. Trong does get away from the Karma Tether. Nice damage coming out from Eros as well, but the Light Binding is going to connect. The final spark, the flash away. Eros barely surviving. Close call there towards the mid lane. Nobody goes down.
I think a Banshee's Veil here, for arrows would just do remarkable things. Just dodging that one binding can kind of really make or break, your positioning there, especially with that flash being down now. So Synthwave looking towards the bot side, gonna take down the tower. Looking possibly for some more damage. Gonna back up. Dragon in less than a minute. And this is the soul point that you touched on. This is kind of, the make or break point for them here. If they end up securing the Dragon on TFF, that opens up the door and really allows them to play a lot more aggressive inside these lanes and these team fights.
Absolutely. Yeah. Massive, massive fight coming up. And, we should also mention the fact that TFF don't have to take the Dragon. Right?
Yep.
If you give over one Infernal to your opponents, that's not the end of the world. They're going to be okay with that if it comes to it. But obviously, they would love to secure the Soul right here and now, try to get themselves into the driver's seat of this game. They've been behind in gold pretty much the whole time. But all of that gold is on Jace. So if you get Infernal Soul and you catch the Jace, all of a sudden, that gold lead doesn't exist anymore.
A little bit of a death bush as well. They have to be careful. Ero's taking a little bit of damage here from the Lux.
Nice scatter. The poke damage already coming out from a Shattered Spire. They're pushing TFF out of the river. Swak Warlock shrunk down low, tethered up, flashing forward as Witch of Black Mask. Though looking to punish the Urgot. In goes the Rek'Sai. Cocoa Puffs finding the double knockup. Goes into the ultimate as well. Is into the back line. Is the Rek'Sai. They're managing to peel back. They're kiting back for now. Witch looking for the turn. Goes back in, but pulled in by the Meat Grinder. The Fear connects onto Arrows. Synthwave in the back line trying to take down Kiora, but he's just going to get gunned down. The shutdown. Extra gold into the Zeri's pockets. And now it is only Wanderer and Boostus trying to get away. They're not going to be able to do so. A shutdown for the Lux as well. Wanderer not going to be able to get away. Zeri's all fired up, and she completes the ace. Infernal Soul for TFF Aftershock. They're not done just yet.
Not at all. They flip the script on them right there. Even up the golds, taking the soul point as well. They could even be looking for Baron. There's enough death timers just... They're going to back here, try to push. I'd almost maybe like to see Jace go top, try to crash that inhib, get a little more, bang for the buck on that top push. But irregardless, it's a very unfortunate play there and turn of events. We saw Rek'Sai really dive deep. They committed, towards him. But then after the play, they kind of scattered and Jace was left on the wrong side of the tracks there as, he started pushing more towards top side while everyone was trying to push away back towards the base.
Yeah. I mean, characters like Jace, right? And, a lot of these champions that the Shattered Spire have drafted this game, they rely so much once you get to 5v5s on positioning, right? It's relatively easy as Jace to dominate in the 1v1, right? That's kind of what the champion is made for. But once you get to 5v5s, it becomes a lot more subtle. It becomes a lot more technical in how you need to play these fights out. And I think we've seen a couple of times now. We've seen Synthwave dominate in the 1v1. We know he's great at that part of the champion, but Wanderer getting caught out now, knocked up by the Rek'Sai. Final Spark over the top, not going to land. It's not going to matter. Rutledge on a killing spree. 5v4 on the map now for TFF.
We touched on this poke comp and positioning, as you just mentioned, but you also need to make sure you're always on the outside here. Boost is getting caught out, instantly getting polished.
I mean, that's going to be a Baron start for sure for TFF. Walk Warlock trying to hold the line in the top lane, trying to defend this bot lane inhibitor turret from the level 16 Jace. They can't do the Baron that quickly either, and Witch is still waiting on the other side of the wall. Volibear has the ultimate. They're going to take down the Cinder, though, and Witch went way too early. The Baron was not nearly low enough, but I guess the Volibear didn't have vision. He didn't know the HP on the Baron. It's going to be 2 more kills plus the objective. Meanwhile, Walk Warlock was able to hold the line and defend that inhibitor turret. So a great spot now for TFF Aftershock in this game. They've got everything that they need.
Yeah, they have Baron, they have Inferno, they're just going to be pushing this down here. And with the Ants marching in 1 by 1 after that Baron play, they have a lot of leniency too, where they could start to rotate, pick up some free towers, on these side lanes and still be healthy enough where, they don't have to take any random fights now. Elder coming up in 3 minutes. You just have to be careful. Warlock grabbing a little bit more damage back towards him. Hopefully can kind of hold now against the Jace with these empowered minions here as they push down. He's going to opt out just to back away, give Jace the respect. It's tough. It's tough having this giant lead and not being able to capitalize on it. And it's the positioning. It's getting caught out. Wander
It's
back to
Jace,
back.
baby.
Stop! I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear it.
It is. I don't know what to say, man.
Every time I play Jace, I'm like,
It's a real
I'm
thing.
gonna screenshot it and send it to you and be like, it works. I promise it works.
Lulu getting tethered up right now. Kiora moving in is going to be able to execute the Karma, but now the cleanse, the Wild Growth, not enough to keep Kiora alive. Again, the Rek'Sai flashes in for the double knockup, and Rutledge, still alive, has all the damage that they need. A double kill over to the Lux. Only Eros and Boostus left as they run for the hills. The Urgot ultimate connects, the Lucent Singularity, the triple kill for the TFF mid laner, and they might just be able to walk it down mid.
They are going to. This Lux pick is getting more bang for its buck. 7, 0, and 12. 25 stacks on the Magi Soul Stealer. And, you know, those final sparkles are just igniting people for the entire health bar.
Only Eros and Wanderer here trying to defend Witch in 10 seconds. First Nexus turret already down. Cocoa Puffs zoning them away. The Rek'Sai so tanky, they can't deal with Cocoa Puffs. The other Nexus turret surely is going to go down. Rutledge taking up torch shots. Actually obliterated Eros there with another ultimate, I believe it was. 8, 0, and 12 now for Rutledge. Saw Eros's 0 deaths performance in the previous game and maybe got a little bit inspired.
I mean, anything you can do, I can do better. A nice little call back and forth there. So 700 bounty on that Lux's head, but you just can't.
Magi
get
stacks.
to him.
Look at that Lux, man.
Read.
How much AP does Rutledge have right now? Can we get a 600 AP? That is quite a lot.
Yeah,
Remember the
final
Infernal
spark-
Soul in there as well. Go ahead, sorry.
No, the final spark doing over 1,200 for the damage, which doesn't count into, you know, when you're proccing. Illumination
yeah, okay.
and
Trong is
everything.
going to Wild Growth himself and is going to flash away and will survive. Trong not going anywhere. Elder Dragon in 40. Zeri and Lux in the side lane. This is an interesting setup right now for TFF. Kiora's going to be able to dash away from the scatter. Cocoa Puff's going to be able to intercept Witch as the Volibear moved in to try to punish. The Rek'Sai, again, very tanky. Hard to punish Cocoa Puffs even when he is out of position. Kiora now popping the ultimate. The surge for the Zeri comes through. They are getting on top of Rutledge, but look at Kiora on the other side of the team fight, just shredding all of those health bars. It's a Zeri moment, ladies and gentlemen. The extendo beam over the wall for the double kill. Kiora looking to chase down one more. There's the skate, and there's the burst fire. Completes the triple kill, and that should be it.
Kiora there, just playing Red Rover. I'm setting myself right over, and then just cleaning up the entire backside. Meanwhile, Urgot keeps just pushing and pushing away. Elder up, but I don't think it's even something on the radar that they have to look at. They're going to push this in.
Don't need it.
You know, they called for game 4, and, you know, we're going to get it.
We sure are. We sure are. We are following the script so far, Gitano, and I'm loving every second of it. Absolutely amazing. We were doubting the draft for TFF. We didn't think that they really knew what they were doing with this composition. Oh man, were we wrong.
Hey, Jace, just curse.
It's
Curse.
NHAs, man.
Curse.
Every time,
Curse
every time,
NHAs.
NHAs. I swear to God, man.
Oh,
Anyway, let's not dwell on it
Well-
too much. You know, Synthwave obviously
Look,
had a great lane once again. He did the Jace things and the stuff and the big boom boom damage. It didn't matter. Let's really just focus on TFF Aftershock and the way that they were able to make this game work. Cocoa Puffs on the Rek'Sai. So many amazing engages. Rutledge did die one time at the end there, so not a deathless game for the mid laner. At the very, very end, they finally got Rutledge. But man, I mean, what a great bounce back for TFF. I mean, they've got all this momentum now. I could see a game 4 win. I'm feeling the 5 games, Gitano. Are you feeling it?
If we go to Silver Scrapes, I am just fine. It makes for, great casting. It makes for the great gameplay and just really shows how competitive these two teams are. So, a good shout out, to Rutschlitz Lux just doing fantastic work throughout the entirety. Having the Magic Soul Saver stack, complete up to the 25 at, a pretty early mark, I felt, and just kind of rickrolled over the entire team once that happened. So, Warlock not having the best game, but really just trying to keep that Jace at bay as best as they could, and making sure the team on the backside could really pull through. And Kiora doing a fantastic job on that Zuri, coming on that late game and just kind of crushing it with that Lulu in the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, Rutledge not quite able to complete the deathless game, but check out those deaths on Chong Somo. Big ol' 0 in the death column for the support, 1-0 and 17 on the Lulu. Phenomenal game here from the TFF Aftershock bot duo. There's that Otter Talk buff finally coming through. About time.
So it'll be interesting now, a couple of bans off the tables. You only get 3 right away. A lot of champs have been played already, so these deep pocket champ pools really have to shine here in game 4 and 5.
Absolutely right. Are we thinking Rutledge, POG, Katana? Was that the assessment?
I would give it over to Rutledge too. I think Cocoa Puffs did an amazing job, and definitely, Kiora did a fantastic at the bot side, but Rutledge, Lux, Sparkle, I feel like I should just ban Lux every game from here on out, just off of that play alone, so I never have to deal or see that again.
Yeah, the Lux was great. The Zeri was also great. The Rek'Sai engages were great. Personally, I would give the vote to the Deathless Lulu. I feel like the supports don't get enough love, and I just tabbed over to the vision score as well. Gitano, check out that vision score, 92-58 this game.
Ooh, that
in
is
Chong Somo's favor.
big difference.
I think the Lulu was the unsung hero in this one for me, but a great
sure.
game across the board. I mean, Warlock obviously suffered quite a lot at the hands of Synthwave's Jace in the laning phase, but held the line at the inhibitors, right? Just eventually got to the point where it's like, I'm not even going to walk up. I'm not going to interact with this guy at all. My team is winning. I just need to survive and kill these minions. And he did that very well. So a great game all around for TFF Aftershock. We're going to game 4. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, here we go once more into the drafting phase, sponsored by ProComps, of course, for the fourth game between TFF Aftershock and the Shattered Spire. TFF Aftershock with their first win of the series in the previous game means the Shattered Spire now for the, well, second time because they had side selection for game number 1. They are now going to move back over to the red side where they started tonight, and we'll see what they have in store for us in game number 4.
Yeah, I imagine they'll R5 the mid here and let Eros shine one more time here and hopefully try to close out this series here. So TFF doing a great job in this past game, just, giving themselves time to scale, giving themselves great team fights. The Jace got out of hand, but Urgot did a good job of trying to nullify it as best they could. And now, picking up the Maokai, not showing up too much exactly, in a good flex pick here for TFF.
Oh, yeah.
Might as well TSS picking out the Smolder, so putting yourself on that timer as well as the Tom Kench pickup. I'm liking those two already.
Yeah, the Tom Kench feels great with the Smolder. He's the perfect, he's a very tasty little dragon, right?
Yes.
Tom Kench loves eating that little dragon to keep him safe, obviously. And then just spitting him back out with a big old shield. That feels absolutely fantastic. We do see the Kaisa come through on the other side. That's a really nice pairing with the Maokai. It's pretty much guaranteed CC with the Nature's Grasp. It's not, amazing engage or anything, right? It can be avoidable for champions with dashes or a lot of movement speed, but it's just so wide, right? Such a wide ultimate ability that you're almost always going to catch somebody. And the Kaisa obviously able to follow up there with the Killer Instinct. See what the pairing is going to be. Expecting something for Chong here on the B3. Running out of time. They did our draft break. What happened?
Draft died, it looks like.
The draft broke. Okay. All right. So we're gonna fix the draft, and yeah. So far we've got Maokai B1, Smolder R1, Tom Kench R2, Kaisa B2. I guess we don't know the B3 pick just yet. Nothing was capable of being locked in, apparently, is the word we're getting. So we're going to make a new link. We're going to get back in here momentarily for you guys. We didn't really touch on the bans just yet. TFF are banning away the exact same 3 champions they've been banning away all night, targeting Witch's Pool. And for the Shattered Spire, they're going to ban away the Caitlyn and the Vhagar once again, as well as the Alawi. All picks that they have banned at some point earlier on in the night. Actually, the exact same picks that they banned in the previous game, in game number 3.
Yeah, so now it just kind of comes down to, that all-inclusive R5 pick, what you're going to do with it, and where this team comp is going to go. Having the Smolder and the Kench, it is very versatile. You could even throw, Smolder mid if it is the correct matchup. You could even do it top, if they end up seeing a Mundo or someone like that, where, you have that free farm towards the back end. So really not giving away their hand right away, which, kudos to them as well. And the Tom Kench being flexible as well as being a very vital piece of it come towards, those team fights, just making sure your team is, in the saving graces in case you're out of position or caught out, you have someone to save you.
Yeah, definitely can be good. Yeah, we'll see how that is working out for the Shattered Spire once we get into the game. But while we have a little bit of time here, Gaetano, there's actually one other thing that I really wanted to kind of throw out there. I wanted to kind of get around to it during the previous game. We didn't really end up having time. But here we go. This is going to sound kind of stupid. All right. So bear with me.
Yep.
But from this matchup, I am getting shades of T1 versus the LPL. Let me walk you through it. Okay.
Yep.
So the Shattered Spire are the only representative from Demacia who are, who are doing well in the playoffs, in the postseason. So the Shattered Spire are kind of representing T1 in this metaphor. And, if we think about their playoff journey, they took down Final Boss Alpha in the first round, okay, Noxus number 4 seed. And then they played against a team from Ionia. And then in the semifinals, they took down Syndicate, Noxus number 2 seed. And now here in the finals, they're facing TFF Aftershock, Noxus number 3 seed. So it's like the Shattered Spire versus Noxus, T1 versus the LPL. Huh? Is there something there? What do you think?
I'm with you.
Huh?
I'm with you.
Yeah?
I don't think this is a
And
far-fetched, type
not at all.
dilemma. No.
Right. They're basically T1. And
Yes.
to top it all off, Synthwave was even playing T1 Jace in that previous game. It's all coming together. And you know what this means, Gitano? You know what this means, right?
Silver scrapes. It's going
That's
all the way to
exactly
five.
what it means. That's exactly right. That's what it means. So it's all coming together. It's all coming together, my friend. Are we back in the draft? What's happening?
We are back in the draft. They grabbed new spec links, same picks, same bands. We're just waiting here, for that all-inclusive TFF, B3 pick that we're going there. And I feel like when you were kind of, grabbing this theory of yours together, you had the bulletin board with the strings, tying the loops together, just
I got tangled up in the strings at one point. I was kind of like stuck to the board myself. It was a mess. Yeah.
But you were in, you committed to, the theory, which I can appreciate. If you're going to do something, you have to do it correctly. So, which I think you're doing a great job at. So whenever you have a rabbit hole to go down to, you point at it, and I'm following you down.
I appreciate that. Man. Wherever my heart desires, I'm like Dr. Mundo. I go wherever I please into all the rabbit holes. I don't know if Mundo is a big talker. He think I mostly just says his name a lot. Anyways, I'm still not sure what's happening with this draft. I'm seeing a lot of lock-ins that aren't actual lock-ins. Is that what you're seeing as well, Gitano? Or no, it's just me. I'm on the wrong link. Ha! Silly me. Okay.
I was gonna say we're
just
seeing the gist of it here. Renekton locked in.
No, okay.
Orin as well. So the top laner is already showing out here. Vi getting picked up by TSS. So a great engage tool. A lot of CC I'm seeing here from TSS. The Vi, Orin, and Tompkins all being able to really lock down a singular target, and that Renekton pick being very capable early game, being able to kind of carry and do a lot of damage here in his own respect against the Ornn, and a Leona pickup. So a lot of chain CC as well from TFF. That means Maokai will be going here for the jungle pick, and a little bit more of an aggressive bot lane here with that Leona pickup.
Yeah, a great pairing alongside the Kai'Sa, I think, is one of the best champions for setting Kai'Sa up to go in. You have that long-range, non-committal CC with the Solar Flare. Works really, really well. And then the Anivia is going to come through here for Rutledge. This is a pick that we have seen players find a lot of success with here in Emerald. Who was that was playing the Anivia? Who was that was busting out the Anivia before? I can't remember.
I can't remember myself, but
it wasn't Zooey.
No.
Was it OTF for XG? Is that who was playing
be.
the Anivia? I can't remember. Anyways, we know that this pick can be strong, and I do feel like it does work pretty well. It doesn't really match the Kai'Sa that well. You're not going to want to dive, obviously, with the Anivia, but they do have a ton of CC and a ton of zone control do TFF with this draft. But what do you think about that Azir R5 into the Anivia?
Into the Anivia, I can see why. I play Azir quite often, so you're going to be able to get the poke out. You're going to get your 3 proc if you go electrocute. Depending on what runes you're running, that kind of dictates what kind of lane you're facing against the Anivia. But once the Queen of Clear gets that, ultimate, you have to be careful, because as soon as you start to really commit, she throws the wall behind you. Either your Shrima Shuffle has to be on point, otherwise you are going to get locked down, CC'd, and it's not going to be fun for you, if Anivia can kind of come after you whenever she pleases. So pair that with the Maokai too. You could be locked down central, but on the other hand, you have the Shrima Shuffle, you have the push and the shove as well. You have the ability to create your own turrets in case you do go down early, or a team fight breaks out in the middle of a lane. You have some sort of safety for it. So Azir being a late game monster, really being able to kind of poke out and self peel for this backline too. So Tompkins, Ornn, and Vi all go in. You still have the Smolder that's pretty vulnerable, but Azir throwing up that wall kind of matches the Anivia wall as well. Not as lengthy, but still just a point of contention. But you touched on the Anivia plays, especially in these really close jungle ranges. That wall can really separate an entire team, where either you have the gap close or you're on the wrong side for at least, 3 to 4 seconds, which in this game is death at this point. So you have to be really careful about when you go in. Your timing and positioning is more crucial now than ever with the Maokai and the Leona.
Yeah, definitely the case. It's interesting, right? I feel like both teams have got a lot of good elements here in our game 4 draft. The Shattered Spire, as you already touched on, they've got an incredible amount of front line. They've got great engage with the Vi and the Ornn. Then they've got great late game scaling and damage from the Azir and the Smolder. Very balanced draft. For TFF Aftershock, I do think they have a lot of great tools as well. Kai'Sa has a ton of different ways that she can be set up to pop off in the fights. They've got a lot of power picks here, and the Maokai and the Anivia, I think, are both champions that we've seen find a lot of success here in Emerald. But for TFF, I do think that their composition is trying to do a couple of different things. It's like they've got Kai'Sa and Leona are the divers, right? But Maokai and Anivia are the kiters. They're trying to kite back as opposed to dive forward. And then Renekton is kind of in the middle. He can kind of do either, depending on the situation. So I am really curious to see how TFF are gonna play this game out. I do think that this composition can work really well, but you have to be really deliberate and careful about, making sure that everybody is on the same page and is playing the fight in the same way, or else you do risk kind of splitting yourself apart, and that could be pretty disastrous.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there with that. Just being that precise and making sure that you're in that. I do like that you have, both options of utility of go in and self peel as well. But, if you also break that up, what happens with the team. Let's say Kai'Sa dies early on, gets Tahm-Kench eaten too, and just that damage off the table and really allows that Smolder to get to the back line. And, speaking of Smolder in the back line, who's diving on the Smolder? Renekton has to slice and dice. You have to wait for that, Leona ult to really come crashing down. But with the Smolder range, if you can stay in a safe spot, there's not a lot of press a button and go in towards him here. So, it's kind of riding on that Smolder and Azir to get to that late game and make sure that her positioning is critical, because the chains you see here from TFF is kind of ridiculous. Just between the Leona and Anivia, you're probably looking at a good, 4-second lockdown, which spells disaster for you.
Yeah, that's a really interesting note as well. The fact that once we do get towards a late game, it's going to be all down to the 4 carries, right? The Anivia, Kai'Sa, Azir, and Smolder. Nobody else is really going to be doing a whole lot of damage at that point. So it's going to be all about keeping those carries safe and making that sure that they have the opportunity to hit for both of these teams to really find success in those later game fights. So that's going to be really interesting to track as well. Just the fact that Eros has the R5 pick in this game again, it has the opportunity to counterpick mid lane, I think is really big. That's something else that we really need to keep in mind for this one. But I think overall both teams have some pretty solid drafts. TFF with the momentum after picking up the win in game number 3, but Shattered Spire back on red side, their preferred side. Have a really solid draft here as well. How are you feeling overall about these compositions? What direction are you leaning here for this 4th game?
Oh boy.
And how are the Cats doing tonight, incidentally, on their predictions? I know you mentioned they made some predictions earlier.
Let's take a look here at what they
let's
predicted.
take a quick look. They were blue, red, red, blue, red. So blue, red, red. They were wrong for the first game. They were wrong for the second game. And they were right for the third game. So the Cats are 1-2 tonight. What's your record right now?
I think I am. Oh boy, am I also 1-2?
You might be.
I think I am. I think I have to be the difference maker. I think the Cats went blue on this one, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's right. They did go blue for this 4th game.
I'm going red then. I'm proving to myself once and for all that I am smarter than the Cats. I know a lot of people might have some thoughts on that, and I'm okay to be proven wrong. Cats are very smart, and if they can go to work tomorrow for me, more power to them. I will lounge around and just have some cat naps here and there. But It has
Okay.
to be seen here. But yeah, I'm just liking the team comp here. The Orin follow up with the Vi and the Tom Kench just to kind of keep everyone safe in case something does happen in the Smolder. And that Smolder's going to come online a lot faster than I think than what we imagine with how the farm's going, how the lane is going. And I'm looking for those Azir plays. I think there's going to be a lot of scoops this game to kind of shove everyone back towards an unfortunate positioning here. But we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, Eros's Azir definitely could be the difference maker in this one. Still match point for Shattered Spire. They just need one more win to secure their spot as the Season 12 Emerald Champions. TFF Aftershock in their comfort zone, down 1-2. Everything going according to plan. They just need one more win to bring us to Silver Scrapes. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're back onto the Rift in a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back onto Summoner's Rift for the fourth time this evening. Shattered Spire back over onto the red side. TFF Aftershock back on the blue. They picked up their first win of the night in the previous game, looking to get one more to give us the full 5 tonight.
Yeah, trying for it one more time here. See if Wretched Anivia comes out sailing here, or maybe if Warlock kind of has a comeback game since that game 1 kind of been quiet here on game 2 and 3, but a little bit more of an aggressive pick as well with the Renekton to kind of really shine through that.
Yeah. Did go for the Renekton blind, of course, and then it was Synthwave that did come through with the Ornn on the R3. Ornn, I think, a pick that had been getting banned in the second phase a lot tonight, but obviously for game 4, there wasn't a second phase anymore, so that one was always going to be available, I suppose, for Synthwave.
Yeah, so we'll see what kind of trading goes back and forth here. You know, Orin can be very deceptive on the trades, especially if you get the full wombo
Yeah.
combo of the abilities here. So both junglers starting towards their respective top side, gonna clear down. So it could be the bot lane here that gets a little bit more love here this time.
Yeah, would make some sense. Renekton Maokai, not necessarily a 2v2 that you want to play for. So I do like that strategy from both junglers. We did also want to call out, Eros had a phenomenal game on the Azir last week. That was in game number 1. That they played against Syndicate was 7-0 and 8 on the pick, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, so quite a game here. I'm expecting that to kind of follow as well into this one. So level 2s for the bot lane, just once again pushing back and forth, nothing too crazy happening just yet. Clears 2 kind of simultaneously, kind of just going back and forth. Maybe Black Magic's a little further behind here on Cocoa Puffs. Moving towards that. Also, Cloud Dragon being the first one here. So,
True,
what's
true.
your prediction for the soul? What are we going to see?
Oh, what did we have so far? We had Chemtech in game 1, and then we had Infernal in game 3. What was our game 2, Soul? You remember? Oh, it was
Mountain.
Mountain.
Yep.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so we've had some good variety so far. I think maybe it's time for an Ocean Soul. What do you reckon?
Ocean would be great, and I think both teams could definitely utilize that very well with their comms here. So,
Yeah, for sure.
oh my God, I just imagine the Tom Kench going down with the bar, healing up with the shield, and then 10 seconds later being full health, and just people shaking their head, going, "Why?
Yeah,
Why is
yeah.
this a thing?"
Could even see some Warmogs. Warmog's pretty good item these days. Could see that getting built by a few different champions in this one. It is
Yep.
Aftershock for Cocoa Puffs on the Maokai, so I'm hoping we just get the full tank tree. I would prefer to not see the Leandries first. I know that's still relatively popular option that a lot of Maokai players do go towards, but I feel like Cocoa Puffs would be best served in this game. Just going full tank. Trying to set up for your Anivia and your Kaisa, but we shall see.
Yeah, I agree. I think full tank would be the way to go, especially into this, and just make sure that you're keeping, that back line
Kira?
as healthy as you can. But
Kira's about to get licked here. He's going to have to flash away. The Abyssal Dive comes through. Chong Somo, nice sidestep. Zenith Blade. Really nice moves there from Chong. Played that perfectly, I think, to actually get out of that situation. Well done.
I can't believe that they got out.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was
Wow.
dead to rights. Honestly, I thought we were about to see first
100%.
blood, but Chong managed to get out of there. A little
That's
bit of a close
reserved
call in
for
the mid
top
lane. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
First blood's reserved for top lane. We
Oh,
can't have
that's
it in
right.
another
Yeah,
lane.
yeah. When is Synthwave should be picking it up any minute now, right?
We'll see here. They're going back and forth here.
Yeah. Warlock first to level 5. Gets in there with the slice, the dice. A little bit of a trade from the Crocodile. Both junglers are currently on the top side of the map.
Yeah, Tom Kench here
Oh,
looking for...
Wanderer is going a little bit aggressively.
Oh.
Pops the shield. Stays alive for now. Flashing away is the Tom Kench. Kaora and Chong both down flash from the play earlier, so they can't flash to follow. Boost is going to take a little bit of damage here on the way out, but should be able to get back underneath the turret. And Chong, you could tell, wanted to go for the Zenith Blade there, but I am so glad that he didn't.
Yeah, I think if he
Maybe
did,
now.
that would have
I mean,
spelled
he's walking up
disaster.
again. That was close. Very close.
Yeah, I think Boostus may have hit a tail feather, but unfortunately did not proc. But Rutledge here coming down, and they don't have vision.
Yeah,
They're going to
no
be able to
flash from the
get
Tom
Boostus.
Kench. They do get on top of Boostus, and the Smolder did have flash, and it did not matter. They just popped him.
Yeah, straight out, just completely took him out of the fight there. Anivia, Rutledge doing have a great room, making sure that that it was well worth it here. So gonna just farm up this wave. Still has quite a bit of mana as well. Still has TP, running the electrocute. So these, wombo combos are really gonna proc for quite a bit of damage.
Yeah. Beautiful roam from Rutledge, like you said. But the resets coming through from the bot lane for TFF is going to mean a dragon start for Shattered Spire. Vi is great at taking dragons, and they should be able to lock this one away.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything too crazy happening here. Kiora not going to try to dive over and make any hero plays. Rutledge is going to keep pushing here, but possibly is pushed too far as we see multiple here towards the mid lane.
Okay,
Which
for
not
now.
having level 6 though, unfortunately. Otherwise, I think Rutledge would be bursting into the egg.
Yeah, very possibly. Vi should be level 6 in the relatively near future. Chong going to find the Zenith Blade onto the Smolder, who, again, does still have the Flash, so got to keep that in mind. Witch going to be able to get into this bot lane. The Flash Q does connect onto Chong, and Boostus picks up the kill, but Kiora so close to getting one back. Can't chase the Tahm Kench into the bush. So a nice move from the jungler of Shattered Spire gets them on the board, their first kill. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, we're going to see Cocoa Puffs and Warlock secure the first round of grubs. So we have a trade of neutrals once again.
Yeah, kind of the story of this game here. We'll see where the second grubs, if they're able to contest, or if they're going to give all 6 over here. With the Renekton, if, he gets ahead early and can really split push, as well as kind of sieging down these towers. Kaisa not having a lot of range for that, unlike Smolder here, that's going to have a good sense of it. So Synthwave towards the top side, still doing very well here against the Renekton, keep it up in CS, and not really giving out the advantage to Warlock.
Yeah. So Ornn is just doing his thing, being a wall up here. It's a really tough matchup for Renekton, honestly. I think it was a great pick for Synthwave. It's obviously something he's comfortable with as well. But Renekton just really struggles to make any meaningful headway against the Ornn, as we can see.
And also that first Bramble Vest too, just reducing all the healing that,
yeah.
normally a Renekton would enjoy in lane to make sure that, he can out-trade not having mana, just has to wait for, that Rage Bar to build. But in this instance, you have to be very wary, as well as Ornn doesn't need to back and really just kind of sit, farm, and build that advantage, and kind of creep up on you without you knowing, because usually the golden rule, when they back, you back to, so you're always in that same state of phase. Well, this time it's a little different, and you have to play, really for a pick or something to happen here. But Maokai coming towards the top side, so they could be looking something with Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, Maokai hanging out over here is going to commit the Nature's Grasp. Call of the Forge got to come out in response, but the Ornn is going to get rooted up by the Maokai ultimate. Can't activate the R2, but does use the flash to get back underneath the turret. The flash follow for Warlock. He's underneath the turret, though. He is going to get traded back. Everything used there for the top jungle of TFF. They do get the kill, but it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1 and the assist. So, I mean, you could make an argument for it here, but you also blew quite a bit. Oh, and the Tahm Kench
Here's
doesn't
Witch
land.
on the cross map. Cease and desist to lock down the Leona. Chong trying to get away once again. The same move as earlier. Zenith Blade into the flash. Gets back underneath the turret. Chong staying alive.
It's rough to see. You have, no vision of the bush. They have everything set up great, and they can't capitalize after a lot of resources spent towards the bot side. So, still giving Smolder a little bit of breathing room here. So, still stacks, and the count right now at 47. So, nothing too crazy just yet for the early game. Definitely not bad, though. So, once we get to those later stacks, they're really going to come into play.
Yeah, for sure. The Smolder stack, something we definitely do want to be keeping tabs on. I think we saw a Smolder not too long ago that really, really struggled to get those stacks on. It was like almost, 25, 30 minutes even before the Smolder was fully stacked. So would ideally like to see a much quicker pace than that. We'll see how quickly Boostus can get that online.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these games are, too, going towards that later phase. So,
True.
Not having it immediately when you possibly, quote unquote, want it to happen isn't the end of the world. Having said that, you don't want to fall too far behind. We see Smolder, around that 20 CS differential mark for the Kaisa. So clearly doing, very well, for that champion here. Warlock trying to pick up the scuttle, has to walk away as Wanderer and team kind of venture over. Does smite for the secure as well.
Dragon spawning now, and so are the grubs. They're spawning pretty much simultaneously here. It's looking like it's going to be a trade once again. Is kind of how things are shaping up, as the side of TFF are prioritizing the dragon to make sure they can tie up that dragon count. And meanwhile, same story on the other side, which prioritizing the grubs, trying to make sure that TFF can't get to that 4 grub breakpoint. Zenith Blade in, as the Azir potentially in trouble. It does scoop Chung back underneath the turret and flashes himself to stay safe. The Prey Seeker there not quite going to connect. Arrows will survive.
Yeah, tying up the dragons here as well. Meanwhile, Vibe towards, that top side, grabbing up the void. So neutral objectives being traded back and forth here. Azir has to kind of count, the lucky stars here. Not having the first item just yet, so a little far behind. Roa completed by the Anivia, also stacking the tier. So once we get to that, all-important kind of 20, 23-minute mark here is when that Anivia is really going to have that spike and really be able to, outpush and really sustain these fights. And still having the passive too. Having that egg is critical. So I would love to see an egg play with a TP on top of it, and maybe another one as well, just to, for kind of a random outplay. We're like, haha, I've got him, and then all of a sudden, oh, never mind, 2 TPs in, and we're not looking too hot.
Yeah, definitely could be the case. That's one of the ways that this TFF composition can be really threatening, right? The fact that you have Kai'Sa for that long-range follow-up and all of this CC, you can be very explosive with the playmaking if you do manage to get into some good positions, catch your opponents off guard.
Yeah, and right now she's doing a great job. Staying on a little bit of gold, is going to buy here that first item, I believe, once she completes that. Yep, Kraken Slayer on the board now. Wanderer looking at Chung.
He's hungry,
Yeah.
but not going to be able to get a snack just yet.
It's like me. I'm hungry, but I can't.
Same, dude. I actually did forget to eat before the cast tonight, which is really, really
Same.
tragic. But it's all right. Hanging in there.
I'm not gonna waste away. I'm not 120 pounds soaking wet, and gonna be on my last leg. I think I can spare a meal.
We'll be all right.
Here. Chemtech though, for the soul point. I know we talked about the ocean, but it doesn't look like it's coming to fruition on this one.
Another Chemtech here for game number 4. So we've not had any ocean or Hextech souls this evening.
Ooh, Hextech would have been interesting on this.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it always is. Hextech is for sure the funnest and arguably the strongest soul. So Herald has been started up here. Solar Flare is going to come out as Wanderer's potentially the target. Actually, Boostus flashes away, still gets connected on by the Zenith Blade. Kai'Sa in over the top, but the Tom Catcher's there for the Devourer, keeping Boostus safe for now. Now Trung, maybe a little bit overextended. The Vile's been committed onto the Leona, who flashes away and stays alive. And now Walk Warlock getting in there on top of the Smolder. It's the Meat Grinder, and it's the side of TFF that are winning out the flip back as well as the Ornn gets taken down. It's only the carries that survive for Shattered Spire. 3 for 1 in the fight. Oh, maybe a little bit more. Back over the wall is Warlock. The stun from the Anivia. Eros with his dying breath does get the shuffle underneath. The Turk Ayora will go down. Shut down by Boostus' Smolder. But at 4 for 2, I guess, the team fight still in favor of TFF.
Yeah. A little bit of a confusing play there. You didn't have, Eros to really come and help during that entire time. So it was a 4v5 effectively, kind of rushing over and not respecting the Renekton over the wall, having, to push everyone towards the already low boost. This does, however, pick up the kill at the back end of it. So a little saving graces off of that Emperor's Divide, but this Rift Herald's going to go down to Cocoa Buffs.
Ooh. Wanderer dodges away from the Q and should be able to get out of this one. Yeah, Herald did get secured there for TFF off the back of that team fight win. So Shelly in tow now as the next dragon is soon to make its way onto the Rift.
100
Check on the Smolder. 100 for Boostus right now. Close to that second break point.
Yeah, just about there. Dragon also coming up less than a minute, so Smolder can stack up a little bit for this next team fight. That'll make a big difference for them, here.
How do we feel
Sure.
about the pace of the smolder, Katano?
It's at an okay pace. I don't think
Average
it's
pace?
really pushing, too far into what, you would like to see, but it's also not so far behind where it's like, okay, we need to stall for another, 20
Yeah.
minutes before I come online. So, Trinity Force being
I feel
complete
that.
already. We see Nashor's Tooth here for these years, so that first item being really important. You don't really come online as a Zir until that second to third
Mm.
item, depending on what you pick. So it's still kind of sleeping around. Meanwhile, this Anivia, a great value,
Yeah.
even picking up the Dark Seal on the back end of things here. So, um, this next fight could spell disaster if Anivia picks up a few more kills and really gets that giant push towards that mid game spike early.
Pretty cool Anivia skin as well. I'm just noticing that. It's like, I don't know what that skin is called, but he's like a rainbow bird.
Yeah, it's like the Freedom Eagle. It's something
Is
on
it?
that. I have it,
Hmm.
and it's great to pull out. I'm a big fan of the. I think there's like a not a Hex Tech one. What is it here?
Not Hextech Anivia. Yeah, I was.
Black Frost and Nivea.
Ah,
That
sure, sure.
one.
Yeah, yeah.
Oof. It has my heart and soul. But
Yeah. But regardless, the Anivia extremely strong right now in this game. Very close to 2 items. Got that Rod of Ages stacking. 3-0 right now. I don't think the passive has even been popped once for Rutledge,
no,
has it?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. So he's been having a great game here in G number 4. Dragon is alive right now. Both teams a little bit hesitant to actually commit to the objective. Maybe just not feeling the need to, given it is a Chemtech Soul.
I think we saw a lot of these team fights. It was unnecessary dragon fights where you didn't have to fight for this one specifically, and it just, was what you were doing over and over again to buy yourself time. But in this instance, giving up even 2 dragons is not the end of the world. Yes, you might put them at the soul point, but you also don't give them any advantage, and you allow yourself to get to that late game position without feeding the other team. We look at this gold, a 1.3k difference isn't a lot in the early game. As Dragon has started, and they're going to be happy to give this one up.
Yeah, the side of Shattered Spire are just completely disinterested in this dragon. They do not care at all. They are much more interested in Walk Warlock, who is extremely low underneath this turret. He's going to get knocked up, and then he's going to get punched in the face. And he is going to go down as a result. They call the Forge God, but Synthwave underneath the turret, taking up a whole bunch of turret shots there. Rutledge picks up kill number 4, but now the egg is finally going to get cooked, and it is Boostus who picks up the shutdown gold. So 3-1 now on the Smolder, who did just tick over to level 11, and that's a really nice cross map for TSS. Ooh,
Yeah,
missile dive. They're not done just yet. Kokobov's going to get knocked out. Beautiful sweep from the Azir. Kokobov twisted to advance forward to try to buy some space, try to get away. The Nature's Grasp as well does get the root down into multiple members, but Kaora knows that this is not a fight that he can go in on. Kai'Sa's just going to be forced to back away, and that's another kill on the exit for Shattered Spire.
Yeah, giving up that dragon had huge benefits for them here. Taking down tower, grabbing a few kills, shutting down this Anivia as well. And this Smolder, now, we heard the stacks at 100, but now almost at the 140 mark. So a really good boost here for that Smolder. And they're not completely done either. Orin Taurus, bot side now did use the TP. Possibly going to take up this this tower here before Renekton can
Demolished, so
successfully
that's
defend it.
gone.
There it is. Even more money in their pockets after it's all said and done.
Oh, and Synthwave level 13 now as well has his upgrade. 1 more level, and he can start dishing those out to the rest of the team. I imagine the Azir will probably be first, maybe the Smolder. Smolder is already getting a little bit fed, as Eros in the top lane is struggling actually against Rutledge's Anivia right now. Rutledge moving forward. Didn't get the empowered E there, just the regular E. And Arrow's going to be able to stay safe for now. Meanwhile, Herald charge in the mid lane. Chung able to guide that one in. Gets the collision with the tier 1, which is now down extraordinarily low.
Yeah, just one more good push here, and I think that'll be it. But Smolder doing a good job of just, clearing out this wave, is wearing the red buff as well. So a little bit of, helping the ability to kite away little over 2.5 minutes here for the next dragon. We'll see if there's another contest or possibly another cross map play to work in their favor. So Anivia not having really anything behind her to escape to, but everyone's kind of clear on the map. So Rutledge doesn't really have to worry too much about overextending at the current moment here. But little scrimmage 3v3 here towards the mid side. Both jungles kind of on the opposite ends. Wander trying to clear out a little vision as well. You mentioned before about the vision score of how, big of a gap it was here in game 3. So, trying to level that out now here in game 4.
Absolutely. It's Trong still in the lead. Trong, that was really my shout out was in regards to Trong having such a higher vision score in the previous game, and Trong leading in that department once again. See if Leona's going to be able to keep that up. Down a little bit in experience, down a level to Wanderer's Tom Kench at the moment. But doing just fine on the Leona.
Wanderer also just about on the verge of completing the Warmongs as well, which will be huge for Tom Kench being able to go in and out of these fights and really kind of keep everyone alive and himself happy, or not happy. Well, probably happy as well, but healthy at the same time.
Yeah. I do think being healthy is a necessary prerequisite to being happy. So, that's, I think, a good starting point.
For the champions and for personal life too. It's, one of those rare things that can be said for both. So, crossing, unlock your card, yes, and then dying is actually the best medicine, which I'm not sure how
really happy.
How many people could follow that? Yeah, I think that's a champion only thing that is a very unique.
I'd have to agree.
Niche. So, Dragon coming up here, less than a minute, 40 seconds. So team's gonna gather around this. I don't think we're gonna see any cross map plays or anything crazy. Wanderer though, taking a beating.
Going to take a bunch of damage from the Glacial Storm. Synthwave charging forward for the knock-up, trying to peel for the support, but Wanderer cut off by the wall there. Has to take the long way around. Call the Forge Guy going to come out now. Warlock dashing forward, trying to get into the back line. Connection only onto the Leona there. Cease and desist is committed onto the Anivia. They're trying to take down Rutledge, but the kite back is good for TFF. They do lose their Maokai, though, on the way out. Wanderer diving perhaps a little bit too far forward. The Tom Kench now going to get cut down. Another knockup from Synthwave. Warlock taken down by the sneeze of the Smolder. And now Anivia into the egg once again underneath the turret. Will be able to respawn. And at the very least, the Anivia will be able to clear out the minion wave. But it's a team fight win for Shattered Spire as they move over towards the Dragon.
Yeah, boost is 6-1 and 2, 195 for the stacks. The masterwork as well on the Trinity Force, so we do see Smolder grabbing that upgrade. TP used by the Ornn here. Dragon still up, but they are just going to be content here to kind of poke this out mid here. Possibly look for, Rutledge not having, once again, that passive, and that Smolder doing incredible damage here, towards that backline every time he takes down a minion.
Yeah, the Smolder... good call out there. Getting very close to that last break point, just 25 stacks away now. That is going to be really big for Shattered Spire. The fact that they're able to deny this dragon as well. There's not going to be a soul for anybody anytime soon. And Shattered Spire are going to be very content to just continue scaling into this game.
Yeah, TSS has to be happy about that. Making sure the dragons are nice and even. You have a little bit of gold lead. It doesn't have to be much, but just making sure you're keeping on this track. A giant tower going down there.
That tier 1. The Abyssal Dive going to force out the flash from Trung Solmo. A Azir turret up now in the mid lane. Aside of Shattered Spire, feeling emboldened. Really starting to put on the pressure.
Yeah, with the Leandries, for the Azir, really kind of poking out this front line, this Maokai, this, Renekton and Leona, just really feeling the damage. All it takes is about 4 or 5 stacks, and you're looking at quite a bit of damage, and kind of makes you second think, about going in at any moment here. Bot lane turret getting destroyed here by Warlock, but Synthwave quickly on his heels. A little bit of a chase down.
I don't think it's really going to amount to anything. Renekton just moving away from that one. does get the turret, like you say. So a nice little bit of gold for the Warlock. They are going to be able to take down the mid-tier one here as well. As we can see, Wanderer potentially in a tough spot once again. Solar Flare comes out, clips the edge of the hitbox there onto the Smolder. Boostus, though, not forced to use the cleanse or anything like that. And now it's the Tahm Kench's turn to look for an engage. Abyssal Dive on top of Kiora, and the Vi ultimate to follow up. The Tahm Kench ultimate aggressively. They do take down the Kaisa, and it's looking like a great fight for Shattered Spire, charging forward. But the meatballs for Team of Aftershock as Walk Warlock dives forward. He slices forward. He gets on top of the back line. The blast going back over the walls. Rutledge trying to get away from the Ornn. A beautiful wall for Rutledge, buying more time for the rest of the team. And just like that, it is only Ornn and Smolder left, but the Smolder over the wall shuts down the Anivia Synthwave in the middle of the meatball sandwich here as Walk Warlock and Cocoa Puffs trying to take down the Ornn, but both the carries for TFF are already down. It's Boostus who is the only damage threat left in the fight. The Smolder moving forward threateningly. Cocoa Puffs in execute range as well. A little bit more damage would finish off the Maokai, but he's going to be able to twist and advance back toward the minion wave and gets out alive 3 for 3 in the fight.
Smolder right now just teetering on the edge of, ending this game 7-1 and 4.
Oh, nice.
Has a great back as well here, so going to pick up even more damage, going to be even more of a giant threat. Anivia passive going down there, Azir, picking up a little bit more on the back end of it as well. So I think this next team fight could be really bad if they don't position themselves correctly. They keep on thinking they have Wanderer out, of position as well, but with the health and just the passive of that Tahm Kench, being able to sustain a lot of these, informal greetings that they keep on seeing them in the jungler, getting caught out, and it's not as meaningful as we saw games 1 through 3, because these supports are getting picked on quite a bit to really reprieve, a lot of the engage or make sure that we are fighting 5v4. So Tahm Kench though now looking at
another aggressive dive forward for Wanderer. Is going to be able to devour the Anivia. Rutledge, I don't know if the bird has the passive. We're about to find out. It does have it, and it is likely going to be wasted. The rest of the team for TFF trying to get in there. They do finish off Witch of Black Mass as the egg does get taken down. Arrows gets in there for the sweep. Sweeps Kiora to the other side of the fight, but the killer instinct for the shield. Kiora stays alive. Finally, the Smolder takes him down, but the Smolder is going to get traded back. It's a 2v2 now. Once again, as Renekton making his way over, they finish off the Maokai. Arrows has the damage. Walk Warlock and a Trunk Somo have to try to get away from this one, but the knockup comes through, and Walk Warlock feels the pressure, has to go back in, desperately trying to take down the Azir. Arrows slides and glides away. Walk Warlock flashing for the follow. Gets the slice back off. Cooldown. Walk Warlock finishes off the Azir, and now it's only the top laners, and I don't know if either one of them is going down.
It is the wet noodle fight, and I have to question Eros there on the Emperor's Divide, shoving everyone towards Boostus' Smolder instead of away, kind of towards safety. So a little bit of a hiccup play there, causing a little bit of cause for concern, but I'm sure here they'll clean it up for this next dragon fight. 30 seconds, everyone will be up and ready for it. We take a look at the flashes here for TSS. There's nothing on the board.
Very true. Very little available for the side of TFF as well, though. Just Cocoa Puffs and Trunk Somo having access to the flash at the moment. Neither carry having that one available for this next fight. Dragon spawning now. River control currently for Shattered Spire. This would be soul point for either side.
TP here from Warlock coming in.
Wave charging forward. Ornn potentially a little bit too far ahead of the rest of the team. Trunk Somo going in. The Call of the Forge God is not going to get the activation. Wanderer committing the Tahm Kench ultimate onto the top laner. Cocoa Puffs and Trunk Somo are very deep, but here comes the rest of the team for the follow-up. It's an absolute massacre. The front line for the setup and the carries for TFF still safe. Arrows tries to go for the sweep, but it's not going to work out. A triple kill for Rutledge's Anivia. 5 for 2 in the team fight. TFF Aftershock. They want to hear the music. They want silver scrapes.
9, 3, and 8 as Anivia is doing so much damage with the Archangels and the Rod of Ages already complete. Leandri's Torment on the back end, 8 stacks on this Dark Seal, and if you spend more than 5 seconds inside, that giant blizzard of a glacial storm, you are going to find yourself lost, dazed, and confused about what is going on. Dragon being picked up here by Kiora, and that's going to put them at that soul point here for the next time. So a little bit of a do or die situation here on the next Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it is Chemtech Soul, so there's certainly worse souls to be facing down. And they do still have their amazing scaling with the Azir and with the Smolder, but the last couple of fights, I feel like it's TFF that have been playing it just a bit better. It's been very, very close, but
Yeah, close but no cigar, unless this is horseshoes and hand grenades. Unfortunately, we can't count it. Baron being the next dance here, as a lot of vision going down here in a fight for positioning as well. We see one team kind of move in here towards that mid section, of the camp, and then kind of have that inside track. But
another dive forward
Wander
for
going in.
Wanderer. The rest of the team is here to try to follow up. And the side of TFF, no, this is not the setup that they want. Forge God does get the knock up onto 2. It's only in the front line. Where are the carries? In comes Kaisa off on the side. Kaisa trying to follow up on this fight, but there's a lot of damage coming out from Shattered Spire. That was a pretty big knockback. Somo goes back in with the Zenith play. The Smolder, though, is starting to execute people. Another dive forward as Rutledge is forced to flash away. The knockup comes through onto Kiora, who cannot escape. A triple kill for the Smolder. Rutledge, the last survivors. The Nivea uses the blast cone to try to get away. And it looks like they are going to let the bird go. Shattered Spire have a bigger prize in mind.
Yeah, Baron's on the menu. Why have Bird when you can have a very rare Baron? Rutledge, though, not quite done, though. Just kind of poking over the wall, trying to see if they can get this Tom Kench.
And Synthwave so low. Baron getting burned down. They've got it down to about 5k. Rutledge just can't get in there to stop them from taking it down. They're able to juggle the aggro. Shattered Spire secure the Baron. It's still so close. This game is so close. Only a couple thousand gold separating the teams. But it feels like Smolder may have hit critical mass.
Yeah. Smolder's at that point right now. So Boosted just has to be in the right position. And with that, rapid fire cannon going to help himself just stay back a little further here, as well as that attack speed growing quite a bit. So next dragon fight here, a little over 230 left on it, but they have the Baron buff. They just need to start push, group this together. Azir is splitting currently right now, does have TP to join. Orin as well with the team does have TP just in case there is a split play to be made. But Wander has been very aggressive here on the start of these fights, but they have to be careful, while trying to tower dive.
Yeah, I mean, remember all the zone control with this TFF composition. If somebody does overstep, there's a lot of CC here to lock them down and try to get that numbers advantage for their side. Definitely on the defensive right now. Got a 4-1 set up for Shattered Spire. Is Eros alone off in the side lane with the teleport available. And Nivea wave clear, even against the Baron minions, is really tough to break. Side of TSS haven't been able to get much done with their Baron.
Yeah, this is one of those 1-3-1 situations. Even if your team comp is not planned for it, you almost have to execute it, because Anivia and Renekton are your big two threats that can, match a lot of people, but there's no one on that side that can really match that third presence. You don't want Kiora to go off just in case a fight does break out and all your damage beyond, Fretless is what already bringing kind of off the stage, and you also can't really send anyone else. So Azir and Renekton going towards bot side here and just scooting back and forth. Emperor's Divide having to be used, so kind of a giant ult cooldown here from Eros.
That could be big. A little bit of damage here onto the Ornn. It is getting just ridiculously tanky. Walk Warlock popping the Dominus down here in the bottom lane. Arrows flashing away, trying to stay alive. The flash follow for Warlock. Walk Warlock in the side lane. Ladies and gentlemen, the solo kill at 35 minutes onto an Azir. That is not supposed to happen, but Walk Warlock makes it happen in the face of the Baron buff. 5v4 on the map now for TFF.
Yeah, grabbing the Zonias, opting to build into the Void Master Staff here, so trying to get a little bit more of that pen for magic, but I'm wondering if Rylai's Crystal Scepter wouldn't have been a better option, unfortunately, for that. Being able to kite this team with a Rylai's Crystal Scepter would be massive for the team, rather than the magic pen, but blue buff being taken away here by Relic and team. They're going to move towards this dragon. And this could be their soul point very easily.
It should be. I mean, Arrows is back in 10 seconds and does have the teleport, but they should be able to burn down this dragon pretty quickly. I mean, Witch could maybe get in there for a steal, but it doesn't really look like that's something that they're angling for. So the dragon is just going to go over. Soul secured now for TFF. Strong Sumo connects the Zenith Blade. Tom Kench is in trouble, gets smashed backward by the Brambles, and Kiora picks up the kill. Number 4 now for the Kaisa, and once again, a 5v4 on the map for TFF.
Yeah, big giant pendulum swing there. Unfortunately, Wanderer stepping up a little too far and getting picked out for it. He looked like a pinball almost halfway through that. I mean, it was bouncing back and forth and could never even land on his feet to try to escape. You know, no objectives on the board right now, so I'd say a very successful Baron defense, as I don't think any towers went down at all.
Yeah, I think that Shattered Spire got literally nothing with that Baron. And then Azir died in the side lane, and they lost Soul immediately afterwards. I mean, I'd say that was more than a defense. I mean, that was an incredible swing for TFF. I mean, the game's not over just yet. We're still playing. There's still a Smolder with about a bajillion stacks on the other side. But if they keep playing like this, I mean, TFF, it feels like they're not done yet.
Oh, and we saw in game 1, they can swing back at any point. You know, and especially with this team comp, you know, we talked about, you know, the symphony that had to happen to make sure that, you know, the team comp was working as it should. And so far, they have been pulling it off here with Rutledge and, you know, Kiora just doing a good job of positioning themselves, making sure they can, you know, commit to the plays and really capitalize on these punishments, finding out Wander, you know, whenever someone steps out, or, you know, the topside Warlock, a little quiet in game 2 and 3, but here exploding out, making sure that no one can really split push against him at all. And Nivea towards the bot side still has TP. Baron coming up here in 40 seconds, so this fight could spell an inhibitor for one of these teams.
Could be a big one. We'll have to see. Scuttle Crab secured for TFF Aftershock. They've got control of the river right now. Synthwave moving over, trying to see if he can set up a little bit of a flank position. Side of TFF are going to be able to back away into their own jungle.
Yeah, Wander's still looking for an engage at some point here. And Nivea wearing that blue buff, going to be able to just clear everyone out as they see fit. But Wander able to push up a little bit here, soak up a little bit of vision. Vision now coming back towards them, going to clear that out. Chong trying to get up there. Rutledge as well, right behind. So teams kind of going back and forth. Yeah, with these ward coverages, you know, one team goes in, the other team comes in, clears the vision, sets their own. It's kind of this teeter-totter back and forth here. They are running out of vision and wards, though, very quickly.
True, yeah, the support's running low on wards at this point. TFF are going to be forced to respond to the mid-wave. I guess they did clear that out already. But River Control once again going the way of Shattered Spire for now. Very tense right now.
Yeah, a lot of upgrades too with the Ornn item, so we'll see how that plays into the factor. They have the inside track here with the Azir turret as well. They just have to be careful on the flanks.
Yeah, Trong is looking for a flank position here. I feel like TFF know if they're going to go for a 5v5 fight, you have to kill Smolder first. You cannot allow Boostus to live, or he will pentakill you. That is what the champion does this late in the game. It is an angle onto Boostus or bust for TFF. Or they could just play for sides, but feels dangerous to give over the Baron again. I mean, it was okay last time. You were able to withstand the siege last time. Maybe they're thinking that they can survive the siege again. Maybe even try and set up for an Elder in the aftermath. And Shattered Spire, maybe thinking the same thing. Like, wait, Baron didn't even help us. We should set up for Elder instead, perhaps.
Yeah, minute 30 here on the Dragon, so they can dance quite a bit around this, and they don't, excuse me, really have to commit.
Now it's TFF moving into the river, thinking about starting up a Baron themselves. The Scuttle Crab has died and then respawned and now died again. in the space of this Baron dance. The Purple Worm going to get started up now. Teleport in for Synthwave. That's a cooldown gained for TFF.
Wanderer still not there. Still towards the backside, though. Could pick up Boostus just in case. Eros off to the side, as well as Vi just looking for someone to really capitalize on that cease and desist. But Shango here, doesn't get
Not gonna
popped
get
up.
knocked
Very
up.
close.
Yeah. That's Synthwave,
Solar
unfortunately, just
Flare.
missing the charm there. There is the Zenith Blade. They're on top of Boostus. They're taking down Boostus. Is the rest of the fight going to be okay? It's only Eros now. Watch the Azir. The Azir flashes over the wall, trying to kick Kiora. Assassinates both carries. And with that, TFF look to bring us to game number 5.
What a play. Finding the backline. Triple kill here for Kiora. Just huge plays, and this Baron is going to be taken down. That is a march down towards mid. They could even turn to Elder quick, pick that up, and then march down here for the victory.
Boostus was 13-3. Was so incredibly powerful on this one. And look at that. In base, in the fountain, just now completed the Guardian Angel. But it's too late, Boostus. You didn't have it for the fight that mattered. This is going to be double Uber buffs. This is going to be Exodia now for TFF Aftershock, looking to give Shattered Spire a taste of their own medicine, the medicine that was so bitter for TFF earlier on in the series. It is now their turn to secure all of the Uber buffs and bring us to that final game.
Yeah, I think they have it in them too. You know, the team has shown time and time again that they are able to, do the one punch out of nowhere. And with that last team fight, I see a lot of cooldowns. There's no flashes, no exhaust, no cleanse here for, TSS. So they have to be perfect at this next fight. Otherwise, the game will be over.
Oh boy. All right. The formation for TFF Aftershock 4-1. Walk Warlock in the side with teleport. No Anivia for a Shattered Spire to withstand the siege. How is this going to look? There's a lot of turrets up there for the Warlock to go through. How much are they going to get with this Baron? They've got it for 90, about 100 seconds with the Baron buff. Probably about the same for Elder.
Push here and just let him get the tower. Don't need anything to do crazy, but
a little bit of damage from
real
the
bad
world.
spot.
Oh yeah, the Ornn is in a lot of trouble, burning down very low. The Elder burn is going to be enough. It is. The Ornn gets taken down. Arrows tries to go in, goes for a big sweep underneath the Azir turret, but look at Kiora and Rutledge still staying safe on the back line. They take down the Azir. They take down Witch. They take down everybody. It's only Boostus left this time. Last fight, he was the first to fall. This time around, he will be the last. It will not matter. TFF Aftershock, they've come so far, and they're gonna go just a little bit farther. We've had so many crazy games in this series, so many long games. It's another one past 40 minutes, 44 and a half minutes on the game clock as they take down the Smolder one more time, and the Nexus will follow immediately afterwards. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we go to game 5.
Cue the music. Get ready for game 5. This is what you were hoping for, and it's come to fruition. I know you talked about way back, when you were on the Blue Hour Talk, it was going to be a 2-0, the reverse comeback to go 0-2, and all the way down to game 5.
In doubt, Gitano. Never in doubt.
I just want my own little personal crewman Bible that's just gonna tell me what's gonna happen, just so I can follow the parables and make sure the lessons are learned in here. So,
I can't take all the credit. I was Chong and Kiora that were making those game 5 predictions, and Slappy too. We were all predicting. We were all authors of the Bible.
But I feel like you're the master puppet behind, secretly guiding them to where they need to be.
I'm just the guy who reads the audiobook. You know what I mean? I'm the guy that you listen to read the Bible.
Yes.
That's right.
When people listen to you, without you, this book is going nowhere, So you got to put a friendly face and your best foot forward, and that's where you go. But enough about books. Let's dive into what happened here at the game. Oh. That was
Another
a
wild
little
one.
bit of a throw.
A little bit, I guess
A
you
little
could
bit.
say. I mean, I want to give credit to TFF though. I mean, they found the engage that they needed. Like Wanderer, they were able to recognize that Wanderer was consistently looking for these aggressive angles where the Tahm Kench is diving forward, separating himself from the Smolder, right? Separating himself from these carries. And you could tell that was what TFF and Chong and Kiora especially were thinking the whole time. And that last fight with the Baron and the Elder both alive, they were thinking, we just need to get on top of this Smolder. Just wait for a moment where he's not next to the Tahm Kench. They found their moment, and they immediately took their shot, and they did not miss.
Yeah, I was thinking it was going to be tough to get this Smolder, but towards that late game, that's all they were doing is, we'll let Tahm Kench bypass, us. Vi's going to jump to the back line, and there is nowhere Smolder can hide at the end of it.
Mhm.
Now, I think, you let the Avi and the Ornn do their job as the engage. Wander just stays back, make sure Boostus is, safe. It could have been definitely a different story, but there
Okay.
is no story here. And also Warlock on the sides, making sure that, the split pushes here
Oh,
never
Warlock.
happened as well. Outplaying, making sure.
To decide on our POG for this game number 4. There's a couple of front runners in my mind. What are you thinking?
Kiora or Rutledge. I think those are my 2 picks, and I am horribly torn between the 2.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think Rutledge had a great game. We saw a lot of nice walls.
Yes.
The Anivia play was definitely on point and was sort of the first one on the squad to get fed, right? Rutledge was kind of the reason why they won a lot of the fights earlier on in the game. But I feel like we have to give it to Kiora or Chong is kind of what I'm thinking in terms of finding that last fight. They were the ones to close it out, right, and get that pick onto Boostus that they needed to actually win the game. So perhaps a Kiora vote is in order if we both have Kiora on the
I
ballot.
think we both align on that one fairly easily.
Fantastic. Easily on top of those damage charts as well for the TFF AD carry, 58,500 damage in a 44.5-minute game. Can't ask for much more. And I definitely can't ask for much more than one more Game 5 for this season of Blue Otter Emerald. It's just so perfect, Katana. We have nothing left to say for right now. Let's listen to some music, and then we'll be back for the 5th and final game of the season. Welcome back, everyone, one and all League of Legends enjoyers. I know you're out there. We are here for game number 5, the 5th and final game between TFF Aftershock and the Shattered Spire, the final game of Blue Otter Emerald Season 12. I'm sure we're in for another banger.
Silver Scrapes at its best here, and everything that was banned out the entire game, we're going to be seeing here in Game 5. Caitlyn, Viger, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Fiddlesticks somewhere in the midst of it all. Just everything that was taken away, you're taking it all out. There's no holds bar. Just bring it.
Last week, we saw Wanderer bust out the Alawi support in Game 5.
Yes.
That's something that surely we do have to keep in mind as well. Viego going to come through for Cocoa Puffs. That's an interesting selection.
Yeah, usually you see that in the solo queue, not so much in the teams, but if you get ahead, you just snowball out of control here, especially if you're taking, the Viger, body. That could definitely prove to be very good. Having the cages, being able to kind of help your team out there. Saw the Bard hover for a little bit, got a little excited, but gonna switch to Morgana here at the last
Chong had to tease us a little bit, I guess. They had to get in there with the Bard hover. Yeah, Morgana gonna be the lock-in. A pretty classic pairing alongside the Caitlyn. I guess Lux would have been an option if she didn't get played earlier on tonight.
But I like the Black Shield too, that, she helps and, maybe save from the cage, surviving the Fiddlesticks too.
Sure.
The fear over the top. So a lot of AP coming out here. We'll see what they opt in for this final pick.
Yeah, possibly a bot lane lock-in. A little bit of a visual bug there. Looks like Senna is going to be the option for Shattered Spire on the R3. So, it could be Veigar Senna bot, but again, the Alawi is calling to us, Gitano. Is it going to be locked in? Show me Alawi.
Survey says, and just Steve Harvey pointing at the board, ready for it to flip.
That's
Is not there,
okay.
unfortunately.
All right. But that is another champion that could theoretically be played support alongside Asena. So we don't really know what's happening just yet for Shattered Spire. That means TFF Aftershock probably don't know either. What are they going to round things out with? They need their solo laners still. Something for Walk, something for Rutledge. What is it going to be? What's still available? I mean, so much is gone at this point. I don't know. Just wait and see. Zach. Okay, solo lane Zach is going to be coming through. Not sure who's playing it just yet. They might be trying to find some flex picks so they could swap things around no matter what Shattered Spire go for on the R5. As, we also have to mention the fact that Shattered Spire had side selection again, obviously losing in Game 4, and they are naturally going to stay on the red side, their preferred side. They do have that final counter pick. Last pick for TFF, last pick of the draft, last pick of the season. It's going to be Vex. For Rutledge, does mean Walk is going to be on the Zac top. Very interesting.
Yeah, so, your only real engage tool here is the Zac. You hit a Morgana bind, clearly the other person gets, reported for being AFK from the game, since the bind is ridiculously long here. We'll see this team comp if it does pull together. TSS, though, finishing out with the Ahri. So I believe that will be Camille topside, and then, as you predicted, maybe, the Viger Senna towards the bot side.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I think that is what we have to be expecting at this point. I did call out the Veigar earlier on tonight. This is something that somebody played. Oh, yeah, it was May who pulled out the Veigar. And she did that against TFF in a game that TFF did lose. So that was the Veigar bot that we're going to be seeing from Boostus this time around. See if he can have a similar level of performance that May had in that game to stop the reverse sweep from happening.
Yeah, and beyond the Camille, I'm wondering about the 80 damage here on this team. So there's not a lot of consistency in that. Senna really not coming online, for quite some time. So, if Zach can kind of survive the lane against the Camille, really build up the resistances, I'm not sure who's going to be stopping him from really diving towards the backside. But, the Viker cage is very deceptive of how long of range it has on, as well as just 2 or 3 members getting caught out, setting up for a Fiddlesticks ult over the top. Even if you're not hit by the cage, you are still inside the cage and really cannot move.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is going to be really interesting to see for Warlock what he decides to build on the Zac, because, laning against the Camille, obviously you want to pick up a little bit of armor, but Camille being the only real physical damage threat on the entire team, I mean, you get so much value out of the magic resist as well. I'm so curious to see what that itemization is going to look like for the Zac. I bet TFF are kind of wishing they had more tanks with this composition. Imagine a Galio pick here for Rutledge. Yo, imagine the Galio pick. Although Shattered Spire was T1 in my metaphor from earlier, so it doesn't quite work. But, I mean, it would have been great into that composition for sure.
Yeah, for sure. You think of Faker on the Galio and the plays that he made towards the end of that game 5. So, you could have flipped it here for TFF and they could have worn, their T1 socks and, tried it out. It's just the Viego pick, I think, that I'm really kind of weary on at this point. Exchange that out,
Yeah.
for any type of, jungle engage, or you're bringing Zac towards, that jungle, and then top side you could do a Mundo, you could do, something that's just going to be able to out-sustain and outlive this Camille for a little bit of a change of pace. But, we also thought about this with the Rek'Sai in game 2. We were looking at it and going, where's it going to go? What's it going to provide? Or, though that was game 3.
Yeah.
Correct. So game 3, we had that thought. So, to be proven wrong again here, if the Viego can step up and, kind of carry this this early to mid game.
Yeah, that is going to be really interesting to see for sure. It's interesting as well, hearing from Kiora and Chong during Outer Talk, they were talking about how they often just kind of need Cocoa Puffs to fill that sort of frontline engage role. And that's just not to say that Cocoa Puffs can't play more carry-oriented champions, but that's just often what works best for them. But, setting him off the leash here for this 5th and final game, giving him the carry opportunity with the Viego. But it is going to be, I think you're right, it is going to be really tough to play Viego this game. It's really not a great angle for it, I think. I mean, the Zac is your only other front line, and Viego hates being the one who has to go in first, right? You really ideally want to be coming in at the end of the fight to start cleaning people up and get all those resets and snowball that way. If Viego is going in first, it's so dangerous. If you just get burst down at the start of your fight, your champion doesn't really do anything, right? So, and it's going to be so hard to engage into this Shattered Spire composition as well. They've got, a good amount of CC once again, a lot of kite back. With the Veigar cage, Ari can dash away, Camille can dash away. We'll see what the Viego is going to look like in this one, but I'm with you. I'm a little bit concerned about the Viego as well.
Yeah, I think it's just going to take one charm to really kind of set this team up as well. Walking across, enemy territory for a few seconds, allowing that Viger cage come down, so it can also rich you up, kind of keep you in place. So, you touched on this chain CC that Viego hates. Well, this entire team has it kind of in spades here. So Vex can kind of stay on the outside as well as Caitlyn as much as they can, but a good flank here from Fiddlesticks can really, spell disaster for them. So we'll see how the jungle phase goes. I expect Viego to come out swinging early, making sure that his presence is felt and really get the lead. But if we have one of those games where once again we're kind of tied up, running into the 20-minute mark, I'd almost call that a victory. But we just saw that, in game 4 here with the Smolder, we thought, hey, we are on great pace. They're even trade. They have the late game, but unable to close it out. And I think it was a lot of this, unfortunately, it's the supports once again kind of making or breaking this comp, or getting caught out of one person just being in the wrong position and that critical error, not TPing early enough into the fight, making sure it's a 5v4. So in this game, it has to be cleaned up, for both sides to make sure that they can kind of cleanly take this game.
Oh, man. This is fun, man. Both of these drafts are kind of wonky. That's what you expect from Fearless System in Game 5, right? That's just kind of how it goes. It does feel like both of these compositions are best suited to looking for picks, right? Neither one of them necessarily is going to be super excited about squaring up for a 5v5. We already discussed kind of some of the struggles that Viego can face, and they don't really have much other frontline or initiation for the side of TFF. But for the side of Shattered Spire, it's kind of a similar story, right? They don't really have anybody who wants to go in first. I mean, Camille can engage, Fiddlesticks can engage if he has a good angle, if he's coming in from Fog of War, right? Obviously, that can be great, but it's a little bit difficult if both teams can see each other. Then it could potentially get a little bit awkward. I don't know, man. We're just gonna have to wait and see how it goes in this one. I do need Gitano one last time. What did the Cats go for Game 5?
I think the Cats
And
win.
you were wrong actually in the previous game, weren't you? So the Cats are ahead now. You have to go against them again just to try to tie the Cats.
I think I have the advantage as I have their food locked up in the cabinet, and
That's true.
but I could never do that to my cats. I will give them food, regardless of what happens. But I think I'm gonna have to agree with them here. For Game 5, I'm gonna have to throw it over to Red. I think the Ari charm and that cage from the Viger is gonna prove too much, and it's just gonna take one bad step forward. In this game to kind of really seal the fate. Unfortunately, Morgana can only black shield one person, so it better be the correct one.
We shall see. That is Kiora's script, as we know, again, from Otter Talk, predicting first 2 games for Shattered Spire. TFF almost reverse sweep, and then Shattered Spire stops them in Game 5. That was Kiora's prediction. Chong feeling a little bit differently about how this 5th and final game might go, saying that TFF are going to be the ones to complete the reverse sweep and claim their BOL chip. It's going to go one way or the other. Gitano, only one team can emerge victorious. Only one team can wear the crown. And we're going to find out who it is in just a little while. Don't go anywhere. Game 5 after this. Welcome back, everyone, for the last time this season to Summoner's Rift. TFF Aftershock on the blue side. Once again, the Shattered Spire on the red. The same way we started the match, Katano, is the way we will close things out. Who is going to win this last game? That remains to be seen.
Poetry. Poetry in motion. You are the arbiter and we are along for the ride. It's like the movie, that it was built up and hyped up, and it's going to live up to that hype. Synthwave getting a little bit of damage, but
Top
Diego,
laner clapping each other a bit, just a little bit of friendly trading there to start us off.
wet noodle fights. Sticking out of the back end of it. Does bring Ignite as well. Classic Camille tradition, still having the TP, just no flash.
Absolutely right. Very classic Camille loadout. And for the Zac, is running the flash teleport as well as the grasp. So could potentially be a little bit dangerous for the Zac to be consistently trading with Camille to proc the grasp, but should give a good amount of value in the long run. Dark Harvest for Witch, looking to burst down those carries.
Yeah,
Double
interesting.
Airy bot lane, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah, a lot of good summoner spells being picked up here for the end. Trying to not hold anything back and really just let it fly.
First strike for Kiora, getting the first little bit of gold there from the rune for Caitlyn. DRX Caitlyn as well, something I noticed in the loading screen that I feel like is worth pointing out. Shout out to Deft. Hope he has relatively painless service over there.
Warlock, though, getting chunked out quite a bit. Synthwave hitting level 2 earlier and, really taking the advantage here. Meanwhile, Kiora in the bot side just pushing up their advantage, knowing they are safe in the jungle. So we'll see if a play is made here, top side at all. Fiddlesticks oh, never mind. I even got juked. I was like, Fiddlesticks and top side, but he is clearing down towards bot side. I cannot trust the icons.
Oh, getting in there for the charm. Very, very close there for the mid laner.
Oh.
We know Eros has been the difference maker in these high pressure situations before. We saw it last week. Gonna be able to make it happen on the RE, perhaps.
Yeah, not running, the electrocute as we see, or even grasp. We're seeing Ari's starting to run that as well here, but opting in. Same thing for the bot side as well. That annoying little trickster going back and forth and scooping you up. I personally, I don't run it, but every time I see it, it's just like, get it away from me. Stop.
I'm sorry, what are we
stop
talking about?
hitting me. The summoner spells. The why can't I think of their name there?
Are you talking about the Airy, the rune?
Yeah, the Ares. Yes, that runs back and forth and just collects from you. But Fiddlesticks here.
All right, Wanderer officially reported for being AFK. Just got hit by a binding.
Yep.
Here comes the Fiddlesticks. The cage almost catching Chung there, but not quite. Morgana, the back of her dress, I think, was clipping the edge of that hitbox, but gonna be able to get away.
Maybe even flashing for it. If you're gonna commit, just throw down the anchor of that cage. Mark up 2 of them. Only one of you can leave. With that spell shield. So
yeah, Kiora has cleanse though, so you could potentially get Kiora burns cleanse and Chung shields himself, and then kind of burn flash for nothing. But I hear you. Could have worked out.
So just maybe burn a little bit more, hoping that Fiddlesticks comes back around at the opportune time here. Rutledge doing a good job of trading back and forth here.
Trade
with Eero still.
Trade of crabs as well. Cocoa Puffs going to be able to get the North Crab, South Crab for Witch. Jungler's pretty much dead even so far. Very even game still, of course, overall. Although a little bit of a CS lead for Kiora over Wanderers farming Veigar at the moment. A couple of waves for the Caitlyn in advantage.
Yeah, they're just kind of hoping this trend does continue. Keeping Viger at the stacks as low as we can. Has 23 right now. You know, wanting that number to kind of keep up with that, you know, what you would have for the CS per minute, if you can. But Tower going to be taking out some minions, unfortunately. Not going to be able to stack up too easily here with those Qs, and he is maxing as well the strike, so trying to get a little bang for the buck out of that top side as well. Synthwave and Warlock doing a good job keeping even up with the CS with each other here in the mid lane action. Ari going back, but is Hero's gonna get it off? Nope, is stopped.
Does have the teleport though, so if necessary, Ari can always get back to the lane to catch that wave. Dragon alive. Has been alive for about a minute. Cocoa Puff's going to start that one up now. And Witch, not in position, actually, to go for the trade at the moment. And Warlock even able to move over there to scout that out and get that information for the team that the grubs are not being taken. So this is just going to be the first neutral going over to TFF. They're off to a decent start.
Yeah. Once again, grabbing up that dragon. They still have time as well. Fiddlesticks not on the grubs. They have good vision on it. Camps aren't still up, so if they do a quick rotation here, they can pick up both neutral objectives here.
Certainly a possibility. Which is going to be first to the pit here on the top side river. Fiddlestick's going to start those up. Clear out the ward first. Just to deny that vision.
But looking more towards top side now. Warlock is 6. Does have the passive as well.
Of course, 6 for
Fast.
Synthwave as well.
Yeah, just going to back out here, start the red buff. So no one taking these void grubs early on, so we could still see a fight here. You know, if the lanes do configure on that.
Does feel like the grubs would probably be a little bit more valuable for Shattered Spire if they're able to pick them up, right? Because you can send Camille to the side lane, and she can do so much work on those towers. There's not really a great side lane champion for TFF this game, so I'm sure that Shattered Spire would love to get these grubs if possible, but they're not willing to risk anything to start them up. Now, Witch does have level 6 now on the Fiddlesticks, same for Cocoa Puffs on the Viego. But this contest is not happening. It's just going to be another uncontested neutral for TFF Aftershock.
You know, giving them away, hopefully you're playing for that mid to late game spike right now, because the early game does belong to them, picking up both neutral objectives, and you really have to play for the second set. You know, this Caitlyn's going to love being able to chunk down towers here with that, and Viego also finds, you know, a good side lane split push. It can really do some monstrous damage as well. We have Infernal here for the next dragon. A little over 3 minutes on that, so he still could be treated here for the Hextech or the Ocean Dragon that we are, you know, hoping to see here in Game 4.
Sure. Yeah, we are on pace for possibly the latest first blood of the match so far. I do think, Gitano, this might be a good time to mention, as Fiddlesticks on the bottom side of the map right now, but the Black Shield's going to get Kiora out of danger. For now, at least. I do think this could be a decent time to mention something else that Kiora and Chong did discuss a little bit during our episode of Otter Talk. They mentioned the fact that Chong specifically was talking about the fact that he felt like once they do get to Game 5, because he was very confident in this series going to Game 5, he felt like the fact that himself and the rest of TFF have gone to 5 games for literally their entire run. Every single match they've played in the postseason has gone to 5 games. So they kind of have that practice. They have that comfortability in these longer, drawn-out matches where he felt pretty confident in his ability and the team's ability to stay focused. And he felt like that was going to be the big difference maker in this 5th game, is that they just had more stamina. And they were going to be able to basically outlast their opponents. That's something else I'd like to keep in mind.
And that definitely could be, you know, towards the bot side, though, a little bit of
Peacemaker not going to connect. It's going to be Chung Somo moving forward. Pops the Soul Shackles. Going to get the flash out from Wanderer. The root does come through onto Boostus' Senna. Wanderer go down pretty low. As another Q connecting, but the Morgana is too far forward. It's going to get taken out by the Primordial Burst. There is the first blood, but Cocoa Puffs flashing in there. Gets the trade back, but now Witch for the counter kick over the wall of stolen Vagar, though. Cocoa Puffs surviving for a while. The Heartbreaker for Viego. Looking for 2. Can't quite get it. It is going to be Shattered Spire 2 for 1 in the bot lane.
so close to that. And Senna just being able to squeak by there, the Viger cage getting flip and reverse. Cocoa Puffs doing a good job, but just could not find the second kill upon, that wish here. First blood over the Viger, grabbed some stacks as well here, opting into the Winter's Approach first item. Interesting for the Viger. Um, boots
Wow,
Swifty
that is
here.
so weird. Yeah. I mean, I guess he's thinking that they already have so much. Synthwave? Synthwave? Okay, he managed to get back out from underneath the turret, and it's just going to be a trade of ultimates. So we're fine. Everything's fine.
Is everything fine though? I feel like people when
so.
they say everything's fine, it's
Oh, is it
the
like
dumpster's on fire already, and you're just having to go with it.
Yeah, could be. I'm not actually sure how fine everything is. I guess we're gonna find out pretty soon, huh?
Yeah, it's gonna be shown here very quickly. Synthwave coming onto Warlock here.
Second dragon is spawning imminently. This would be 2 dragons for TFF Aftershock. They're in position for it right now. Fiddlesticks, Witch is not in the area. Witch is on the other side of the map. So this is going to be 2 dragons. Let's see what soul we're going to have for our 5th and final game.
Yeah, giving up this dragon here. Put themselves
Hextech.
at 2.
Let's
Nice.
go. Hextech soul to close us out, Gitano. Oh my goodness, the script writers are really spoiling us with this one.
I love it. Just the Hextech gates, so many ways to, utilize that and really outplay your opponent. It really allows you to get aggressive, in other lanes deep in the jungle and still have that escape tool. While, blast plant, you have to make sure it's readily available. You have to make sure you angle yourself correctly. Hextech gate, you just easy. Click and go. It couldn't be simpler. Mid lane's been quiet here, 0-0 across the board for both of them. So not really finding, any help like the side lanes have been here. Void Grub's also up. We'll see if it is a 6-0 or a 3-3. Charmed though by Euros.
Even trade in mid, as they have been trading pretty evenly for most of this game so far. Cocoa Puff's gonna sneak into the river to seize the grubs are being taken. Can't quite get close enough to contest. It looks like all 3 grubs in the second cohort are going to be secured by Shattered Spire. No Twitch chatters here in Game 5. You guys are just going to have to stay over there and chat. Just watch from the sidelines. I don't think you're too upset about it. Charm's going to go wide as Arrow Spirit rushing forward. Nice side step from Rutledge.
Yeah, bot lane here. Wanderer just solo as best as they can. Senna still towards topside, picking up the red buff, is backing now. So low solo XP for the Viger. Still down a little bit of farm here. We, see about a 30 CS differential between the two here. So stacks also on the Viger count. Let's take a look here. Of course, turret's going to get in my way. 109 currently. So a little behind pace, but nothing to be too worried about.
Okay. Yeah, obviously it is a double stacking bot lane for Shattered Spire. They've got the Senna stacking up as well. So they are going to get stronger and stronger. As the game goes on, there is perhaps a little bit of a scaling advantage there. Maybe that's why they're feeling so comfortable to let some of these early dragons go.
Yeah, playing for the late, but we've seen this happen, time and time again. They get 2 dragons, put themselves comfortably, even up, but, these dragon fights and positioning really haven't worked out too well. Oh, towards the top side. Vex almost picking up the wave there.
Barely getting away, Camille with the hook shot. Times it well.
Hextech here coming up in 2 minutes, another point of contention. I don't think they're going to allow to give this one for free. Fiddlesticks kind of roaming towards the bot side. Ari also maybe looking to do some spirit rushes down there, but Cocoa Puff's just waiting in the wings for this.
Yeah, how patient is the Viego going to be? The shield comes out on Kiora, who's going down so low. The flash away. Kiora still living for now. Finally, Wanderer takes him down, but it's traded back as Cocoa Puffs gets the kill onto the Veigar. 1 for 1. Flash is blown for both Caitlyn and Vhagar there.
Yeah, trades back and forth there. Viego spending a lot of time in that bush, waiting for the correct moment, waiting for Viger's cage to come up just for it to fall, and then an easy access point here. So, if that continues here for the lane phase, Viego's going to grab a few more kills, grabbing up the collector right now, and 5 stacks away from completing that first jungle item. Meanwhile, Fiddlesticks only 2 away at completing. So, a smite fight here for the dragon will
Ooh,
be
Warlock. Ooh, dodges away from the hook shot. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're just fine.
Dragon, 45 Gitano. This could potentially be a massive fight. As Cocoa Puff's gonna get feared up. Never mind, it might not be a fight at all. The Viego's just gonna get taken down right away. But in comes Rutledge with a Shadow Surge. They trade back. Both junglers now been taken down. Arrows with one more charge of the Spirit Rush, able to get back towards safety. 4v4 on the map. Oh, that is the cage over the wall. Kiora forced to cleanse. Charm lands onto Rutledge. A lot of stuff landing right now for Shattered Spire. They're going to be in a decent position. That was flash off of the Viego as well. And Witch is still going to have the ultimate for this dragon fight. Another charm going to land onto Chong this time. Morgana going down pretty low. Wanderer as well, still holding on to the Primordial Burst. Warlock teleport into the mid lane as TFF are trying to see if they can still fight for this dragon, but I think it might be a bit too risky. Complete control over the river right now for Shattered Spire, and you have to imagine that they're going to be willing to commit everything to stop their opponents from going up to Hextech Soul Point.
Yeah, you can't let them have this one, no matter what. But Kiora maybe possibly going
throws from directly onto the Caitlyn. The fear comes out. Is it going to be enough damage? The Caitlyn going down so low. All alone in the sideline. Kiora is just going to get punished by Witch. A good move. Heads up move there from the jungler to punish the isolated carry. And they will be rewarded with their first dragon.
Yeah, not sure if they want to contest this here. 5v4, Fiddlesticks ult being down, so a little bit of a silver lining, but not going to be enough to really have them commit here. They run more towards topside, hopefully grabbing Rift here for the tradable objective. It's only one dragon, so nothing too immediate to be concerned about here, but everyone's still kind of roaming towards this mid side, and they did not start Rift.
Shelly undisturbed for now. Warlock focused on this top tier 1 turret. Gonna get it down pretty low, but it's not quite gonna have enough time to finish it off. Canceled the slingshot there, but Synthwave just gonna let him go. Wants to pick up the minion wave.
Yeah, still pretty even in that top side for CS. We see, a 10 difference between the two. Nothing too crazy just yet. Viger, once again up around that 20-30 mark here for that CS difference, and stacks 155 for that number here. So starting to get closer here for that 10 per minute mark. And a lot of wards being taken down here by Shelly. A lot of coverage. Senna trying to clear this out, but could get hit. Ooh, binding. Barely missing at the end of that.
And Gitano, I actually just thought of another little kind of interesting fact about this finals that we're being treated to. We actually, if you recall Gitano, all the way back in week number 1. Do you remember what our first streamed match of the season was?
I do not.
That match was Syndicate Crashouts versus TFF Aftershock. And we were actually 1 game away from getting that exact same match in the finals. Isn't that crazy?
Interesting. That would have been a full circle. So maybe next time you're developing your master plan throughout the entire season, try to make sure that you cultivate that. I feel like this season is similar to the wrestling WE, where it's completely booked. We know in advance who's gonna win. It's just crazy, and we pretend and act like we're surprised when it's all just one giant script.
Right. Yeah, no, the script writers are really good. And like, even though you know what's gonna happen, like the way that you get there, it makes things entertaining. It always keeps you on your toes.
It's the journey.
Fantastic. It is.
you know, it's like in an Avengers movie, you know, or Marvel Disney, like you know, what the end result's going to be, but it's how they get there. You know, it's seeing Cap lift Mjolnir for the first time, you know, that really kind of takes your breath away. So, you know, this game has, you know, just like the last game vibe that we had, you know, last week, we're getting treated to every single thing in the book here. You know, a lot of these games have had pendulum swings, one-sided. They've had crazy plays, almost a penta, you know, given to us as well. So,
True.
um, entertaining.
In
Zach,
comes
though,
the
now
Zach,
jump
finds the
in.
knock-up onto the Vagar, who tries to flash away. That will not save you, little Vagar. Kiora picks up the kill, number 2 of the game for Caitlyn. Fortunately for the side of Shattered Spire, there's still some time before the dragon spawns, but a nice pick there for TFF. Binding lands underneath the turret. That's going to be a lot of damage. Ace in the hole comes out. It's blocked. Good body block there from which, thankfully, the Fiddlesticks was in position to cover for Boostus. The turret is going to go down, and now a little bit of a gold lead. About 1,000 for TFF at the moment. Warlock? Warlock, he was AFK for a minute there, but I guess it's fine.
Just baiting, you know, Synthwave in, you know, just collecting passive XP, maybe returning an important text, you know. Family member reached out, said, hey, how's the game going? Quick response, still in it.
Sure. Yeah, it's been a relatively quiet game. You know, we've had a little bit of skirmishing, but overall, you can really feel both of these teams are being very measured, being very careful in what plays they decide to go for. Everything on the line, obviously.
One bad play can really tip the scales. You know, you just mentioned about that 1,000 gold difference, and it's really not moving anytime soon here. But maybe Zach
Well, you say that.
has, you know, has some other plans here to prove me wrong. I'm liking that back as well. That is a
The Empyrean
I've
Zach. Yeah, that's pretty
not
good.
seen that before. TP though towards the bot side. Camille possibly looking for Rutledge.
Charm lands onto Rutledge. That is big. They're looking to pick off the Vex. The Veer does come out, and Rutledge flashes away. Stays alive. The Hexagon being committed onto the Viego, but the Heartbreaker, in response, they execute the top laner. And now Warlock flies into the back line, creating a lot of disruption, but nobody can really follow up. And Warlock's going to go into the passive. Is the rest of the team going to be able to get these blobs out to safety? The answer is no. So 1-for-1, and now Witch, Crowstorm forward, flashing forward, but the Fiddlesticks is going to get headshot. Kiora able to take him down. The Fear couldn't connect on everybody, but now the Caitlyn in trouble, flashes away, stays alive, the Binding connects onto the Senna, and now the Ace in the hole is not even needed as Boostus gets taken down. The game explodes into chaos as Trunks flashes for the Binding and immediately dies. It's going to be, I think, a 3-for-3 as the dust settles.
I don't even know if it's still settling. Cocoa Puffs is not done with this fight just yet.
Walk directly into a cage. Oh no! Oh, Cocoa Puff's gonna get burst primordially. Number 5 now for Wanderer, who has completed his death cap, by the way. That's why the Vagar is hitting so freaking hard. Dragon alive as well, Gitano. So this is looking to be another dragon denied from TFF. Looks like we're going to be tied 2-2.
Yeah, all tied up, and you know that Viger just scaling out. This Charm Viger Cage combo is proving to be a little difficult for them. But that last fight, it seemed like it went on for about a minute and a half. Started, you know, towards, you know, the bot side, you know, by the Tribush of red, and then just slowly swept all the way down to blue tower, and then once again Viego just re-engaging at a questionable time and getting kind of caught out there.
Yeah. And I think that fight was also a great example of why both of these team compositions are so weird, right? They're so weird. It's so hard for both of these teams to engage, and so easy for both of them to counter-engage.
Yeah, it's like the fights are going to be extended and not a clear, you know, initial winner after the initial bout of everyone here. So Fiddlesticks running towards that red side. They're going to get trapped.
Oh dear, Vagar stepped on a trap. He was almost dead, but thankfully Boostus is there to cover, and the Event Horizon as well. I'm going to keep Wanderer safe for now.
Keep them at bay while they can here. Hextech Dragon 4 minutes away, tied up 2-2 Baron on the board as well, but I don't think anyone's going to be taking a look at that anytime soon. Ari now pushing towards the top side. Cocoa Puffs trying to possibly make a play here. Goes invisible.
I'm not going to be able to defend the turret. That is some more gold for Eros. We still yet to pick up a kill this game, but regardless, is keeping pace with Rutledge, only a couple hundred gold behind.
Yeah, wearing a bounty on his head.
Snowstorm does get the fear onto Rutledge, who is going to get shut down, and just like that, Arrow's going to come away with a bit of a lead.
Yeah, the charm at the end, this, Ari is paying dividends here. 1, 0, and 4. We've seen, Eros kind of slowly creep up in these games and really make bold statements towards the end. So we'll see if that is the same, feeling towards the later part of this game. Viger still stacking here at 243 now for the stack, so getting closer to that 10 per minute mark as it was, but doing a great amount of damage. If we quickly look at his ult, the amount of damage you're doing, 660 all the way up to 1,320 some, which I'm not sure who's going to be able to survive a low Viger ult.
Yeah, that's pretty unsurvivable, especially if you don't have any magic resist, which only Zach does. So, Mercury treads technically, but eh.
And the black shield, is it going to be able to absorb all of it? No, but at least
no.
A healthy part of it possibly, as long as you're not
I guess.
low. Wanderer, though.
Kiyora's auto attacks coming in pretty well. The Primordial Burst coming out from Wanderer, and now Kiyora is going to get jumped on. The shutdown goes over to Arrows, who spear rushes, dashes into the play. Level 16 now on the Ari. It is just a singular kill, it looks like, for the side of Shattered Spire. Kiyora just overstepping a little bit there, not respecting the possibility of the collapse.
Yeah, just try to get out of there. Unfortunately, Kiyora just, taking a lot of damage here and trading with Wanderer very well, but unfortunately
going to
not
connect.
enough.
That's going to be Rutledge going in for the play. Almost one-shots Boostus, but doesn't quite get the reset on the ultimate. And now Wanderer's going to teleport in. The Crowstorm forward. Rutledge flashes away. Stays alive for now. They are going to be able to get back underneath the turret. Close call there, honestly, for both sides. And a lot of summoners and a lot of ultimates being used. 1 minute on our third Hextech Dragon.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of critical here. Whatever team grabs this really holds, the next team fight in their hands. They can opt out to grab the Baron or fight for the soul point here for the next one. So everyone's going to back by, grab wards, grab visions, and kind of really start to settle here for this third and more important dragon here for this team fight.
2 items for pretty much everybody. The support still putting together their second item. But everybody is getting pretty strong at this point. All of these squishy damage dealers are starting to do a whole lot of damage. This fight could be very explosive. The binding is going to land. The hook shot gets Synthwave to safety. One of the only champions that could have survived that.
Yeah, I think if anyone else would have got hit, it would have spelled an immediate disaster and probably a 4v5. Eros has to be careful here. Warlock in the wings just waiting.
And the Banana Brush. Good position for the Zac right now. And the side of Shattered Spire trying to force their way in. They've got control over the line brush at least, but they're having trouble maintaining it. The Shadow Surge, the engage. It's going to be TFF looking for the engage into the back line. They've already taken down Witch, but the Veigar able to get one back with the ultimate. It's going to be Viego. Watch Cocoa Puffs as he looks for the resets. Heartbreaker forward takes over the Veigar, but Shattered Spire are winning out in the rest of the fight. It's dashing forward is Arrows and Synthwave. Warlock does manage to dash over the wall, but the Ari, the little burst from the Foxfire of the Spirit Rush take down Cocoa Puffs. It's going to be a team fight win 4-for-2 in favor of Shattered Spire.
Yeah, he took on the, everyone, but Heroes just on the very back end, just a kill with the Leandri's Torment on Cocoa Puffs. Unfortunate, and that is going to be Dragon for them. Fiddlesticks, coming up here in 4 seconds. They're probably going to end the Dragon before he can get down there, but There's going to be no contest here, putting them at that crucial soul point, and the gold lead, 2K difference. So even though the fight, swung in TS's favor, it doesn't mean it's going to stay there here for the next fight.
Absolutely right. I mean, this game is still on a knife's edge. I mean, that was a great play for Shattered Spire. The fact that they're able to get that third Hextech Dragon. Those buffs from the individual dragons are really stacking up now. That's 15% attack speed and 15 ability haste for everybody on Shattered Spire now. That is definitely a good amount of value. And even more importantly, they're now only one dragon away from that nearly game-ending Hextech Soul.
Yeah, and it started off with the Morgana Bind, which, the follow-up from Rutledge did amazing damage, but the team fight after that point really kind of, devolved into chaos shortly after.
And it was Eros, who is still deathless on the Ahri. Witch and Eros teaming up once again to take down Chong, who was pushing a little bit too aggressively into enemy territory to try to get that deep vision. Wasn't ready for Fiddlesticks to come over the wall.
It's the supports that are, kind of make or breaking this game at the moment here. Getting yourself caught out, making sure less time on the map, can't clear, more vision for your team. Camille, though, not going to stop Zach's back, but a Death Bush attempt
nice
here.
Fear from the Vex, gets that fear onto 3, but the Zonya's immune to the Heartbreaker, and Cocoa Puffs is just going to get burst down. Rutledge trying to salvage something. The Ace in the Hole connects onto Witch. Fiddlesticks now going down low. They managed to finish off the enemy jungler. So both junglers now once again been taken down. Synthwave, though, Hextech Ultimatum onto the Vex. Rutledge has nothing left. Rutledge is going to get taken down. And now it's going to be Kiora flashing forward, trying to finish off Boostus. But now the Caitlyn has nothing left. Eros is going to help the team clean up the rest of the fight. The mid laner still deathless, just like last week, Gitano. Eros 0 in the death column, 5-0 and 8 on the Ahri, looking to bring his team to a championship.
Yeah, having that Game 5 experience, in your repertoire is really paying off here. 5-0-8, as you just mentioned, 700 bounty on the head, and this Ahri is looking fantastic. Gonna grab this tower as well towards the bot side. Still has a little money in the pocket, maybe even top side too, so double towers being taken off the back of the fight. Baron's still on the board. I'm sure we're going to see another dance here shortly, and we'll see if we have another repeat of that fight. And if it does happen, that could be definitely some inhibitors being taken.
No doubt about it. This game is starting to get closer and closer. We are getting closer and closer, Gitano, to the finale. The final moments are approaching. Shattered Spire, I'm getting the better end of the last couple of these fights. It's feeling like they might be the ones to claim the title. They're up 5,000 gold now. Couple more minutes until that next fateful dragon.
Yeah, it will be the telltale of everything here. They are pushing for the vision, taking down Scuttlecrab, going to reveal anything in the area, and they're not going to see too much around. So they're going to have to wait and clear anything that Morgana does put down. 130 left here for the dragon coming up. And do you think on the back of this fight, if Soul is secured, Baron and then a rush down, not for a game end, but definitely could be one of the nails in the coffin for them if this next team fight does not go well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, a team fight breaking, significantly for either side could potentially be the game, right? We're late enough at this point where the objectives are so powerful. Synthwave is going to get caught out a little bit. The Camille tries to hook shot away, but is going to get shut down by Kiora. Still 1 minute on the Dragon Synthwave, and the Dragon spawn timers are almost exactly synced, but the Camille does not have teleport. So it should be control for TFF. We might be going the distance not only in games, Gitano, but for dragons as well. But the Shattered Spire, they're sneaking into the bush behind the pit. They're going to go for the angle. They know that there's no vision right now for TFF. This could be an absolutely insane play if it works. This could be a game-ending play if it works. And TFF, you can kind of feel that they know that it's a possibility. They're hesitant to walk into the jungle, but you can't give over Hextech Soul. You have to get in here and contest one way or another. Warlock leading the charge. They have to be ready to go at a moment's notice. The charm lands over the wall. Cocoa Puff's going to get chunked down. The Black Shield gets him out of the event horizon. Dragon is now alive. So is Synthwave as Camille makes her way back out onto the map. TFF Aftershock are running out of time with their numbers advantage. Dragon started up already by Witch. Warlock on the other side of the Dragon Pit, but there's a ward there. Shattered Spire can see everything that Aftershock are doing right now. There's a blast going for Cocoa Puffs. It could be a desperate steal attempt for the Viego. It's not going to happen. The Hextech Soul goes over. Is that just going to be it? Just like that. Arrows looking for the charm. Does take a big chunk of damage from Kiora on the way out. Nobody goes down, but with the Hextech Soul now in pocket, should be a relatively simple for Shattered Spire to set up around the Baron.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be too much contest for that, and also the cleanse being used, by Caitlyn. So not having that in case she is caught out and there is no Black Shield to help her escape whatever predicament she is in. So I think there's going to run here for the Baron, really set up that fight again, and they did a good job of keeping them on, the outside continuously. We saw that motion. Rutledge here, though.
In trouble. Hextech Ultimatum committed for Synthwave. The Vex goes golden to buy a moment. Help is on the way, but will it be here in time? The Ace in the Hole comes out, and Synthwave will retreat. But now the side of Shattered Spire know that there are multiple members on the bottom side of the map for TFF Aftershock, and they're going to be able to get this Baron. Cocoa Puffs is in the area, but the Viego can't get anywhere near the pit. He'd just get one shot if he tried. So Baron now secured as well for Shattered Spire. They are maintaining their gold lead, but it is lying to us a little bit. We know that they have so many additional stats from those big buffs they've been able to pick up.
Yeah, healing the Baron too, and Synthwave doing a good job of kind of dragging everyone towards the bot side, having to respect, the 1v1 and making sure that, there was enough members there towards the top side. So great rotations here by TSS, and they're going to be pushing down this mid lane here. Ari off to the side, going to be able to join the group as well with that Spirit Rush. The gap closing is, very easy, especially when these tight corners here. So maybe the team will be joining regardless, and not doing kind of a 3-1-3 or a 1-3-1. A 3-1-3 would be too many people on the map, but a 1-3-1 sounds maybe a little bit more feasible here as Eero starts to slowly let in this group of minions.
Oh, binding? Is that going to be a moment? A Shadow Surge connecting as the Ahri is taking a bunch of damage. Arrows tries to Spirit Rush away. Arrows barely surviving. The shield from the taunting Shadow keeps the Ahri alive. Keeps the 0 in the death column for the mid laner. Wanderer, though, getting jumped on. The Primordial Burst executes the Viego as Wanderer will survive, as will Eros. And now a man down. TFF Aftershock, Warlock forced the flash away. Kiora flashes in there. The last auto attack takes down the Veigar. We've on the map now, but now it's Boostus flashing forward. The Senna has scaled. Will take down Trunks, Somo, and Synthwave is already on the Nexus turret. Synthwave and Arrows have teleported in to the base. They're looking to end the game right here and right now. Kiora headshots the Camille, trying to buy just a little bit more time, just one more moment for TFF Aftershock in their season to keep them alive, and he will be able to do so. TFF Aftershock, they hold the line with one Nexus turret remaining by a thread, by a single finger. They stay in it.
That was a clutch play there by the Caitlyn, grabbing up the triple kill here, grabbing all the critical hits. And yeah, there's not much now standing between them and victory. One inhibitor still up, one down here. Elder Dragon coming up in 2.5 minutes. So I'm sure that will be the next giant fight here. We started off all the way in the top side. Eeros getting caught out there with, the binding, and then just follow up after that. Came back, TP'd back towards the bot side there. Helped the split push, really taking over that turret plate and that push to once again kind of cause some havoc, but close but no cigar at the end.
First death of the game for Eros. First death in a game 5, and I don't know how long.
Yeah, 38 minutes without seeing that gray screen is a victory in itself here. But now they have to play around this dragon, little more than 130 on that right now, and you can't give it up. You gave up Elder, you gave up Baron. Giving up this, Elder Dragon would surely cause basically for. Oh, and we have pause.
Our teams have been at it so long, the Riot servers are giving out before the players are. Absolutely amazing. Big shout out to all of the players for, grinding it out and still being here, still performing so well this late into the evening. And of course, an extra special shout out to our producer as well, who is struggling a bit right now, but he's doing a great job. He's hanging in there.
I mean, this late into the game, it's tough, for all sides, players, producers, casters. It's just it's a we talked about the hours into this game, that everyone's committed. So, but for the showing that we've received here for a Game 5 finale, I don't know if we could ask for more.
We really can't. It's been an absolutely amazing ride, to get us to this point. Hopefully, we will be able to get back into the action pretty soon. I guess both top laners were having some connection issues, so Synthwave is now back, waiting for Warlock to return and join us again for the exciting conclusion of this game. We are 90 seconds out from our second. Wait, is this our second? No, it's our first Elder Dragon this game, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I got confused because we had some Elders happening earlier on in the series. But pausing at 40:10. Okay, give me just a moment, please. Okay, I have a black screen. Hang on.
Yep, I zoomed past.
Okay, okay. 1 second, please. Sorry. Eight, 9. Okay, I'm at 40:10.
Same. Yep, ready to go.
Uh, 23. Okay, I think I'm close enough. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So here we go. Our possibly last fight of the match of the season is rapidly approaching. Currently set up for the side of Shattered Spire, of course. In the river. Really, really tough for TFF to get in here to contest. But giving over Elder, I mean... Oh, I don't know, Gaetano.
I don't think you can. You have to fight for it. It's the last game, Game 5. You got to find a correct way, though, of approaching this. Are you going to push mid, coming from Riverside, or are you going to try to just gut your way through? Hopefully, you keep your vision intact here and no one gets caught out, but I'd be very careful. You have the charm, you have the Senna, that can take you up, you have the cage, so there's no real good opportunity, unfortunately, to move forward. At Sithwave, lots of damage on Warlock here, so they have to be weary about this split push.
Yeah, that is their last remaining inhibitor turret over there in the top lane that Synthwave has his sights on. That's going to be a bunch of damage coming out onto the Senna as Kiora commits the ace in the hole for some good poke ahead of this objective spawn. Who's just going to be able to heal up a little bit. They've walked into the cage. It's going to be Chung who's caught out. The Morgana's going to get taken down, but a lot committed. Kiora, though, is going to get charmed up as arrows dashing through the team fight, and in comes Synthwave. The Camille jumps over the wall and ends the dream of TFF Aftershock. That is going to do it. One more death for Eros. It will not matter. 4 versus 1 on the map as the Shattered Spire, they march down mid.
Yeah, they are pushing this thing down, and that will be game here very quickly. Warlock not able to stand the force of 4 souped up members here of TFS.
He wants to get the wave, but he's not going to be able to do it. They were doubted. They were discounted. People said Demacia was the group of life. People said that nobody from Demacia was going to be able to do anything in the postseason. And the Shattered Spire will prove them all wrong. The Shattered Spire are your Blue Outer League Emerald Season 12 champions.
Congratulations, and what a game, what a series we were treated to this entire time. Eros 5, 2, and 12 at the end. wow, just what a game between the Viger cages, the charms. Like it was tough. It was tough to get an inch within their jungle here or try to get any type of momentum. And a great job of sweeping the dragons back multiple times, giving up the first two and having the game plan going in saying, hey, it's going to be just fine. We just got to trust the process.
Yeah, absolutely right. That was really cool to see. It's almost ironic, right? I feel like this fifth and final game, despite the wonky team compositions, despite we're going like late into the night, it felt like this last game was like the calmest and most calculated out of all the games that we had tonight. It was really clinical from Shattered Spire, especially how they were able to control the map and just choke out their opponents, never giving TFF Aftershock any angle to try to come back into this one.
Yeah, there was no real go button, and it was every time they tried to even, gain a little vision forward or attempted at something, the entire team was right there, ready to pounce, and just kind of, enclose them. I think back to that dragon fight where it was, curtaining to the soul point, and they started all the way deep, at the enemy's red side, then moved to, the mid side where that, uh, why can't I think of it here? Down the river, for that entryway, and then went all the way back up to their blue buff. It's that type of commitment and team movement, that really helped them throughout the entirety of this to make sure that they sealed their fate and the win.
Absolutely. Right. In that sequence that you're talking about, if anybody from the team ended up like splitting off by themselves, just like took the wrong path, was a little bit out of position, they absolutely could have got jumped on. They kind of got burst down. That could have been soul point the other way for TFF, but that didn't happen. The Shattered Spire were calm, they were coordinated, and they knew the strengths of their composition. They knew how to execute with this really weird draft, and they made it look good.
Yeah, they made it look easy.
So we are, of course, going to have our interview, right, to close things out, our last little bit of content of the season, right, production?
Okay.
So do we want to survey the players at all to see if anybody wants to, or? I mean, it is the finals. I know it's late, Mr. Producer. I am sorry for keeping you this late. Let's see if anybody's still around. I think it would be cool to hear from somebody from the winning team. But yeah, I mean, just overall, what an incredible banger of a match we were treated to tonight, Katano. We have one more POG to award for this one. What are you thinking?
Between Eros and Viger, Wanderer doing well, Eros just being unkillable for so long, and then when the deaths did end up coming, it was definitely, worth at the end of the trades here. And the consistency once again of Eros being that pillar, being that, rock solid foundation. When he pops up on games like this, it's hard not to vote for the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a very solid argument there for Eros for sure. I thought Boostus and Wanderer had a great game as well. They were obviously struggling a bit in the early lane against Caitlyn Morgana, but they really did pull their weight towards the later stages, like you were just talking about. So definitely a great game all around. I'm okay aligning on the Eros vote. He really is such a clutch player. You can really tell. Right, so it was really fun to watch him kind of dance around those fights on the Ahri. And help lead the team to victory. Very, very cool. What other highlights can you think of from this season, Katana? While we wait to hear if any of the players are still around. Production, feel free to let us know and interrupt us whenever you have, confirmation for or against. But thinking back, Katana, what other moments from this season jump out at you?
I think there's the resilience of the teams. A lot of these series really went the distance, and even especially in the playoffs, I think we were treated to really great games where it was you couldn't discount, and we saw a lot of champ pools too that with the fearless style really come up. So I think this season was a great success for the fearless draft because a lot of interesting comps, deep champ pools, and really strategic pick and bans too throughout the entirety. So I think that in itself is, a victory for Blue Otter.
Yeah, I agree. I think the fearless system did work really well. I feel like the players really enjoyed it as well. Just sort of having that freedom to experiment with more different picks and sort of just having the games be more interesting in that way. I think was good for everybody. As we're not interviewing the bully, are we? Anyways, thinking seems like we might be getting an interview with somebody. Boostus and Witch. The ADC and the jungle of the victorious Shattered Spire are going to be joining us here in just a moment. So I think we're going to go to a short break, guys, while we get that set up for you. We'll be right back with just a little bit more content before all is said and done for this season of Emerald. Welcome back, everybody, for our last bit of content here for BOL Emerald Season 12. We have the victorious jungler and AD carry with us in the production room. We have somebody else as well. I'm not sure who Breos is.
I'm
Danny is
host.
here too. What's happening?
Sorry,
Okay.
that's my entrance sound.
Are you guys also? Do we have more members of the Shattered Spire here?
Yeah, I am mid.
Oh, perfect, perfect.
Well,
sorry, and then who is-
I'll yield some of my time over to them.
Okay, okay. So who do we not have here? That'll maybe be the easier way to do this.
The support.
Okay, Wanderer not able to join us for the winner's interview. Totally fine. But I'll just go ahead and open up with the first question for you, Synthwave. So the side of Kiora and Chong, they were able to join us for the Otter Talk episode before the match. Incidentally, while we're on the subject, you guys should have been there too. But that aside, they actually were giving you a lot of credit as a player who's like really flexible and is able to play, a variety of different styles and is really effective on all of them. So what are your kind of thoughts about your opponents tonight, I guess, just in general, the enemy top laner in particular, and how you feel like you matched up against Walk Warlock in this finals and just in general?
I think, honestly, in terms of like his champ pool, he definitely played a little bit more, some more fun champions that are definitely a little bit more interactive to play with, like the Darius pick. His Renekton was pretty solid, especially later on. I think he did a really good job at being able to get onto our backline and dive. Only thing I would say to him is he probably should be a little bit more aggressive in lane, depending on the champions that he plays. But overall, this was a fantastic series with like really good opponents.
Yeah, for sure. I did notice that you were getting the better end of a lot of those laning phases over Warlock tonight. So that was possibly a factor in how things all worked out. But Gitano, you want to get in there?
Yeah, I was more curious about the prep leading into the game. With this fearless style, did you have a game plan of what you guys wanted to play, or was it more of a reactive style of what you were picking? And then as far as as your opponent, what were your thoughts going into it?
Question for anybody, I guess.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, the guy who does a lot of our prep is, I would say, Witch or Matt, and then Danny or Synthwave, who just got moved. I think he got moved into general meeting. So
okay.
I can like defer to Matt and
Okay.
Danny on that. They're asking
Sorry.
about the prep work that we do.
Oh, like the notes that I take and stuff.
Yeah, and just anything we do to prepare for our opponents.
Yeah, so me and Matthew here, Witch of Black Mass, we do a lot of pretty extensive research on our opponents going into, especially for like big games. Like I myself, I go back seasons, seeing like what they like to play, how many games they've put on things, what was like their comfort, highest pick rate, stuff like that. We do a lot of prep work going into a lot of our games, and I think that's honestly what gives us like a very big edge, because I think everyone here notices that when we kind of just go into games and don't do too much prep, we don't do as well. But when we have a strategy and everything's planned out, very detailed ahead of time, we do very, very well.
Yep.
I think everyone could agree.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that. I do think it shows. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that, Witch?
Specifically, like I scour Twitch and like in general for like VODs and stuff like that, like and just of the games, I'll scrub through it and kind of see what like level ones and like stuff like that that people do. I think that's just very, very good, so that we have an action plan for series that we go into, and then I can come up with like what I would like to do versus them, and like where I'd like to path, etc. How many times someone ganks a certain lane, like per series, stuff like that. I just like to keep track of that so that I can kind of match what is needed or play the other side of the map.
Absolutely. Yeah, it sounds like you guys really do your homework, which I do think is very important in a competitive setting like this. So probably one of the reasons why you're here at the end as the champions. But, my next question is for Eros in the mid lane. First of all, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Please say yes.
Yes.
Thank goodness.
You are.
Okay, because that would have been pretty embarrassing if not. Anyways, Eros, one of the main things that we were kind of focusing on the cast here, one of the things that was really standing out to us was the fact that, last week in the best of 5 that you guys played against Syndicate, you were, pretty clearly, I think, the best performer on the team in that match. And in game 5 especially, you were deathless. You were like 9-0-11 or something on the Orianna in game 5. And for a big portion of this game as well on the Ahri, you were again deathless. Your first death was when you were pushing the Nexus turrets like almost 40 minutes into the game. So I kind of wanted to hear, like, is that something you were thinking about at all during the game? Or is that something that you were like cognizant of, the fact that you were having this insane performance and just like weren't dying at all? Or were you just kind of locked in and focused on what you needed to do?
For the beginning part of the game, I was just locked in and like more. I was thinking more about where I was weak and like where I need to be careful of and all that. And then it was around like 20-ish minutes. I have a very bad habit of when I have a big gold bounty, I do not play like I have a very big gold bounty. So after a certain point, it was definitely I wanted to be careful to not get caught, especially like before objectives and stuff like that. But for the most part, it just really came down to team play. I knew that I had a lot of support around me. I'm on Ahri, who's pretty hard to catch out in side lanes, so I knew I had the confidence to kind of just play up and be more aggressive because I knew I had the outs.
Fantastic. Yeah, important to, of course, even when individual players are having standout performances, League of Legends is a 5v5 game. So I love to hear that, you got to give that credit where it's due to the rest of the team to set you up for success. Absolutely great. Katana, you want to get in there again?
Yeah, more just another general one here for anyone. After game 2, you guys are up 2-0. After the third game, take me a little bit of the mental state. Like, what is the team like at that point when you're on match point? You think you're on the verge, and then the pendulum starts to swing for momentum.
I can try and answer, but a lot of it was they have to beat us 2 more times, and we only got to win once, and we had at that time proven that we can do it twice. So it was kind of like we just gotta win 1 more time. It doesn't matter. Like it just comes down to next game. At that point, we were just
Wipe it clean, essentially.
yeah. Last 3 games didn't matter. We were just looking for 1.
Yeah.
Just take it game by game at that point. That makes sense. So you weren't really sweating that much. You knew you had what it took, so you weren't really thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to move over to the bot lane now. Boostus and Wanderer. You guys have brought out some very interesting picks in the game 5s especially. So I kind of want to hear your take on the whole Fearless draft system that we were doing this season. I'm wondering if you guys could chime in there. If you both want to, put in your 2 cents about what you thought of the Fearless drafts, and maybe how that affected some of your drafting decisions, in these long playoff matches, especially. How did you just feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak on, like, for Fearless, I loved it. I think it is a really exciting way to play the game and makes it so that you have to prepare for certain picks, especially if they're perma bans. Like, a great example is Zui. Zione is, very well touted and something that we, had to prepare for in game 5. And similar with the Caitlyn is a champ that I specifically struggle into. And just knowing that it is coming up, and eventually we'll have to face it if we go to a game 5. Just preparing, like making sure we have champs in our back pockets that we think can deal with the pressure that whichever champ exudes is big for us. And then I'm lucky that I wish he was here, but my support is a psychopath and will literally play anything.
The best kind of psychopath.
Yeah. Like
the loudest, most vocal when he's in the mood.
Yeah, like we saw the Alawi, and he clutched up, and similar with the Vigard tonight. He clutched up. He was huge. He made some really big plays. I think he had the most kills in the game. So, just really shout out to him. And I think his champ pool is probably the deepest on our team. So it helps that I share the bot lane with him.
Yeah, I mean, tough to argue with that. Pulling out the Vagar and the Alawi last week was really cool to see. So, yeah, just really, really awesome to see you guys pull out so many interesting picks. And it feels like that may have played a part in your victory as well. The fact that you did have those deep pools, that you were able to kind of thrive in this Fearless format. So that's kind of an interesting takeaway for me as well. Gitana, you want to get in there for one more question?
This Jace top lane, this NA Jace curse that I keep seeing,
Oh my God.
I need to know that next year it's not going to happen. It's not more of a question. It's a hot take, and I'm pushing the button because
Jace is my best champion.
I'm hearing Crewman in my ear every time, and he's like, NA Jace curse. And I was like, no,
I'm a hater.
I'm
What can I say?
backing it. I'm backing it.
Listen.
And then every time.
I'm right there with you, brother. It sucks how some games pan out when I do get like 3-4-0 whatever on Jace.
Yeah.
But the enemy team played that really, really well.
Yeah, if only you didn't have a 1-6 mid laner. Yeah.
It's like I realize at the end of the day, I could be the 0-2, 0-3 guy, and if the rest of my team is 2-0 or 3-0 at that point, like I don't care. And that's kind of like how it was at the beginning for this Camille game. Was until like team fights I was able to start doing stuff because Zach top is really annoying. But I love Jace. If it's a good angle, I'm gonna want to look to pick it. into certain champs, not to anything, but
Yeah.
and we'll fix, like, in the regular season it was fine. Just playoffs is hard, but that's how
Yeah.
it be.
And Jace is just a really hard champion. And, I did give you that respect in my intro. All the way back at the start of the stream, I introduced you as the man who makes NA Jace look good. So I gave you that.
Oh,
You know?
that means a lot. I appreciate that.
I know we've kept you guys too long already, but I actually did think of one other thing that I wanted to ask you about. So during the pause, I think it was game 5, maybe game 4. We had a long pause at some point. And I kind of put forward this metaphor where I was comparing you guys to T1 versus the LPL, because you took on Final Boss Alpha as the Noxus 4 seed in the first round, and then you beat Syndicate Crashouts, the Noxus 2 seed in the semis, and then you had to go up against, obviously, TFF Aftershock, the Noxus 3 seed in the finals here. So I was like, and you even played the T1 J skin in that game as well. So just for anybody who wants to respond to that, what do you think about my, sort of over-the-top metaphor comparing you guys to T1 versus the LPL?
Demacia on top.
Demacia.
Yeah.
I think it's a beautiful comparison, because I think we all like each other a lot. We're all really, really good friends, and you're gonna definitely be seeing more of us all playing together for a while, probably just as long as they did. So hopefully do still. We'll see what happens with them. But yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Sure.
Sounds good to me. Gitano, I do want to give you the angle for any final words, any final thoughts with these guys.
Be kind and rewind. I think that'll kind of wrap it up and send out the good message. And next year, I can't wait to see you again.
Absolutely.
Can I
absolutely.
real quick give a shout out?
Oh, absolutely. That is what we're doing at the end. Everybody gets their shout out. So it is that
Okay.
time. Go right ahead, please.
I would like to shout out my fiance, Psyche. She is our manager / coach, and she helped a massive amount with the prep towards playoffs.
Oh yeah. 100%.
And like she would always like give pep talks in between games, and she was just like always like the emotional, moral, mental support for the entire team. And I feel like because of her, we grew a lot in the last like couple months.
Wow. The sixth
She
man.
was the one who joined in the what game was it beforehand that pushed
Like
also had to
two?
leave for a second? Yeah, I think it was like game 2. Yeah, she was the one who joined. She honestly, I wouldn't be able to do as much research or as much notes as I can without her, because she's the one who literally pulls all the screenshots of all the matches. She pulls like what everybody plays, puts it on a freaking spreadsheet, like so I can go easily somewhere and be like, hey, they played this many times, this many times, like, and see what teams like to do once the season has gone on. Honestly, we wouldn't have got this far without her, for sure.
She's like, you're reckless. The sixth man. It works so well.
Reckles.
Too good.
Also, shout out our support sub Star Raven Fire. Who was it that put her as like worst player? I think it was no, that was in Titan. I think she was put that in.
Oh.
We had but she's come through for us, especially when we needed her most, and she's also always very supportive as well. We have a lot of very supportive people in this organization. One of the nicest places that I've ever been in to play League. And yeah.
Fantastic. But moving over to Arrows, I guess it's your turn for some shout outs, sir.
That was,
He was the fiance.
Mine was fiance Psyche.
Oh, my bad. Then we're Witch is who we're going to. Matt, over to you.
I just wanted to, thank everyone that's come along with that's, supported us for the Spire and stuff like that. I feel like a lot of the community is a big aspect of like why we do this, and I wanted to thank Boostis for coming along and starting this with me too. I think that specifically me and him, starting the Spire this year, our goal was to win a comp league, and I'm happy that I was able to do it with him. So
wholesome, very wholesome. And now the man himself, Boostis, your turn for some shout outs.
Yeah, I just want to shout out everybody. I want to shout out you guys. This has been, it's always awesome, and I imagine it's a lot of work for BOL and the production and everyone. And then, like Witch said himself, me and Ao Pinguini started the Spire, and coming together and playing on it. Like my very first introduction to comp like 2 years ago was with Witch, and we've come all this way, and to win one with him means a lot, and to do it for an org that the three of us started is very meaningful as well. So just shout out to everybody, and shout out to TFF. They were a really hard opponent, and thanks for putting on a great show for everybody.
Amazing shout outs, guys. Thank you all so much for joining us for the winners interview. Congratulations again on being the season 12 champions. Well done.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for having
thank you.
us.
All right. Well, that is going to do it, I think, for our winners interview. And that is pretty much going to do it for season 12, Gitano. It's just us now to close things out. A couple of closing remarks. For my shout outs, I do have a quick one over to Adam and everybody at Midlane Esports for allowing me to cast from the venue for this entire season. That has been a really cool experience. I've even met some really cool people along the way, found some more opportunities. So that's been amazing. A shout out to everybody who follows me and supports me. Katana, you got any shout outs?
Just to BOL in general, everyone here that allows this thing to run smoothly and effortlessly, and does all the background for everything and the hard legwork, production as well. Just making sure people are committing time for that. Casters as well, and you as well, doing such a fantastic job for us. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I appreciate you as well, sir. And of course, our very extra special shout out to our lovely producer, who is up way too late at this point,
Yes.
and we do need to get to bed. So thank you, everybody, very much for watching. It has been an amazing season. I did it with an amazing crew, and we were treated to some amazing matches here to close things out. Could not ask for more. Looking forward to next season as well. From us here at Blue Otter, from myself, Katana, from all, from the entire team, thank you, everybody, very much for watching. Do not forget, they are doing the finals for Plat League tomorrow night, so be sure to tune in for that as well. From us here, thank you again from the bottom of our hearts, and have an amazing night.